I have no idea. You're gonna break your neck on them skates. And all that food gonna fall on you. Thunder, what up, bro? What it do? Back in the building. I know we've been off for a minute. I don't know, I guess we had to regroup, get it cracking. Yo, I'm glad y'all missed us. Damn, that make me feel good. That make me feel like we obviously been doing something good. That's what's up. That's what's up. You can give them half of it, and then mix it in with a skibble. It makes me feel good. Yeah, we hit the button. What's up, Cedric? I'm about to send out the link in a minute. But ain't nothing been going on for real. The pseudo killers, what we did was we shook the tree and, got it going nice and good. Now we seeing all of the pseudos fall out the tree. That's basically it. So we sat back for about a week and a half and just watched everybody, bring out their information. So yes, I have been in the doghouse. That's exactly what happened. Y'all just called it out. Y'all just called it out, but actually my woman definitely told me I needed to do a show today because she seen me not being on all week, and she, obviously know how much I be into getting on here talking to y'all. So she actually the one that, since yesterday been telling me, get back on there. You know what I mean? So that's where we at. And I really want to piggyback off a Garfield conversation that he had earlier about reparations. It was some points that was made that, I definitely want to talk about. And I want the pseudo killer panel to weigh in on, y'all to weigh in on the conversation. So I think Lord Abba handled himself extremely well on the topic. I think he was the most informed person on the panel. Whether you agree with him or not, I think Lord Abba had more command of the topic than anybody else. So, and he did a good job. Nobody could on the panel from my viewpoint, gave him any pushback that was nobody actually had pushback that could match the substance that he was bringing. So I give that to Lord Abba. He ran away with it. Then there was some other points. He brought up when he brought up the slavery issue. He said that slaves was kidnapped by Europeans, and he said that the slaves was kidnapped by Africans and sold to Europeans. And I agree with him. You know, we have documentation to prove that. Right. So you're actually right, man. Yeah. Exactly. So I think Lord Abba was on point. Unc gave him some pushback on that. Unc been arguing against that point for the longest time. I don't know what he's I don't know what his pushback is because he didn't read all of the documents, and even contemporary Africans admit to that's what they did. You know, most of the slave is actually Africans that wrote books about, you know, their people being the brokers of the slave trade. You know, actually African professors over there in Ghana actually wrote books about, you know, the internal African slave trade that, you know, turned into the transatlantic slave trade. So, you know, Unc gave him some pushback on that. Lord Abba backed off of the point because that wasn't the topic. But I think if Lord Abba would have pressed the issue, he could have disproved Unc completely on that. But he knew that that wasn't the topic of the discussion all the way, so he backed off of it. So the conversation wouldn't, you know, go off of the reparations issue. So yeah, let me send out this link. But everybody, what's going on with everybody? I'm gonna speak to y'all in a minute. Let me send out this link. And I'm redoing my office again, y'all. So I'm moving it into the basement. So my original setup that I had, I'm on my laptop right now. So my original setup that I had, I gotta break that all down. And then my girl doing something new in another room. We're gonna combine our spaces, right? So it's gonna be me and her hobby space. So she gonna have her art on one side of the room, right? Paintings and her canvases and on one side, and on the other side, I'm gonna have my little podcasting studio or whatever we call this thing that we do right here. So she's gonna redesign everything. So I won't be back in there for probably another 2 weeks. So I'll be shooting from the laptop most of the time. But let me send out this link and then I'm gonna speak to everybody. But come on in here, wipe y'all feet off, hit the like button. It's the same old thing, pseudo killers in the building. Man. All right, let me get this link. Copy and like. All right, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I know we've been on hiatus. Most of everybody went to on vacation last week. Well, Unc was on vacation last week with his family, so you know he was doing that. I was doing some other stuff, had some issues, so you know I took that as a sign to get some things done. In the meanwhile, so all right, let me see. Let me get everybody. Thunder, what's going on, bro? Vince, what it do? Outside the queue, what up? Where you been at, bro? We back in the building. I'm about to send out that link. Cedric, pseudo killer official, is in the building. Capera, peace to you too, bro. Who else we got? The Zion, the Don. What's up, bro? Raymond Campbell, what it do? S Rush, what's up? Yeah, Cube. They was in Lord Abba's wheelhouse. You think what I'm saying? He put that more science on them niggas. You feel me? Rasta man, what it do? Yeah, he definitely he definitely gave up his phase. Raymond, what it do? Anthony Bowman, pseudo killer official. Mongo, Miss Tiffany. That's what I'm talking about. SOA, OG, you know what I mean? Jody Breeze, what's up? What's up? Yeah, y'all. Per Black. My man Per Black is in the building. All right, we got a nice little crowd. I don't know how many. Man, look. I ain't sending out that link until we get at least 75 people up in here. I know we've been missing for a minute. But we're gonna get into those topics. Rodney Islam Bay ass nigga. Corey, I don't know. Corey, I was talking to Corey earlier, right? I don't know where he at, man. You need to click this button. Thunder, what up? Hold on. What's up, Gullah? What it do? Yeah, y'all come on in here, hit that like button. It's about to get the cracking in here. We're gonna do some showing up pseudo killer shit tonight because we've been gone for a minute. You know what I mean? The source is in the building. Whoever want to challenge me, click the link. Come on and get beat up. You know what I mean? You know I'm gonna beat y'all up on the information as always. Brendan, what up, Brendan? Yeah. Well, all right, let me see. Ain't nobody banging on me this show. Like I said, I believe in reparations for African Americans, definitely. I don't know who should pay it, but somebody should pay it. I don't give a fuck who it is. You know what I mean? You can get the Mexicans to pay it, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, as long as somebody pays. I believe that Africans participated in the slave trade. You know what I mean? So in some sort of way, you know, Africans should be held accountable. But the only issue with that is there's no African nation that survived from back then to now that participated in the slave trade. See, now that's an issue. See, I'm 100. But see, most of the African nations that participated in the slave trade, yeah, they didn't benefit from it to the degree of the European, but that don't matter, right? But the issue is that, you know, the African nations, right, that exist now didn't exist back during slavery. So there's no nation to go after. The African nations that we see on the continent now is currently constructed didn't start coming about to the 1950s with their current flags and constitution. You put onions in. Get that off. What is wrong with you? You know, I wouldn't even eat nothing like that. You done lost your mind. You tried to kill me. So yeah, I need y'all to click this link. But I'm out, start eating. And I need y'all to hold it down. See, I'm gonna make Pop talking like that. Right. Cedric said, but the U.S. didn't start slavery either. I never said anybody started it. Come on, Cedric. Don't do that. I didn't say somebody started slavery. What I'm eating, my woman made me a nice, juicy Ramadan steak. All right, some freshly sauteed asparagus and a baked potato. You know what I mean? So, Cedric, no, think about it. Hold on. Let me see if anybody came in the building. All right, Tuck My Yacht is in the building. So nobody want to click the link and come on with your boy? Tuck, what up? It look like you breaking in somebody's house.
Nah, I just got home, Chef. Only turn the light on.
It looked like you pulling the B&E.
You gonna sell me though? If I was, Chef? Yeah. You gonna say, Tuck, cut your camera off. Oh, there we go.
It definitely look like a B&E going on.
Nah, man, I just came here to say free Tuck again, man. I just jump on the link because I can't get in the chat, you know, man. I'm still on restrictions.
Oh, look, I don't know who did it, and I don't know how to unblock people. So, CK, if you in the building, CK, you can turn the light on. Thank you. Yeah, look, it made my camera look better. Yeah, free Tuck My in the chat, CK, somebody. Thunder, what's up?
What up, Chef? You good?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. What's up?
Yeah, definitely, man. We definitely missed the show, man. This is one of my favorites, and other than all the rambunctiousness, I definitely love the show. I can't wait to get. I need Reggie Mabry. I need to reach out. I need to reach out and touch that young man. I need to touch him, dog. I need to touch him, boy. I'm telling you. Did you see that? Did you go back and look at the joint? I'm gonna get back to ADOS, but did you go back and look at it?
I could not look at that. It was a mess in a dress. I don't know what Reggie was thinking about. Reggie ain't taking medicine that day. Reggie was definitely.
All right, so
hold on, you put pineapples in your wine? That look good.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's
the Moscato. The Moscato, yeah, they do that stuff.
Okay. Fucking Liberace ass niggas around here.
Hey, but yeah, I definitely enjoyed the show. Yeah, ADOS. I mean, Alba was in his wheelhouse today, and I think if he stayed there, he did bring some of the more signs in it, but he for the most part he stayed right where he needed to be. Mm-hmm. And I think he is definitely a great representative of
The
reparations.
reparations
I think
argument.
yeah, right. Definitely, he's definitely researched. He put in the work, and he's a trusted source. In my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did his thing.
Yeah. But what you think, man? You think you down with reparations for everybody? Okay, if you down with reparations, who getting it? And how far are we gonna go with this, man?
You said as I'm down with reparations and who is getting it? Who's getting it is the descendants of slaves in America. Now, the tricky part is reparations is not dealing with just slavery. I'm gonna state that again. Reparations is not dealing with just slavery, right? You had after slavery 100 years of quasi-slavery where we wasn't given all our rights. Now you have to pay those people for that, right? So if you just talk about slavery, this country was formed in 1776 under the current constitution. The government was formed, right? 1776. They ended slavery around 1865. So that was what, 90 something years of slavery under the constitution in this country, right? But then you had from 1865 to around 1972 is when the last Civil Rights Act was passed, the Home Act, where we could move where we wanted to move or some shit like that. So from 1776 to 1865, we were still under the yoke of chattel slavery. From 1865 to 1972, we had Jim Crow. So you gotta pay us for, the grievance with this country under the current constitution starts from 1776, right, to 1972. Now, however you adjudicate that, all of the different wrongs that was done to us, in that time, then let's get it. Let's get it. So from that time, those are the two main issues that I see, right? So what's your take on it, Thunder?
I wish Black Line was on so we could I could understand maybe his questioning, the question he had at the end right there. I don't know what that was. Help me with that, and then I'm gonna get back to what you just said, because help me with him saying that that I guess the European, what would be the effect on them, or so. Tell me.
I didn't understand. I didn't understand that. All right, I'm gonna just say that again. Him asking what would Europeans get out of it? What would be their incentive? Like that was the craziest question I ever heard. Like I said, when you sue somebody, right? You don't go in there asking.
They don't care what's going on.
Yeah, what the person that you suing, what they gonna get out of it? The victim never asks that question. They don't pose to get nothing out of it. The fuck? They supposed to get punished. That's what they getting out of it, right? They already got what they already got what they were supposed. The country already got what it was supposed to get out of it, right? They took advantage of Black people from 1776 to 1880. From 1776 to 1865, they took advantage of the free labor. And from 1865 to 1972, they restricted us from being full citizens. So they already got what they, Now you gotta repay them for what you took from them. Like, motherfucker, you just crashed into my car. You don't supposed to get nothing out of it. I'm suing you. You owe damages and reparations to me. You don't supposed to get shit out of it. So his question was nutty as hell to me. Question was nutty as hell.
Next time Garfield go on, I'm gonna ask him one more time. Cause I don't, that's a good man. I don't want to misrepresent him. But I'm gonna ask him one more time, man, where he was going, and I think we need to allow him the full floor because he damn near lost. He damn near lost me today. I almost couldn't support. I was like, hold on, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mind different opinions, but like, why would we be considering what they think? No. And then he went on to say, I think when you brought up the fact about who's paying it, he don't realize that we are taxpayers.
Exactly.
We citizens. We've been paying taxes, dog. Probably hell
since Roosevelt issued it.
Yeah, from World War I. You know what I'm saying? We've been paying taxes, bro. So I don't know where he was with it. So yeah, it's not like it's just affecting white people. You know what I'm saying? No, this is America. You know what I'm saying? This is an American thing. But yeah, I think gave me a figure of Lord Albert gave me a figure of $885,000 per family. I want to say that's what he was saying. And that was over the course of 10 years. So that would be $80,000 per family. Mm-hmm. Or was he saying $800,000 per year?
I ain't listening that far into it, the logistics about.
Yeah, I guess.
To how you like the country is so man. I think the country, I think they probably never thought that African Americans was gonna ask for reparations. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think all right, now this is my issue. I think that the United States, by unilaterally imposing citizenship on African Americans, was an issue in itself. Nobody ever brings this up. You dig what I'm saying?
What amendment was that? That was the 14th?
Yeah. So look, by unilaterally imposing citizenship on a whole group of people by just, making them citizens without them even, asking for it. I think they felt as though that gesture, was good enough. But it's like somebody is saying what should be good enough for your pain and suffering, right? Them in their mind, maybe they felt as though giving these Negroes citizenship, right, is better than anything else. You know what I mean? These niggas should be happy with that. You feel me? Like money and land, no, give them this citizenship on paper, right? And they should be happy because it was just citizenship on paper. Nothing came with it. Yeah. Nothing came with it. Because remember, we had as soon as they did that, they did they started to repeal the stuff with Jim Crow, right? It was actually wars and stuff still going on in some states, some counties, right? Where they were forcing, where they had to send in U.S. troops because the Confederates basically took off their Confederate uniforms and actually put on white sheets and joined little local political parties, right? Mm-hmm. And they were actually physically stopping Black people from voting in these counties. So these black people who had majority in a lot of these counties was actually restricted from voting. So they, they couldn't even take over the local politics of the communities or these counties where they were the majority, right? This is in the 1870s. In the 1880s.
No, this is in the 1960s.
No, I'm talking about where it started from.
Okay, yeah.
Because there were initial gangs. Here you go. I'm being the egghead now, so y'all about to. All right. So from the in the 1870s, we had collected a lot of local seats, and then we sent a lot of people to Congress, right? This was under what you call it? Come on, help me out, Tuck. What was this called? This period was Reconstruction.
Reconstruction,
Yeah, this is under Reconstruction.
Well, this is when black people were all Republicans. I mean, I don't know when that switch really started, but 1800s. Yeah, it was all damn near every black person in the Congress was representing the Republican Party.
Yeah. See, but that Republican is not what we call Republican now. Like, you got to take that. That's just for namesake, right? Red and blue parties. But it's something that you need to think about. If you ever took a political science course, right, at a black college, I had a political science teacher that was actually black. I remember, the first day of class, he gave us a form, right? And he had all of us fill a form out, right? He gave us we didn't read nothing. He just said, fill a form out. So you checked off boxes that you equated to. When he got finished, right, the class was, I think it was 90-something% African American. And what it showed that when African Americans are showed the issues, we're conservative by heart.
We are.
Right? Yeah, we are conservative by heart. And his simple, and most of the students didn't even know what the exercise was until he showed us on the chart that we fall right, you know what I mean, on a lot of the conservatives.
Right. No, we are far right.
Yeah, it's crazy. So we're not even liberal, right? We're actually conservative. Most of the things that the people that we argue with, that we call racist, we want the same things for ourselves. Think about that. You know what I mean? We want to control the business, right? In our communities. We want less government. It's crazy when you think about it. If black people actually knew and looked at the, you know what I mean? If we didn't look at white people as being racist, if we didn't look at the Republicans as being racist, we would be far more in line with if we had the power that they had, we'd be doing the same shit that they did.
So with me, just like everybody else, I voted for Barack Obama, right?
Yeah.
And of course, that was a huge ass mistake. I didn't realize it at the time. But I mean, as I grew and I got older, I started to look back and say, same thing with that experiment you did. And I started to think, like, how do I don't even align with these people. None that they believe, I believe, but I'm still voting for these people every 4 years. This makes no sense. What the hell am I doing? I'm not down with anything gay. I'm not down with anything liberal. I'm not down with all this foolishness going on with the kids and stuff. I'm not down with none of that stuff. Why the hell am I keep voting for? So that's when I stopped probably 2000 and his second one was 2012. Yeah, that was my last. That was it, bro. I was done. Then I started rolling with Trump and then anybody else, because I can't I can't roll with it, bro. I can't do it as a I can't. I know for a fact that we conservatives, not all of us, but the majority, vast majority of us are conservatives. Period. I mean, no ifs, ands, but you don't align with the Democratic Party at all at this point. Previous, I'm with you, but at this point, I don't align with none of them weirdos, bro. But anyway, the Constitution. You see this on the screen, right? Oh no.
Yeah, I see the screen.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, all persons born and naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of the citizens of the United States. So I think right there, that one sentence right there should be enough for us to be able to sue the shit out of this whole country, bro. Just that one sentence. No state shall make or enforce. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the law. So I think if we were to do, I don't know how a class action suit would look. I think that would be our best bet, because this reparations, bro, I just don't see it. I don't see how Congress, a white Congress, is gonna vote for it, bro. I just don't see it. I don't see it at all.
What's going on, y'all?
Man, who is this? I'm sorry.
Man, you know what it is, man. Come on, man.
I can't see you, bro. I got my screen. Oh, what's up? What's up, boy? You good?
I'm good, man. What's up, Chef Now?
Okay, let me ask you this. What was black? Let me stop sharing my screen so I can see
Pseudo
y'all.
killer official, goddamn. What's good?
Pseudo killer official.
Oh shit! What's up? What's going on?
What's good?
Thanks for tapping in, goddamn it.
Yeah. I'm tapped in, like a motherfucker. Hold on before you share that, Thunder. Let me say something. So I'm gonna say this, and I think everybody will kind of agree with me. So we all agree we need some bread. And that's why you're talking about maybe a law action. I mean, what you say? What's it called? A case, a suit?
Class action. I think a class action would be our best course of action, because I don't see a 95% white Congress voting for that. And that's both parties now. That's Democrat or Republican. I don't see it.
So I don't think it has anything to do with the white people part, right? Honestly speaking, I and y'all gonna feel me with this statement. I think it has more to do with how the fuck do I control getting them the money? You know what I'm saying? Like marijuana wasn't legalized, so they kind of figured out a way to legalize it and control the money.
You brought up
let me finish, Thunder. Let me finish real quick, Thunder.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Same with alcohol, right? They was trying to figure out a way to tax this shit and control it. It like those loans they was giving out. They thought they had a way to control the shit went out of control. What they don't want to do is have anybody getting the fucking money. You know what I'm saying? And the people that's supposed to get it don't get it. So they really need to figure out a method of making sure that the people deserve to get it. That's the conundrum right there. That's the problem. I feel as though that's the issue. How do we control it? You know what I'm saying? Do they get the money and any old body and just get the money, fraud in the whole system, and just not being able to get the money to the people who need to get it. I think that's the real issue right there. That's just my state. That's my feeling.
Why did you do that? I was waiting my turn. Now they're going to say that I'm cheerleading Unc. My question was, I agree. Well, how? Logistics. What are the logistics? That was my only question. Let's say we all agree reparations is a thing or a class action lawsuit. Okay, now let's look at the logistics. This is where my brain gets stuck. Now I'm sounding like I'm cheerleading Unc because it came in before me, Unc. What's up?
Snuck you.
Hey, say it before you go. Before I gotta make a call. Hey, Chef, can you reshare the link in the chat, because I gotta make a call. If I get dropped off, I want to be able to hop right back on. But Cedric, listen, man.
I'm
this off the subject. Yeah, appreciate it. This off the subject. Shout out to American Dream. But this off the subject, Cedric. Something you said. This was months ago. Bro, I haven't been able to get on the panel and talk with you, man. But it was something so simple, but it was so profound. when you said this off the subject when you brought up the fact that humans were humaning. You know what I'm saying, dog? That was something. Yeah, that's a big thing, and I guess the people in the chat may not know what I'm talking about, but
say it again. They was what? They was what?
Humans were humaning. When he's saying humans were humaning, you know, in other words, he's saying nothing. It ain't nothing special, dog. All of us was doing damn near the same thing. You know what I'm saying? We try to. I don't know. Explain it one more time, Stay, and then we'll get back.
My point is when we isolate certain areas in the world and we look at what the people are doing, if we don't broaden our scope and say, okay, what were the Chinese doing? What was going on in Asia at this time? What was going on in America at this time? For example, the subject of slavery. When we look at where human development was, human consciousness was, we didn't have machinery. Human capital, human force, human manpower was the instrument that drove economy. Then we developed machinery. That became the tool that drove the economy. Slavery disappeared. What I'm trying to say was, at any given point in time in history, wherever you look in the world, humans were doing the exact same thing with regards to the level of consciousness and the ability to harness the natural resources around us. So that was my point. Like, humans were humaning at all points in time throughout history. Even if you look at the way buildings were built, the ancient Egyptians, if you look at Chinese building, if you look at buildings in the Americas, they all pretty much had the same pyramid type of shape, because that was where human development was at that time. That was the best way we knew how to build, until we developed the ability to develop arches, etc. And that collectively changed the landscape of construction all over the world. But if we only focus on looking at cultures in isolation, then we fail to see the similarities of humans at any given point in time all over the world doing the same thing.
So let me add to that real quick. You was gonna say something, Thunder?
No, I gotta make a call and I'll be right back.
All right, go ahead. So let me add to that real quick. So actually, you're right. But here's the issue. I like to bring two words forward. One from the African side of the house and one from the European side of the house. And I want to kind of tie this together. Shout out to Juju. Me and Juju had a detailed conversation on this, and she actually brought it to my attention. Shout out to Juju. Okay, so one word I want to use is humanism, right? And the other word I want to use is Ubuntu. Okay, and African-centered people won't agree with this, but thinkers will. And so what was just espoused on was basically how humans do basically the same things, right? So the problem is, when and how do humans actually recognize this? So humanism, all right, that's the European ideology of understanding that we're all human, okay? Different aspects, but we're human. Ubuntu, right, is the nebulous concept of common humanity. You know, like oneness, humanity, you and me both. So for me, humanism is actually the macrocosm, and Ubuntu is the microcosm, and the two fit well in the ushering humanity together to understand, hell, you and me both. Like, if we don't get the global warming shit together, we're all fucked. So you're right, bro. Like, it's always been about the humans, but do humans realize that? You know what I'm saying? It's almost like, you know, what you do will affect me. Okay? But if you care about me, you will try to affect me in a positive way. How is that possible? Well, Ubuntu and humanism. Putting those
Exactly.
things together ties everybody together from the macro and the micro. And I just want to light this motherfucker up with that so we can see what everybody else thinks. Yeah, you would need both concepts because one's the micro, right? If you don't understand you and me both, right? Then how can you understand humanism? You can't. You need both. Can't have one without the other.
Yeah. Me, myself alone isn't human. My recognition of you as equal as me, I gotta recognize you. You live in the same houses. As someone that travels, I recognize that all the time. I go to different countries and I look for the differences. What I see is that, yo, people live in neighborhoods everywhere around the world. They go to school, they go to work, they go to the farm. Everybody is doing pretty much the same thing. Maybe in its unique little niche or form of fashion, the Japanese, they mount up in these metros. In the US, everybody has a car. You know what I mean? There's differences, but pretty much humans do the same things everywhere. They go to the market, they go to the supermarket, they buy groceries. Everybody buys eggs and rice. Like, everybody pretty much does the same thing wherever you go on this planet. Humans just be human. And it's like expecting a lion to behave different in the zoo in the United States than a lion in Africa. What we say, that's a lion just being a lion. It's like humans just being humans.
Yeah, so let's read the definition of humanism. Humanism, an outlook or system of thought attracting prime importance on humans rather than divine and supernatural matters. Now that's important. And I'm gonna give it, watch how important this is. Humanism's beliefs stress the potential value and goodness of human beings, emphasize common human needs, and seek solely rational ways of solving human problems. So I'm gonna tell you right now, if you spooked out, right, you start to take the value of humans away, no matter what you say. Why? Because the importance is ushered in through God or through a God or through a deity, right?
Yeah.
But actually, the importance should always be on the human.
Facts.
Right?
Christian religious morality is derived from a God, which makes it subject to the God's will. Now, humanism has a foundation which says, I want to minimize human suffering. And with a concept of any free imposition of human will is immoral. That's based on a human concept, not on a divine concept.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, if you work on who you are, you don't got to worry about the shit when you die. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's about, as a matter of fact, that's what made Homo sapiens sapien the most successful out of the other humans. I'm going to say this again. The thing that made humans, Homo sapiens sapien humans, more successful than the rest of the humans, because there were several other species of humans, right? Most people don't get into the study like they should, right? And the thing that brought us together and made us successful was that we were social. Who the hell is that over there? Let me see. Should I kill him? Should I work with him? Should I be friends with him? What is it should I do? Well, we have a group of 25. That's a group of 25. We didn't beat each other heads out. Now we down to 15. They down to 10. Is it worth it? Wait a minute. Maybe if we work together, I have a son. I have a daughter. Let's marry. Let's forgive each other. Let's work together. Now we back to what? Right? 15, 25. Now we back to 25 strong again, but we have an impending enemy over there. Now that we work together, we can handle this enemy together. So it was the socialness, right, that separated us from Homo Neanderthal. They stayed in super small groups because they wasn't that social. Okay, so Homo sapiens sapiens were very social, and the strength, right, was in that. So yeah, recognizing the humanist, right, the humanism in us is a value that has caused us to push where we at now. You say, well, that's crazy. Look how crazy it is. Now I'm saying at the end of the day, man, Ubuntu, right? Like what I do affects you. You know what I'm saying? As I drive my car and pollute the air, it affects you. We watch this. We lost our Ubuntu, right? And our humanism during the pandemic. How do we know? Because the rich nations gathered up all the fucking vaccines. How was they able to do it? Because they spent billions before the vaccines even went through the trials. So they could waste money, meaning if these don't make it, at least 2 or 3 might make it. But I can afford that. The poor countries, right? We lost their value. We didn't recognize them as being human like we should have, because the poor countries couldn't afford to get in right there, and they had to wait. But watch this. And them having to wait, the rich companies got the vaccines, an overabundance of it, right? Vaccinated its people, but the poor countries, right, places in Africa and other places, they couldn't get the vaccines, right? So they were unprotected. But guess what? We live in a cosmos. We live in a global fucking arena. We live on Earth, right? And so as we was protected, the poor country wasn't protected. They caught the virus at high levels, which caused it to mutate, which rendered the rich countries' vaccines not as good. This shit continued to spread as wildfire because we forgot our humanism or our Ubuntu. I rest my case.
So, can I ask a quick question? Is there any value in seeing divinity in humanity, or should we keep the two things separate?
I think the two things need to be separate because divinity
are definitely separate.
Yeah, the divinity part, your divinity might not be my damn divinity, but you know damn well if you slap me in my motherfucking face, that shit hurt. Right? You know, if I don't got a vaccine and if I don't have a vaccine and you do, that, you know what I'm saying, then I'm going to get affected. You know that. That ain't even like whether you choose to rationalize it or not, but I mean to recognize it or not, but divinity is subjective. Subjective. Like
and divinity
trees are
divine.
Right, a tree can be divine.
Yeah.
Yeah. How am I to say the trees aren't divine? Go ahead.
You know,
I was saying that humanity is in stark opposition to the concept of divinity. As I was explaining, humanity focuses on what we have in common, and our morality is based on our common denominator, which is us being human beings. Whereas divinity puts morality to the whim and to the wishes of a deity. It is outside of any concept, any creation, any idea which we as humans put forward.
Yeah, I get that. I guess what I'm wondering is if it's possible to have an idea of divinity that doesn't separate humanity, in which humanity itself is divine. Like, it's not as if we're looking at divinity in a God outside of ourselves. Like, we see divinity within ourselves, like where there's no separation. Like, I'm just asking, could there be, because, you know, in the natural order or in the natural way that we think of divinity, we don't necessarily think of ourselves as part of that. Divinity is something that we kind of pray to and we look to as something out there somewhere, and it's not us. But, you know, what I'm talking about is there value in seeing ourselves as divine? Could there be value in that in of itself? Is that what's not humanistic about that? Like, what's not humanistic in saying human beings are divine and treating ourselves as such?
No, we have a good example though. You know, we got good examples of that, right? In indigenous systems. So indigenous systems, and I'll just say indigenous African systems, I'm not going to say all of them, where they place a divinity on a collective. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a supposed idea that everything is everything, right? And the divine, you know what I'm saying, itself. That's why you have the Egyptians have deities and certain clans and tribes, they deities connected to humans, right? And there's no separation there, right? It's eternity. It's everything in it, right? But
Right.
but but
It's
we
kind of
seen how those things at the end of the day, individualism gonna always creep in, where people will lose their humanism. You know what I'm saying? They Ubuntu, right? Because then the religion itself becomes more important than the people themselves. Yeah, it always fails, right? So I say that the focus should always be on the humans, right? And the interaction with nature, because nature affects all humans. Hell, that's the only reason why humans move is based off of weather, right? Or based off of natural occurrences, or based off of other tribes pushing them out, right? It's always a natural phenomenon that causes your ass to move around planet Earth. So I would always say at the end of the day, the human is the most important thing, right? Each individual have ideas, concepts that we try to mesh together, and hopefully they work long enough. But it's gonna always be a nut, and take that shit and run with it. But I hear your point though. But we have clear examples of this. We have, Africa, indigenous culture. But hell, look, how did that serve them?
The
I mean,
idea of divinity is always within the realm of the unknown, and the supernatural is the concept of divine, special, not within the realm of nature. Humans are just an aspect, an expression of natural forces, whereas every other species, every other animal, every other plant, every other thing, entity within reality is just but an expression of nature itself. So I can't separate myself from nature as a totality, but nature itself isn't divine because there is no divinity within my understanding of reality. There's no necessity for that. I'm just a human being.
But there were kind of I'm to say that divinity is about the unknown, and then to say there's nothing unknown about nature. You know what I mean? I'm not sure that you can say
No,
that. There's
I
more.
said
There's
there is
more
nothing
unknown. There's more
unknown.
unknown about
There's nothing
nature than
unknown about human beings. There's
there's
nothing
more unknown about
supernatural
human
about
beings.
the
We don't.
human being.
I mean, there's a lot that
Yes,
we don't
and
know
we
about
can
human
study
beings.
human beings. We have ontological basis for what a human being. We have epistemological evidence for what a human being is. And yes, there are unknowns about the human being, but it's not within the realm of the supernatural. We can study human beings. We analyze human beings. It's a concept within nature. All within nature is all within reality. It's nothing outside of reality that is within reality. A human being is just but an aspect of nature. The sun heats up, we get hot. There is no separation from the human being. We are afforded the luxury to be able, because of our state of consciousness, to separate ourselves and analyze nature as a separate entity, and analyze oneself and each other as separate entities. We are afforded that luxury through our level of awareness. Great. Doesn't make anything about reality divine. When we start to use these words, we are entertaining something superior, something special, something unique, something out of the ordinary about this entity called human being. And unfortunately, I am just a product of the evolutionary process, unique and great within my right as a thinking human being. My life has value. I worship my kids. I am part of society, all that fine and well. But at the end of the day, I am just but a human being.
So let's I know for me, I never lost what the conversation was actually about. and I clearly understand the conversation of reparations, but we could never achieve these goals if we're not recognizing, right, Ubuntu, right, or the humanism. You can't even the group that seeks to get it can't even know how to get it. There's a conversation that has to occur because the reality situation is, right, the transcontinental kidnapping trade affected everybody on planet Earth, whether it was negatively or positively. It was a global enterprise. It was a human endeavor. You know, slavery has been in all cultures. And I gotta add this word, right? For niggas jump out the trees, right? In different variant degrees. And no matter what that variant degree was, we all admit the shit was flat, stupid, and wrong. From the foothills of Mount Kilimanjaro to the goddamn streets of New York City. This shit was crazy in all aspects, in all forms. This is a fact.
In retrospect,
Exactly.
but it was the technology of the time. There was alternative.
I'm not even worried about the time. I'm saying as retrospect or whatever the hell we want to say, the shit was wrong. And it affected everybody. That's the point. It all the forms affected everybody on Earth. Think about that. You know, we somewhere in that slavery, right? We lost our humanness. We lost our Ubuntu. Somewhere in that, to get the reparations back, we gotta gain that back. What am I saying? What is the communication to those who profited off of the enslavement and kidnapping of African people? Right? So we affect them. So as long as we're not in a position to do the best we can do, because here on planet Earth, it's always about resources, food, clothing, and shelter and protection and that, right? So as you don't give us the tools, right, needed, we will affect you. High crime, murder rates, low income status, you know, things that
sounds like a shakedown, Sounds like a shakedown.
It's not a shakedown, bro. It's a reality situation. You know what I'm saying? When one part of the system is out of order, the whole shit becomes out of order. Just like the pandemic, it's gonna. You know what I'm saying? Like us being in our best position, yo, will greatly help everybody in the United States and everybody in the world. That's just a fact, bro.
Sure. So
if their brilliant minds getting lost.
So let me ask you a question, because this is really why I called in to ask a question about reparations. Just to be clear in terms of how it's going to be distributed,
that's the
we
problem.
understand that it would also have to go to our descendants, right, or to the descendants of African Americans, like your children's children, like they would have to get it as well, and then their children. And my question is, how many generations into the future would reparations have to go?
I think we all stuck on that dilemma. The dilemma of
Black
logistics.
If Black Americans deserve it today, then I'm sorry, Cedric. If Black Americans deserve it today, then their descendants down the line are also gonna deserve it, because they would be suffering from whatever injury, you know, is being suffered today. So my question is, how many generations in the future would reparations have to be paid?
I would go back to what Chef said when he brought up the 1972 cutoff. I think the 1972 cutoff was pretty cool.
No, you're going in the past, Thunder.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about cutting off in the past. I'm talking about in the future.
What Chef summarized, and the fact that Thunder talked about the class action lawsuit, I agree with. Okay, but now the discussion in my head is stuck, and I think this is a point American Dream is also trying to make. Logistically, how is that going to look?
But specifically, I'm asking a specific question, though, Cedric. Cedric, I'm asking a specific question. How many generations into the future will reparations have to be paid for how, like, because we would have to, if black people are injured and it's in our and this injury is in our DNA, then our children would need to get reparations, their children, their children's children. And I'm asking, how many generations into the future would America have to pay for the children of the
What would you
descendants of
think?
slaves?
Well, I just told you 1972 on back, bro. I don't know why you're talking about it. Why are you bringing the
Why are you
future?
bringing up 1972, Thunder? I don't understand why you even bring
Okay,
up
let's do this. All right,
1972.
let me
explain what he's saying.
Let me explain why I'm bringing it up, bro. So, Chef, I don't know, you may not have heard the beginning of the show, so that's fine. So, Chef brought up the fact when you look at 1776, right? That's when this country was born. And we also look at when slavery stopped, which was what,
65.
1865? 65, right? So you got that 90 some years, about 100 years right there. No, a little over 100 years, right? You got that. Well, but 90 some years. Then you got, and Unc brought this point up, you know, how the Democratic Party was doing the black codes and Jim Crow and all those stuff. You got those. Then you got the
I'm not asking you about this.
all this
Thunder,
stuff was already.
I'm not asking you about
hold on, man. You asked me a question. I'm trying to explain it. Hold on, bro.
Okay.
And then when you bring up, I never heard of this act, but I think Chef Break made mention of a Home Act. And that was when, I guess, black people were given the right to live wherever they want to live. I had to do research on that, but that was in 1972.
You're telling me
You asked him, where's the cutoff point, right?
Son, no, I'm not.
No, he's talking about future generations.
Well, it has to be a cutoff point. Everybody born after a certain age.
I just said
Yeah,
1972.
he gave the cutoff point. You just didn't understand what he was saying, yo.
All he's telling me, all Thunder just...
And I explained it, and he's still
Can I
talking.
speak, please, Thunder? Because you don't...
No, wait. Do you know people gotta be born, right? So if you say everybody born after 2000, then after that you're dead in the water. He already answered. You don't get what he mean by the cutoff point, yo. That's all.
1972.
Bro, I'm not
asking.
I'm not asking
what they should
get paid for. I'm not asking
No.
what they should get paid
We
for.
know, yo.
I'm asking how long into the future.
Point.
Damn,
no
get somebody help this
generations
man out.
into the future.
No
generations into the future.
Yeah, I
American
get what he asked.
The answer is no generations into the future. The cutoff point is 1972. And all the descendants of those people, whatever finances is coming their way, it is to those people. That's
what was so hard about that.
Not 50 years
into the future. Infinitely into the future.
Yeah,
this nigga keep talking about the future. I don't know. It's a disconnect.
Yeah, he do that on purpose.
Can you explain what I'm saying, please?
Yeah, explain.
I'm trying to explain. Everybody keep talking. He's saying that, okay, after they pay you niggas, you feel me? Then everybody that's born after that initial payment, do they get paid into infinity? Like, when does it stop? That's what he said.
The answer is no.
Hey, that's why I jumped on shit, because that shit would drive me the fuck
Really
crazy.
not understand that simple question?
That shit was so simple.
That's why you don't understand this simple answer.
1972.
Damn, what is the cutoff point?
Stop. What he's saying is,
Chef, can you explain to me what 1972 has to do with it?
Right? What he's saying is that
can you explain to me what 1972 has to do with it?
Hold on. I'm explaining the shit. I'm explaining. What he's saying to you guys is that, let's say we get reparations. I get it. He's saying, does my son get reparations too? Do my son get a reparations check too? So he's asking in terms of, that's what he's asking.
You know what?
So bring it back to
y'all
72 is not
crazy, man.
Get it? That's what and no, I'm saying that's
How?
what he's asking.
Was my son born in before 1972?
But it's a legitimate question, though.
It ain't so hard.
Nah. Because what he's saying is that sometimes you can have reparations that can be paid.
Y'all great. You know what, yo? Hey, so sir. Now I see the problem, yo.
What's the problem?
Yeah, I see that a nigga don't know what a cutoff point means. Yeah, fuck it, yo. Fuck it.
Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on, yo. How you gonna keep getting something that's the cutoff point?
I don't understand. That's what I'm trying.
No, it would be.
That's
So you're the
simple
only one
English.
affected.
Man, it's gonna be
The
up to me to
cutoff
make
point
sure my
is
son gets
So your children,
1972. After that, there is no more. So nobody
No,
born
no, 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 no. It's
1982
not the
getting
point. The point
anything.
So
is
you
not that.
saying,
Nobody
hold
born
on, you
in
saying there's
2000
other
getting
things
The
that might
anything.
occur, like
correct
you mean
answer
like
is what
what?
Unc said. After I'm gonna get the reparations check, there's no more. I'm supposed to do what I'm supposed to do with that money. Like my son does not receive a reparations check because
Right.
he's after me. Like it stops with
Yeah.
me because the
Yeah.
reparations happened during my generation. That's the correct
Yeah.
answer. That's why you
Yeah,
don't
that's
go back to 1972.
oh, how
That's-
I feel
convenient.
you. No, I feel you. So they could be it could be twofold. How about this? It could be the check stop at a certain cutoff point, right? But the schooling and the other necessities carry on for a while. And your question is, well, how long would that be? So then we would actually need to get into like specific. So then what would you suggest?
Because it might
Instead
be
of,
like
instead of asking the question, what would you kind of suggest there?
I'm saying it could be something like let's say we were granted a certain type of college grant, right?
How long would it last, right?
That's what, and then it may stand 50, 100 years, however. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then those born
No,
under
that's not
that.
what it would depend on. I don't think that's what it would depend on.
Oh, so why don't you help us out then, Mary Jane?
Right.
You coming with a
Right.
loaded
So
question then if
what
you
it
know
would
the
depend
answer.
on, what it would depend on is what you explain your injury as, right? Because if you say your injury is something mental where you can't operate as a fully functioned human being, right? Then your children, and it's in your DNA, because that's kind of what the argument.
That's not
in
what
your DNA,
reparations is.
then your children would also would have that same injury.
I think that's
That's
the
not
problem.
even
He
what
don't know what
reparations.
reparations
That's
is.
not even what reparations is, bro. Like you explain something.
So why?
That's the
So
problem.
what is you? So why do you
That
get
ain't what
reparations?
reparations is.
So why do people
That's why I
today
was
get
worried about
reparations?
why the hell
That's
you
not what
worried
it
about the
is.
future.
It's about a repair. It's about repairing of people, getting them back up to a particular pace
Repairing
that
who?
the economy is there. But it has nothing to do with it doesn't say that just because you have a mental injury, so now we can't give you a college fund because you said your brain got. That's stupid, bro. Like, that's not even what reparation is.
But it's reparations for slavery for people that weren't slaves. So what is their injury?
Bro,
What, yo, we live in a world of finances. Yo, let me say, hold on for a minute.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Hold on, bro. We live.
Like, you
wait,
at least understand what reparations is.
Whoa.
Claim an injury.
Hold on,
what
one
is
at a
the
time.
injury?
Hold on, American Drink, freeze. I just
That's
want you to
crazy.
know. I'm gonna say this again. It's from the beginning when the first hominid stepped up on this motherfucker. It's always been about
1776.
food, clothing, and shelter and protection of that, yo. They nullified our ability to secure food, clothing, and shelter. At the beginning, it was a race. Pow! What was the race? For food, clothing, and shelter and protection of that. That was the race. The gun went off. Pow! Hold on, bro. Everybody went forward in maintaining and securing food, clothing, and shelter. But the Africans that were enslaved, they were the means of getting that. They used them. Free labor. Nigga, if you don't stop over talking me,
so they have
I'm
a
gonna
mental
let you
injury.
speak. Let me finish, bro.
Man,
You fucking
still don't
retarded
understand,
at this
bro.
point.
Like,
let me finish my point. You fucking up the show. You get me unnecessarily hyped. I don't even want to do it, but I swear to goodness I will. I tear this motherfucker up. Let
I
me
just want to
make
know
my
what the
damn
injury
point,
is,
bro.
Unc. What's the injury?
Man, shut the fuck up. That's the injury,
you
nigga. You got the
explain
injury.
bro.
Shut the fuck up.
Injury, bro.
Do that injury, and let me finish my point. Damn. Now I'm gonna start over again. Pow!
Sounds like
that's
a
the
mental
race
injury
towards
to me.
food, clothing, and shelter. That is what Earth is based off of for all living organisms. Food, clothing, and shelter, and protection of that. They stopped our means of doing that for 400 years while everybody else profited it off of that. That's the point. We need, so for us to even get back in the fucking race, we got to at least close that gap. How do you close the gap? You can't outwork the gap. Work hard, work hard, work hard. That's not going to happen. We need monies. We need resources. This will help close the gap to put everything back in its proper balance. Damn, the injury part, we as a collective have to take care of that. Everybody does it. They have psychiatrists,
like
they have
you break your
everything, they
arm
have
or
mental health, they galvanize around all these issues because they have time and fucking money, bro. The more money you got, the more time you got, bro. Now I'm finished.
I don't understand how you done been in this reparations conversation this long. You're asking like, what's the injury? Like those are like the basic shit, bro.
What is the injury that you need reparations for? What is the injury that needs to be repaired?
If you don't understand what he just explained, bro, there ain't no other way to explain it to you.
So it's a mental injury. It sounds as if he just said it's a mental injury.
Look up
facetious, yo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look up other people. Look up other people that got.
Y'all are saying black people have a mental injury.
Look up other people that got reparations, and you figure the shit out, bro, and see how they did it, and what was the reason they got it.
He's saying nothing happened to y'all, that he don't get that, you know, is a debt that's owed to your people. He don't believe in that concept. He don't think that if your father's land, if his grandfather's land was taken from him unjustly, that him and his grandfather descendants couldn't sue for that land. He don't believe in that for some reason.
Yeah, but that's what reparations is, though. Normally, reparations.
He's saying that you didn't go through slavery, you didn't go through Jim Crow. You know what I mean? So you is not owed nothing.
Yeah, but normally reparations is not received by the people that got.
Right.
Yeah, it's received by the people, the generation afterwards. So that's crazy.
No, it's not. Reparations happen to
he don't agree with you. He don't agree with you, niggas. He feel like listen. What? He feel like you niggas don't deserve nothing. He wouldn't make the same argument for another group of people, but he's saying that you niggas.
No, Chef, that's not what I'm saying, Chef.
Because
Chef,
you about 5 minutes away.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Let me say American Dream,
Chef,
because
that's not what I'm saying.
No, man, you had this conversation before.
But that's not what I'm saying.
So you were saying
that's not what I'm saying right now. That's not the point I'm making right now.
Oh, you changed it?
No, I'm not changing that. All I'm telling you is that's not what I'm saying right now.
All right, well, let me clarify. Let me clarify that.
Can I say what I'm saying first? Can I say what I'm saying first?
No, you can't. No, we're not listening.
You gonna make the mental check again.
We're not listening.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is if y'all are gonna talk about, we're gonna
mute you out. We don't want to hear. How about we don't even want to hear what you're saying? I almost forgot who the hell I was talking to. We don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear it.
You have to tell what the injury is.
If the thing come down the pipe, bro, I'm not gonna snitch on you, yo, if you get some money, yo. So shut up, bro.
You cannot ask for reparations if you're not.
Man, I'm not even listening to you, yo. I'm not trying to hear all that.
I'm trying to help.
Listen, man.
Y'all think I'm trying to
hurt? Man. It's about economics, bro. It's about closing the economic gap, bro.
Chef, if you go to court,
and once you close the economic gap, you can do whatever you need to do, nigga. And I'm not gonna let you talk. How about that, yo? I'm not going to let you talk because it's always about economics. The reason people can afford psychiatrists, the reason they can afford to build schools, the reason they can afford to do all of that, because it's based off of having enough economics. The more money you got, the more time you got. The more money you got, the more programs you can build in place. The more we can do for our fucking selves, bro, because it's about economics, food, clothing, and shelter. If you're always scrambling for that shit, you in a fucking disarray. It's about your social economic status. It's about your educational level. It's about all these things. It's about parents being in the households. It's all of these motherfucking things. But it's the basis of all of it is food, clothing, and shelter. Any mental issues we got, nigga, we can take our own mental issues with the proper fucking finances. Last time I checked, we not babies. We not crazies. We fucking homo sapiens sapiens. And with the proper resources that was taken for 400 motherfucking years for free, nigga, we can't do it. We cannot close the gap because we don't have enough money. We own less than 1% of the fucking land around this motherfucker, my nigga. Resources, you stupid as fuck at this point. He do it all the
man.
motherfucking time, yo.
Don't let
You do
Reggie
this shit on
Bush send you
purpose,
off the
man.
rail,
Go
man.
eat some fucking grapes or something, bro.
Don't
You
let him send
tripping.
you off the rail, man. He gone. He gone. Man. Like, break that shit down.
Nah, but it's hard though, Doug. Like this nigga act like we need somebody to hold our hand, bro. Like we're totally capable. See, here's the problem. Everybody always say, why can't y'all do this? As immigrants, we came over and did, man, shut the fuck up. It ain't about that, bro. It's about resources. The reason I was able to get off of drugs, yo, because at the end of the day, I had a valuable resource, and guess what that was? It was fucking intact family. Come on, dude, resources. It's always about that in the grand scheme of things. If you don't have the power that resources afford you, yo, it's hard to close any gap. The gap is based off of resources, not how hard you work. They didn't work hard for it, obviously. We worked hard for it, for them. Yeah, let me turn it down.
Peace, brothers. Peace, brothers.
American dream, create
He
a
gone,
strong
man.
man.
He gone. He
and
gone.
once
Said it.
the
Don't even.
target
He
strong
already
man.
gone, bro. He gone. Don't even.
So we all agree. We all agree with reparation. Again, we should be having a conversation about logistics, like that point you brought up, Sosa. College fund, 100 years, so much millions into college fund. National banks and insurances, big
Right,
money into
healthcare,
these
some shit.
companies. You know what I mean? So we can
Yeah.
finance our way out of this situation. I'm not one for putting not even $1 billion in every black person's hand. You know why? Because they're gonna go to Gucci and give it all back to the white man.
Hey, we
Right?
gotta stop. Hey, we gotta stop talking about our people like that. Like that's
Yeah,
not.
we guys knock that off.
That's
Said, you
only
crazy.
like.
No, but I
Like
agree with
most niggas don't go
institution.
to Gucci. Most niggas don't go to Gucci, bro. Like,
Yeah, it's not.
like
Yeah,
I hate when
Oh my
people
yeah.
God.
do
That's
that.
where
Damn.
that's where the conversation needs to stop, right?
I hate when people
Yeah.
do that. Don't do that. Let's just stop right there, please.
Okay, I'm gonna pull
God
that back.
damn,
Hey.
I'm gonna
Cedric.
pull it back. But I
White people don't
believe
buy Gucci,
in
you know.
insurance companies. All the years that the insurance companies, like ING, one of the large insurance companies in the world, they insured all the slave ships. Each slave was insured by this company. The Bacardi Rum Company, it was established off the backs of slaves in 1843. These are the companies that should be paying this reparations money and not out of the tax money that eventually each citizen pays into. It's like taking money out of my own pocket and my kids got to pay for it. So when, in terms of where the money is coming from, who profited off of the slave trade? Isn't it these big insurance companies? Now, have we the equivalent type of networking or companies in our own communities? You go to a bank, what kind of resources does the bank have? What kind of availability do I have to get $1 million to start my business? When the white man goes to his bank, that money is there based off of what? When he goes and buys insurance with ING and they invest millions on the stock market, where did that money come from? Where is the reparations money gonna come from? The government? That means I'm shooting myself in the foot because my kids and their kids and their kids is gonna have to pay that money back to a Federal Reserve that's a private owned entity.
The money will come. The money, if nothing else, it could be printed. Of course, the inflation will go up, but the money being produced ain't gonna be the problem. The problem is there a will to make that happen? And I don't see that from any party. So that's why I'm saying class action.
Class actions lawsuit. I agree with you.
I think class action against those insurance companies, Wells Fargo, all those sort of companies that we have on record profiting from slavery will probably be our only recourse. No, I think the government definitely will grant us some programs and stuff like that. Maybe some free student loans or something like that. But yeah, I mean that's what I was confused with American Dream. He's talking about future. No, we're not talking about the future, man. We're talking about what happened before.
Nope.
Anyway, so
Hey,
yeah,
can I say one thing as well, Thunder, before you move on from
I'm
that one
done. Go ahead.
point? Yeah, just in terms of like, involving the government or not the government, it's like, in terms of where the reparations argument is today, it includes the government because they're considered complicit in the entire system that sort of drove the issue and the damages. So they're completely within the realm of this whole conversation. But for me, in terms of financing the debt, right, there's many different ways that we finance the debt through our history. Like for instance, if you go back to the wars, right, when we were financing like World War II and all this stuff, what did they tell the public? They told them to buy U.S. treasuries, right? One of my biggest things is that in terms of reparations, we can finance our own debt by saying, okay, well, people that are affected by slavery, give them the option to buy high yield U.S. treasuries. I'm not talking about something minuscule. I'm talking about like 15 or 20% annual yield on a U.S. treasury. You can finance your own debt that way, and then plus you give like us. It's a way for it. Now these high yield treasuries. Those would be something that's only exclusively available to people that are affected by slavery historically, and that gives us the opportunity to say, hey, we can invest our money in a place that's safe, that outpaces the stock market, and plus we help to finance the debt, right? And that's something that's been done historically, right? So that's a way. So it's not that you can just do this and it's just going to be this huge cost to the government. There's ways to offset it.
That's practical. That's
Yeah.
definitely practical. I never thought about it, but you
Right.
said it's been done
Great point.
before.
Yeah, think about it, right?
I want to.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Now,
That's a great
I
point,
let me give you an example. This is back, like I say 10%. Back in the 80s, the U.S. Treasury used to do I think it was a Treasury yield of about 10%. I would say that was high. You can invest in the U.S. Treasury with an annual 10% yield, right? Back then, that would outpace the stock market today, right? I'm not talking about 10%. I'm saying something that exceeds that. I'm talking like 15 or 20%, something that you
Them
can
more
say.
bonds.
Yeah, the bonds, you can do a treasury note,
bonds.
you can actually do a treasury bill, however they want to do it, right? You can say, okay, well, these are notes exclusively for people that are descendants of slaves. These are extremely high yield. And they do it to both offset the debt and to repair and to build generational wealth inside these communities. That's something that's practical, I think, that we should do. I'll take a 20% treasury note.
Yep.
Me
You
too.
know,
money in
as
there.
opposed to like a $100,000 check, or you give me a 20% treasury note that I can use for 5 years. Do the
Yeah.
math. Do the math.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Brendan, you
take
know
one
what?
of those.
You know what else is deep? And shout out the tea with Tiffany. Listen, the fact that inheritance, right? We forget that's how this money is still flowing today through inheritance. A lot of people, they pass that bread down. So you're
Most.
supposed to pass
For
that
sure.
money down to your children.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Most.
That's how they get that money.
And it
Yeah,
gives
most
us
wealth.
an
wealth is
avenue
gained
as
through
well to build that generational wealth. If they give us something in perpetuity that outpaces the stock market, it gives an incentive to stay. Like for instance, like if you give like people that make some pretty good money, they're not gonna reinvest it in bonds or anything like that. They'll probably put it in the market or do something. That gives us an incentive to put it back into the system. It
Yep.
finances the debt.
Yep.
Plus, it builds that wealth for us. It's a win-win to me across the board.
Yeah.
As an
Yeah, for
option,
everybody.
one
everybody.
option. Yeah,
Yep,
exactly.
for everybody.
Yeah.
Yep. For
Yeah.
everybody across the board. Good point. So why won't they do it?
I've never heard anybody talk about that.
Yeah. Had to
But I
fight
think
for
that should be a part of. That's why I wanted to bring it up. I think people should put that on the table as to say, hey, when people talking about, well, where are we going to get the money? We can't finance this. The same way we finance wars over the last 100 years, right? We did it through the treasury. We did it through investing in our own debt. That's how we did it.
Mm, mm, mm. Good
Yeah,
point.
this sounds interesting.
Great.
Plus, I want a bunch of tax-free loans. I'll take all the tax-free stuff I can get, right? I'm trying to get my taxes down. But that's besides the point, right?
Mhm.
Tax free, yeah. Good luck with that.
Now think about it, right? Think about it, Thunder. Why does a business get to finance all of its debt tax-free, right? But I can't. I can't finance any of my.
Because they're not, it's not well. It's tax free. Yes, I do this. What I do is my taxes are very minimal because I put so much back into the business. If you put back into the business, yeah, you're not making money. What you're doing is buying. You're making just okay. Let's just say
You're building
Aggiewell,
equity.
right?
You're building equity in your business.
Right. Let's go with Aggiewell, right? So he's selling shoes. So let's just say he sell $100,000 worth of shoes, and if he profits $100,000 for his shoes, right? If he were to buy $100,000 worth of more shoes, then guess what? How much money he made? Nothing. He's putting back into the business. So no, you don't pay tax on that.
Well, you don't pay income taxes on that. But what I'm
So you
saying
don't
is
pay
like,
right.
yeah, what I'm saying is like, okay, if I take out a loan, out a loan for my business, right? I can actually deduct the interest on that loan is tax free, right? That
Yes,
means
you
I can finance my business tax free for most business loans. That's the case,
That
right?
is the case.
Yeah. Now for like I would say for descendants of slaves, I would even argue everybody, right? In terms of like, if I take up a home, what they call a home equity loan, right? Give us tax free, right? Home equity loans. Give me a tax free like mortgage, right? I shouldn't be taxed on any of the interest from the mortgage, not just because of if I need prime mortgage insurance, interest period across any debt that we incur. Tax free.
Yeah, that can't happen, man.
No. You want to start taking. You want to give us options. Everybody say, well, we don't want to do checks. Nobody wants to say, well, we don't want to give you tax. Okay, well, give us tax free interest. You know, I'm not saying in perpetuity.
They just want to not only be checks because like it's I think like this whole shit, you know what I'm saying? Like we'll give a man a fish. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I teach him how to fish because like you give everybody money, and it's like, okay,
yeah, for sure.
Now
For
once
sure.
the money is going, there's no system, right? You're in a situation where where everything is systemic. You know what I'm saying? The system and programs that help push people forward. So
right,
you
right.
need those programs in place to push people.
And you think about it,
programs.
tax-free debt can help stimulate the economy, right? That reduces
Yeah, but you
risk.
still need them programs though. You gotta
Yeah,
have them
exactly. Yeah. The program would
Yeah.
exist, but what I'm saying is that there's always the argument is like we don't want to put money in the hands of you guys. We don't want to do this and we don't do that. Okay, well, what are the options, right? Those I'm putting out options that are out there where you can actually I'm talking about like significant things, right? These are like significant.
I agree with all of them, but the tax free. I'm not sure they're gonna do
so
that.
tax free interest.
Bro.
You're talking about tax free interest on a loan.
Tax free interest. That's rough. That's rough. That's big time. That ain't no. I could give you some bonds. I mean, I could do that. No, you talking about
tax-free interest?
Yeah, Bezos.
Tax-free interest on a mortgage. How much? It's significant.
Jeff Bezos.
This is what I'm saying.
They give it to businesses.
Let's just say your house costs
of course, they give it to businesses.
Right? Let's do this. You got 100. Well, yeah, but you got that's business. So you got $100,000 worth of let's just you got $100,000 mortgage, right?
Right.
By the time you 30 years, by the time you finish that mortgage, you just paid probably $300,000.
It's significant.
Yeah, right. About 50%.
So what I'm saying is,
it's significant.
You think they're finna give you 200 off the top? Nah, why like that.
Well, why do they give tax-free debt to businesses that borrow trillions?
Because
millions.
No, what you're doing.
Not trillions. I like they don't know.
But I'm saying
businesses
okay, like
that borrow millions of dollars.
So with Amazon, right? If they borrow, let's just say they borrow $1 billion, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not getting paid that. You know that, right?
They don't get paid. I'm talking about the interest. I'm talking about the interest on the loan, right? They're charged interest, right?
It ain't gonna be no interest. It ain't gonna be no interest. It ain't
So
gonna be
they
no
got
interest.
interest-free loans.
That's what he's saying.
Maybe they do. Maybe I'll take an interest-free loan too.
It's minimal.
I'll take
it's
the
minimal.
interest-free.
It's not interest
I'll
free.
take a minimal. I'll take a minimal
It's
as well.
low.
I'll take
Right, it's low.
give me what Bezos is getting. Give me what Bezos getting.
Bezos can't.
You running.
Bezos,
Thunder, you running.
No,
You running from the
is
issue.
building. Bezos is building these centers around here, bro.
And so
They
did we
building,
did. And so did we. We helped build this country.
Nah, if you doing something like that,
Bezos the problem, Thunder. I think we would have to break him up.
See what happens when we start talking about reparations.
Yeah.
They treat us all as if we Jeff Bezos. We own Amazon.
Bezos is a beast, bro. Like he's destroying a lot of shit.
You brought up
Yeah,
Bezos
we all
with the
become
loan.
they treat us like billionaires, right? When we talk about the reparations.
Bezos can do interest free. Where they gonna be? Yeah, blue cheese. Yeah. Ranch. No, it's not gonna be. It's not gonna be. When you talk about interest free, yeah, bro, you can't. That's you know how. Yeah, you can't do that, man. That's too much. That's too much.
I didn't say interest free. I said tax free. I said tax free on the interest.
Tax free on the interest, right?
On the interest.
Do you
That's all
understand
I
how
said.
much that is?
I understand exactly how much. That's why I want to put that on the table. See?
No, we ain't talking about this.
I'm not, you know what, Thunder? I'm not asking you for anything that corporate businesses aren't getting today. It's not like it's not doable. That's things that they're doing today.
Let's just say you got 3% interest, right? 4% interest. Fine, no problem with that. That ain't nothing. 3% of 100,000 is what? 3,000. That's small change. But when you're talking about the taxes,
but even at 3,000 times better, even at 3,000 times better.
Over time is what kills you, right? Over time, the interest over time is what kills you. And then, but the damage has been done over time. I'm talking about repairing the damage that's done over time. So time is the only thing that's gonna repair a lot of the damage that we're talking about.
You know what?
So it has to be something that's done over time.
Brad, I think this is what I would do. I would agree with you with home. Thank you, appreciate it. I would agree with you with the home aspect, right? So I think most people, if you know anything about generational wealth, it usually starts with home ownership being passed down, right? Everybody knows this is regular stuff. So yeah, if anybody knows economics, know that started. If my son, I got 2 homes, so if my son take whichever one he wants, he can have it, and with the money he's making, he's not the only thing he's doing paying $2,000-$3,000 for taxes, and he's keeping the rest. That's how generational wealth is. So I think if you do
life insurance, that's some life insurance.
And life insurance, right? So I think if you put there you go. If you put life insurance, good credit, and you put no rent, no mortgage, bro. To me, that's more than enough. That's more than enough.
That's a huge jump.
That's a huge jump start. So let's just say
more than
every black person get a $200,000 life insurance, and we'll give you. Yeah, you can do interest free on the mortgage. Fine, fuck it. We'll say no interest, 0.
I'll take
pay off that mortgage. It's yours, and with no taxes, no property tax. Do that right there, and then we can talk. I think that's more.
That's a good start.
People will say that's more doable.
Yeah, that's a good start to the conversation.
Yeah.
Right. But what about business? What about business loans, right? What about tax-free? Well, I guess you know what I wouldn't say that because I think most no.
It is not going to be tax-free.
No,
I think most business loans are already tax-free, right? That's under the corporate umbrella. Okay, go ahead.
I would think anybody who really want to look at the reparations claim, we need to go back to the reconstruction era, right? First, that's the first place, you need to look at and see what African Americans was asking for at that time, right? And then you go to the turn of the 1900s, and then you see what Black folks, what was their issue at that time. right? With living under Jim Crow for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Then you go up into the 1950s, right? And see what was the issue at that time, all the way up into, I think, 1972. I think that would be a good gauge, you know what I mean, and seeing what did the country do to met out the issues that the descendants of slaves was going through, right? Because I guarantee you the country felt like they made progression in alleviating that burden that was put on African Americans, right? From 1865 up into 1972, and then, you know what I mean, I feel like they feel, right, that they alleviated those burdens, you know, that slavery had put on our community or our group of people. So what y'all think about that?
Yeah, but when you look at because you remember first when they freed the slaves, like they really thought that was going to be like that would be enough, the Emancipation Proclamation, right? But then now you have all these Black people who are actually the most skilled, you know what I'm saying?
Because now you got a whole nother labor issue.
Right. So now they go into the workforce, replace it. You see what I'm saying? So when you think about the people asking for reparation or Reconstruction, right? Like, boy, they had no idea what was about to come.
No, it was what was reparations to them.
What it looked like, what it looked like to them. Yeah.
Yeah, what because we're looking at like what it looked like to us. But you got to go back to the initial ones that was injured, and then the subsequent generations after that led up to our current, you know, situation. So, you know, it's a whole probably 20-year study that they're going to have to do before we probably don't even be around.
Of course.
You get what I'm saying? By the time they figure this shit out to anything that would be, so we got to put it in motion for our grandchildren.
Exactly.
But we need to get it out of our head that it is an easy fix or something that us doing a podcast can come up with right now or what, you know what I mean? It is. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. It's way bigger than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that shit's so like, you know, it's your shot to get shit right. Like you ain't want to try to rush.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, we should have asked for this. We didn't even ask
800,000 per person. You might be burning yourself. You might be jipping the shit out yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. For example, just Thunder just said, he said, yeah, I'm all with giving you the treasury note, but I don't know anything about that interest-free loan or whatever. But if you talking about, think about it, you give me a 25% treasury note for 5 years, I can triple my money. You owe me 3 times what I put into it. So
yeah, it's fine. Not. But guess what? I gotta have some money to put into it.
The whole money thing is a scam, though, right? Because think about it, the money. What if the United States changes its economic the way that it doles out or equivocate money, right? Then you'll be asked out. Right.
Well, the only reason, but I would say this: the only reason why I tied it to the Treasury note is because it's one of the most stable sources of currency that we have on the planet. Right?
For right now,
the U.S. Treasury note. Now, anything could change if the U.S. completely changes its financial economic structure. That can happen if they want to do that. You know, they do that, but that's one of the most stable investments that you could actually put your money into today.
Yeah, that's a right now issue.
Yeah,
you dig what I'm saying? We're measuring, you know, the debt off of, you know, how we view things currently. That's why I said you have to go back, right? You know, to 1865 and see what these people what would have been reparations according to them. W.E.B. Du Bois talks about it.
Give an example, bro.
I will. W.E.B. Du Bois talks about it in the souls of Black folks in the beginning, right? And I think that was written around 1901. It was early, right? And he went back to slavery. He said, if you ask the African American or the so-called Negro, you know, antebellum, the South, you know, what was freedom to him? He was just talking about the chains, right? Then if you go to the ones that was free, you would say, well, what would freedom look like to you, right? And then every generation up to his current generation, right? Freedom looked different for them. You feel me? So it will be the same thing with reparations, right? That's my point. You know what I mean? It has to be a comprehensive study done on it. Like, because I guarantee you, we're not going to be able to do it justice. You know what I mean? Because we're looking at it in a narrow scope, in a detailed study. At least 20-year study has to be done on it. Like, because we're going to get gypped otherwise, yo. You know,
about 20 years. About 20 years.
We end up getting gypped regardless.
I ain't gonna get beat anyway, nigga.
I would say do a hard sprint, but a year and a half, and maybe we can come out.
When you look at it, right? When you break it down,
They do a 20-year study, nigga. Fuck that. We need to do a 20 years.
20 years, we would.
No. Listen. Even when you break it down like that, right?
We'll be left for 20 years.
Like fuck that, nigga. I ain't got 20 years, nigga. Do a year, nigga. Give me my bread, yo.
Everybody idea of freedom gonna look totally good. It's gonna look totally different. You know what I'm saying? It's just like everybody's concept of what money is ain't the same.
Exactly.
You mean 10,000, like 10,000.
What? Nigga, give everybody your bag, yo.
What I'm gonna do with this?
Bag.
You feel me? Like everybody's mindset gonna be different as far as like some people gonna ask for less because they feel like that's what needed. And then the other people who know gonna be wanting more because they know like, nah, nigga, like you rather have $10,000 in this college program than $20,000 in your hand. You see what I'm saying? Like it is gonna
40 acres in the mirror, nigga. A car, nigga.
No,
and sometimes it may be warranted, right? Some people would need people that don't have an emergency fund or don't own a home. They'll be better served with cash. Give me currency. They don't,
But yeah, you get them some, but you can't even with. Yeah, you gotta. It gotta be. You gotta have programs. So you still hit them off with some cash. Yeah, of course.
Right.
Hey man, need some real estate, man. Niggas need some real estate, some college funds, some bonds, man. Some shit you can carry forward.
We need our best and brightest. We need the best and brightest white people and Black people to get in the room.
He said the white people gonna cheat us in the room or the Black people. Which one gonna cheat us?
I think we both need to send our best and brightest and lock them in a room and let them, you know what I mean? Because
lock us in the room, nigga. I bet you we come out with something sweet.
Motherfucker start off.
That shit ain't gonna take but an hour, Sosa. Give me 1 hour, yo. Give us 1 hour, that motherfucker. I am straight around this motherfucker, yo.
Like Lamar Jackson playing a 1-year contract this year.
Right. So you gotta ask what was the main thing that was taken away from us, right? During from 1776 to 1865, right? You gotta ask what was taken away from you, and from 1865 to 1972, what was taken away from you? And I think the biggest thing that we had is hard to gauge potential, right? So you're really talking about human potential. You got to think what will be the potential of each African American or family of African Americans, right? At that time, what was the educational level and the earning power of people at that time that was of equal, you know what I mean? So it's a lot of shit gotta be, and then you gotta run that shit from that period all the way up. So each generation, how was they held back? You know what I mean? Like not being able to go to certain schools. You dig what I'm saying? What was the earning potential that was taken away from, I mean, generation after generation. Yo, I don't want to get gypped, yo. Like, we are really owed a lot of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's huge, man. It's huge.
Hey, Sosa, a bag, free college education, a ride, nigga.
And it got to be something that we can take advantage of, right?
Shit.
Whether we're good stewards of money or not.
Sometimes
real estate.
I don't
real
think
estate.
money is the key.
No, you need real estate. I agree. You need real estate. You need education, real estate, free education, some transportation, and the bag.
Yeah, like shit
Free
that'll
health,
automatically,
right.
shit that'll
Yeah.
automatically save you money. Free school and free health, like those shit just like even if you ain't trying to save money, it's gonna save you money. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yep.
you can't fuck up free health. You know?
Right.
Electric car. We look, get all the niggas electric cars. We need electric cars. It's an electric car.
Yeah.
That's the horse, right? You get the horse. Get the 40 acres in the middle, nigga. Give us that at least, yo. Dang. Think about that.
Yeah, but that's what it's saying. Like it was so much land.
Peace to CK. Peace, Sister CK.
So much
Jumped
land.
earlier.
Y'all in the building. Give it up for Wu Jiao.
Jiao, peace.
Peace, I'm just popping in. I'm not trying to cut anybody's wisdom, but I was
What I got
listening
going on up
for a
in
bit.
here?
Joe's baby shit.
We just trying to get the electric car, CK.
The electric car.
We trying to get the electric car and the 40 acres in the bag, and I'm good.
Man, they gonna give us all that shit and take it right back.
Insurance policies.
We can't get the bag and then turn around and forget that these people create all the darn laws. All they're gonna do is create a gang of laws and a gang of taxes. There's gonna be some kind of backroom deals going on with some of these people that we're gonna have to use the money with, and they're gonna end up taking it all back, man.
That's the
So it can't be. I'm just saying we can't just get just money. Some laws need to be put in place. Some laws need to be removed. That's
But
on
let me
the books.
I just want to say something. Listening to the conversation so far, I think some good points were made. But the thing, like even with what CK just said, is her sentiment is shared by a lot of people. You know, a lot of people are pessimistic about it, and based on the same comments that she made.
Oh, I'm not pessimistic. I'm being realist. I'm not saying we should. I'm not saying we shouldn't get the reparations. I'm saying that we can't just get money.
All right. Well, I don't. Okay. Well,
be pessimistic. It's about.
Yeah, I don't want to argue over which word, but I'll use yours then. Realist. So there's a lot of people who are realists like you, CK, and share that same sentiment. And so, but no, here's the thing. On all seriousness,
Well, I can give you an example. The people that get 40 acres in a mule.
Let them get it out. Just let them get it out there.
I want to give you a quick example. Them people that did get the 40 acres in a mule, did they not get that taken away from them?
Wuja said you was pessimistic.
All right.
For real, man.
Use your word on you. That was funny as shit. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. That shit was
okay.
funny.
So I just want to say that in listening to the conversation and in my experience for 3 years, I've been dealing with this topic with people who are for, against, and everybody in between. Something you were just saying, Sheffrin, is correct. But here's the thing: there's a bill on the table, both in the Senate and the House of Representatives, that is geared towards setting forth a commission, which is a body of people that is supposed to solicit experts and get funding to do a complete and full analysis of a quantification and somehow translation of the damage that was done since the
you better
institution.
do the HR 40 again, man.
If I could just finish, man. I mean, man, God, that's all right. Y'all got it. That's all right. Peace,
Nah,
y'all.
go ahead. Would y'all finish your point? Knock
I'm
it
saying
off,
because
man.
it's like but here's the thing. It's like I mean I thought y'all were having a good conversation.
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
whatnot. So when I
That's
come
how we
on,
do it.
okay, all right. So
Wuja,
so all
come
I'm
on,
saying,
you throw
all
a
I'm
little
saying,
joke
because
in here, man. Go ahead, man. You
Right.
good? You good?
okay, here's the thing. So what I'm saying is that
You just
this,
can't go for an hour. No, I'm playing with you.
Yeah. And the thing is, all right, I ain't gonna get to it. See, y'all, you about to try to
Nah,
lure
I ain't
me
fucking
in.
with you. Go ahead, yo. Come on, yo. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that everything that I've heard y'all say in the last maybe 20 minutes I was listening is the purpose of the commission. So the speculation and ideas that you all coming with, I heard the brother Brandon say something about funding debt. I heard Thunder say something about insurance, and I heard what Sheffrin was saying. All of that and then some is the very reason of the commission being proposed in the bill, because short of that, nothing's going to move and nothing's going to happen, because the government is going to have to take a full assessment of and quantify all of this, and in terms of amount, and in terms of time, and in terms of legal legislation and policies to protect, which kicks in what CK was saying, because you can't just do something and then not protect the inheritance or whatever was done. So laws and policies are going to have to be brought forth and passed to protect whatever ideas and things that are unfolded over the years. So this commission is the most important part of all of this. And so that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to figure everything you all are saying. They're supposed to do a full and complete analysis to come up with a quantification of it all, and then set forth proposals on how to roll something out to restore and repair justice to descendants of enslaved Africans who were brought over here. And, we call ourselves African Americans Day, et cetera, et cetera. That's what has to be done.
Hey, when was that bill proposed, bro? You remember?
For the first time, it escapes my memory. So, but it was done some years, many years ago. Thunder.
Right.
Yeah, but you're saying right as if that matters, because right now is it was proposed, I believe, probably before a lot of us were born, or when we were real young, and right now it has the most signatures, and it was the push of the previous election that just went by, and so at no time in history when it was first proposed, and went through a few changes, by the way, did it ever get this much talking points, traction, and people being in support of it and knowledgeable of it. So we can either be pessimistic and ask questions, when was it proposed, bro? Or we can jump behind it and get ahead of it and understand where to push, which buttons to push in order to try to make something happen. But it's all through this commission, nowhere else. Nothing else, because nothing else that's being said today is going to do anything. Like, we come up with all the ideas we want, and it'd be great ideas, but nothing going to happen until the government does their assessment of it, and that's why the bill is there in the first place. So I'm just bringing that on the table so y'all be aware of that.
They started that assessment yet?
No, I'm saying I actually have something that supports what y'all was saying. If y'all want it.
Cool.
Did you want to say something, Cedric? I didn't want to cut in front of you, brother.
Yeah,
I already don't cut up. Ujawu, sorry, Ujawu.
I just wanted to know.
I want to hear about how they're gonna steal our money, Ujawu. I mean, CK.
I want to know, how do we lobby this commission? How do we contact lobby
that's
people
what I
on
want
this
to know.
commission?
Yes. Thank you, Brandon.
To impact the, I guess, say some of these decisions that are being made on our behalf.
Well, over the past 3 years, that's all people have been encouraged to do through different awareness and educational forums and groups, to contact your local, your senators and congressmen and things like that, to push the bill. Is both in the Senate as S40 and in the House of Representatives HR 40. So S40, HR 40, are two bills. Read up on it and push your representative to push on and at least be a signator of the bill. And so let's see how many signatures it has on it. I'm looking at the S. Well, I'm trying to see who all signed on
right
it.
now.
196. 196 people have signed onto it now, and that's more than ever before. If you look at how many people signed on the previous years that it's been rolling over, because it was first proposed, I believe, in the 70s or 80s. and then every sitting Congress, it has to be renewed and renewed and renewed, and it never got nowhere near this many signatories on the bill.
How much does
Ever.
it need?
Right.
Say it again.
How much does it need? How many signatures does it need?
I don't think there's a threshold. It has to change from the state it's in, and then pass in one and get passed over to the other. And so
You don't
the
know
fact that
how many votes it need to pass?
no, not votes. You asked for votes or signatures.
Like how
It's
does
not
this
at that phase yet, y'all. That's what he's trying to say.
Right. It's not on the floor for a vote. It's
It's not on the floor yet.
People that want to
signatures
sponsor
and
the
votes.
bill. Right.
Yeah, sponsors, as far as signatures and sponsors, is different than the votes.
Right.
So if we don't know that, then we're in trouble.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But
I'm
if
saying,
it's okay,
yeah.
and I'm saying I'm going to read something to actually support what Wujao was saying. I'm gonna drop it in the YouTube chat,
But this is the education we need.
and I'm gonna drop it in the back chat
Exactly.
before I read it.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
okay, the commission is our best bet. How do we get from where it is now to having the commission established? What is the trajectory that needs to happen?
One thing at a
I don't
time.
understand my question.
Yeah.
I'm gonna share
I
my
think CK was gonna
screen.
share something.
Stand by.
I need to the rescue.
All right, so I dropped it in the YouTube chat, dropped in the Zoom chat for those that may want to read along. This here is Dr. Sandy Darity, and it says that he did get $300K grant from the wow, my bad, y'all, from Duke University for research on reparations. So this article came out during the summer of last year. And it says, for years, economist and wealth inequality expert Dr. William Sandy Darity has been passionate about promoting reparations. A reparations research project headed by Duke University professor has received $300,000 grant from the William T. Grant Foundation to help that effort. Darity needs the Samuel Du Bois Cook Center on Social Equity at Duke. Oh, he heads that. That's what he's on. I'm part of. The grant will allow the center to work on its Making Black Reparations in America project, which studies the feasibility of paying reparations to Black American descendants of enslaved people. The William T. Grant Foundation is a nonprofit funds research in the social sciences with a focus on reducing inequality in youth and improving the use of research evidence and public policy and practice. This is a signal moment in our evolution of the efforts to develop an effective, comprehensive plan for the African American reparations, Darity said in a prepared statement. Darity and co-author A. Christian Mullen wrote the book From Here to Equality, Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century. If y'all want this book, the book is in the server, specifically the MBK server, and to help produce the Arc of Justice, a series on reparations by Duke Ways and Means podcast. I don't think we really need to meet anymore.
Okay,
but I
what
just
were you
kind of
saying that what were you, why you read that?
he said that they were trying to do some research on it. So here is somebody that got some money to do some research on it.
Oh.
So I was just supporting what he was saying earlier in regards to that.
Yeah, so there's some research being done.
Well, here's the thing.
Wait, man, I don't know if this website is credible.
Sandy Darity is one of the key instrumental figures in structuring the conversation and the proposals because of his expertise in wealth inequality, et cetera, what that you just read. And so he's been on the front lines championing the effort. And so for him to get a grant, if he got that grant to move forward and to do some studying, that's wonderful. But he's not on the commission in terms of the government that I was speaking about that the bill speaks of. But he would be instrumental in informing that body of people, and I'm sure that they will consult him or people like him. So, but the thing is to read is really to read and understand HR 40. That's a fundamental part of this conversation. People have to read and understand that, along with the things that I think Sheffrin brought up. I don't know if Sheffrin's still there. Where you have to go back to the Reconstruction. You have to go. I mean, you had to know about these things.
Yeah.
Reconstruction era, sharecropping, the Jim Crow, all those things where discriminatory acts were taken, where African Americans, which is designation now, could not participate in the wealth creation of this country, even though African Americans built this country. So we were excluded from its wealth, but yet we built it. And so all of that has to be studied and quantified. And that's very hard to do. That's a complex thing. It's not going to be overnight. And people saying cut the check, and all that kind of stuff in the past is crazy. This going to take generations. It's going to take a few years to roll out. And it's going to take a while just to figure out what to roll out.
Yeah. There is something I kind of wanted to bring up, and it's gonna piss everybody off, but it is what it is. It's just something that I had a white person tell me like years ago. And I guess because I had somehow, some way we got on the topic of reparations or whatever. And I basically said, the same thing that all of us, Black people say, that we think we should get free education or whatever. And then the dude ended up talking about how, some white people, feel some type of way when we as Black people get, when we get some type of social incentive, like whether it's affirmative action or reparations or whatever kind of thing that they feel like we're getting that they're not getting. And basically what he was trying to basically imply was that whenever we as Black people get something, some segments of the white community, they get into a fervor about how they are not getting some type of rights, or their rights are being taken away. I don't know, something along those lines. So basically what he was implying is that like everybody should get free education, everyone should get this money, so it doesn't continue this, I don't know, I guess you could say sentiment that you see in the white community where they feel like we are just getting a free handout. You know what I mean? And of course, I disagree with him. We argued each other down. You know what I mean? And I had to cuss him out a little bit, just a little bit. But I do, even though I didn't agree with him, I understand where he was getting at. That there are segments of the white community that will feel some type of way. Let's just say we actually do get the reparations. And it will increase the a lot of these white supremacist movements that you see that are already increasing as it is. And that could potentially be a problem. And I think that we shouldn't just ignore it.
How would a white
I think
because we can say that we don't care, we can say it don't bother us.
I think white supremacists already feel some type of way.
Yeah, how would that be?
Yeah.
How would that work?
Yeah.
We already care.
You gotta realize these people that we're saying that, oh, we don't care we don't care what they think, we don't care about them, like who cares about them, bump them. Yo, these people are your fucking teachers. These people are your police officers. These people are your judges. They are your business owners, your boss. Like these people are around you. And some of these people, yes, they do affect some of the laws that get put in place, and that affects
us. They already doing that though.
Here's one of the things in terms of, I learned, this is back in the days in my schooling, when they say you have to be careful about the zero sum argument, right? When people will always put a zero sum argument. It's a dollar that goes to you is a dollar taken away from me. Right, that's the zero sum, is as if this is a finite economy. There's only a finite amount of opportunity. That's not the case, right? That's a trap. It's like a logical fallacy that people either trying to shame you from either doing what you're doing or try to justify why they're. No, I don't deal with zero sum arguments at all, right? And in terms of how you feel about it, they already feel some type of way about you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they're doing that now. I have no fear of those people.
But what's interesting? What's interesting is that there's a lot of realities that we don't like, that we have to consider and then change. But to ignore it is just going to work to our detriment. And like,
The
for
same thing will
example,
happen to our ancestors. They said that they were going to give them 40 acres and a mule or whatever, and some people got it, and then they created a gang of laws and took it away. They allowed the domestic terrorists or the white supremacists or whatever the fuck you want to call them, burn us out of our homes, terrorize us and scare us out of the neighborhood to leave and go somewhere else. Like I said, laws got to be put in place, yo.
But that's the whole point about getting it put up systematically through the government. That's why you have those type of protections in place.
Wait a minute.
So you don't
That
succumb
40
to,
acres and a
like,
mule was put in place by the government.
but it ain't 19. But we gotta focus now 2022. You know what I'm saying? And so it's not gonna. So you put yourself in a position not to fall victim to Black Wall Street, where you could be bombed and shit
Yeah,
like
we're
that.
gonna need some guns on deck, son. But the problem is a decent amount of us are ex-felons.
well, we do have
Like
to
I said,
realize
some
that.
laws gonna need to change, yo.
Well, what we can have is just laws and protections on the books, because we definitely not living in those days anymore. But here's the thing. So I think one of y'all said as an example, the whole reparation drive, the recent push, because it's been on the books and on the table for a minute, but the recent push, people have bought enough time for the push and outcry to implode on itself. So we got different movements and organizations headed by the faces of these different organizations. Now they're bickering at one another. You got N'Cobra, you got Tariq Nasheed's crew, you got Antonio Moore and Yvette Carnell as a face of a group, and then a few others.
That group's
And
problematic.
they're imploding and being very kind of immature about it in the big picture, to where we don't have a single voice and cry and push like how other groups do. So if you look at the different acts and protections that other groups like LGBTQ community and certain things and protections they have afforded to them recently, and then even the Asian American or Chinese American, Asian American Act or whatever, dealing with COVID-19 and people harming them, they get things done and put on the books immediately right away, because it's like a single voice and it's more effective and more concentrated. Whereas how we're moving over the past 3 or 4 years, at least, it's been scattered and been imploding, and people have been bickering internally and publicly at that, to where we're doing it to ourselves a lot. And so that's what I mean by it's going to take a lot. Like, people have to just become aware of certain things and make a change for it. But if you ignore it, it's none of this stuff is going ever
Okay,
happen.
this bill, I tried to ask you, man, and you said you was knowledgeable about it. And if you don't even know when it was created, I'm not sure how much knowledge you got. But
No, I don't.
we could just pull it up.
No. I don't have it memorized. I don't have the date memorized.
In 1989, it was introduced in 1989 by John Conyers, right?
Yes.
Everybody should know this. I don't know how we don't know. The man just died 2 years ago, and that was the only thing really
Yes,
that was
he
one of the main
died while
things.
he died while I was
Right.
full knee deep in it. Yep.
When we got this stuff happening for the last 33 years now, right? We've been going through this.
Wait, who died?
John Conyers.
The person who introduced it for the very first time into Congress passed away.
You don't know John Conyers?
You live in Atlanta.
You don't know John Conyers. All right, no problem. But anyway, like
no. But you didn't ask me who. You asked me when, and I didn't have the date memorized.
It's all good,
so
bro. Don't worry about it, man. Quit being so defensive. My point.
Oh, no. Well, hold up.
But you know why he was defensive, right, Thunder?
I don't know why.
You made a slide remark.
You just said. Hold up, Thunder. This is what you said. You said.
Bro,
You said. Would y'all?
You said you didn't know, right?
Listen, what I'm saying. But you said it in a way.
It's the fact that you did say you know, right? You didn't know. It's okay if you don't know. But what I'm saying is,
but I already. But wait,
about it.
No, but wait. I'm not going. Wait, go with your point. Go with your point. Go ahead with your point.
Man, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Go with your point.
So when you got this stuff
I'll hit you up after
reoccurring when you got this stuff reoccurring over the last 33 years, and it's still in play, right? So I think this goes back to me, Cedric, and was talking about at the very, very beginning of this show about, Chef, about voting a certain way over and over and over, and these people don't represent what you want to get done. So if you look at the total bill for S40, which is what Wujawa was saying, you have 22 people that signed on signed on to that bill. 22, right? So you got 100 senators, and you got 22. So that's about 22% of those senators in Congress have signed off on this bill. And I would think the HR 40 would have a similar percentage. So the point is, if we as voters, and let's go back to what I was just saying about how we need to push our senators and congressmen to respect the wishes and the will of the constituents. I think the main problem is that it is not our will as a whole. It's a good idea. When you look at civil rights, that was the will of us as a whole. Everybody was fine with that. We was going to jail, we was riding, we was looting, we was whatever.
Okay.
Right. Oh, you go ahead.
No, I'm saying I found the answer to your question. I had to look it up because I ain't gonna lie. Like, we all learned this stuff in school. You don't know John Conyers? No, I'm not familiar.
Okay, no problem. Ain't no big deal. It's no problem. That's what I'm saying. It ain't no.
No, I'm saying like,
I want to make a comment first.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I just want to make a comment.
But Conyers, if you look at Conyers been in this thing for a minute. He was in this thing for a minute. He ain't quite up to where a lot of the big dogs were, but he was nice. He was nice with it.
So I just want to say something. So just to kind of address your first comment though, Thunder. You were saying.
Jesus Christ.
Let him get it out, brother.
Go ahead, bro.
If I mean, do I have your permission, Thunder? All right. So
okay, listen what I'm saying. Okay.
You don't have to repeat yourself. You don't have to repeat yourself.
No, let him go, man. I'm gonna let him go, right?
Yeah.
So
all right,
this is what you did, Wujawa. This is what you did the other day.
Wow.
When they was getting on you about African, right?
Okay.
You went a whole.
Now we're going to the other day.
Let's stay about the day.
You went a whole 2 hours, dog, talking about African.
See, you must got an issue with me though.
I'm saying it's okay, bro. Just leave it alone.
I ain't seen that show.
Like how can you say something and then say
I know. Tell somebody leave it alone. See, Thunder.
Go ahead, man.
That's like me disrespecting somebody and then like as soon as they try to clap back, leave it alone. Leave it alone.
I'm saying if you let me ask you this.
No question.
Thunder would just be getting a whole bunch of knots.
Hold on.
Thunder, no questions.
If we were young, Thunder be lumped up.
Thunder, you know I made a statement, made another statement. Now you want to ask the question. Let who just speak.
You know what we should do? We should decompress and say hello to Sister Monica Lamb.
What's up, Monica Lamb?
Oh, Lamb up here.
I love her.
Decompress.
Yes, I was.
CK, if you got a man, right? Would you say that you need to know? Hey, CK, if you got a man, right?
Listen, it's y'all.
Now we talking about relationships.
It's y'all's platform. It's y'all's platform, man. I'm only.
Let Wujawa speak, bro. Then you can get it.
I just wanted to ask.
I'm only a humble guest on here. I'll follow whatever rules. I'll follow whatever rules. I'll follow whatever rules. I'm just a humble guest. All right, let me just move on to what I was going to say.
Go ahead.
All right, what I was going to say was the fact that the bill in the House of Representatives had 45% signatures on it out of the members, and this one in the Senate has 22%. So they're not the same as far as percentage. It's the highest percentage that it's ever had, and then the Senate bill is the first time this ever been brought about by Cory Booker. But John Carnes actually met the man, and on top of that, on my YouTube channel, I got video after video of this whole thing, breaking it down, when the bill was introduced, and the processes. Because we're talking about education. I heard Brendan speak earlier, or made a comment earlier, and said, "Well, Joe, this is the education we need." So you can huff and puff, Thunder, but I'm just letting people know who are listening that
Okay,
on
go
my
ahead,
on
bro.
my on my channel, I have 3-year-old and 2-year-old videos on this topic where I'm breaking down HR 40. I'm reading it. I'm sharing on the screen. I'm breaking it down line by line. I'm breaking down the executive order that even the president can have to bypass Congress and all of these bills, both the S40 and the HR 40. The president has the ability to bypass all of that and form his own commission. And a lot of people didn't know that at the time. So if you want to know more information, I have, about 6 or 7 videos that I did breaking down each step of the process in terms of this bill and restorative and reparative justice. I even define it and talk about what those things are, how they look, and even give a comparison to the Japanese Americans in the 1950s, I believe. I forget the date for when they received reparations, as a guidance, so people can understand how that looks and what was done at that particular time. The internment camps that were here in the United States of America for I believe it was Japanese Americans. So I go through all of that in those videos. So if you all want more insight and education on that, check out my videos and see me if you have any questions. That's all I wanted to say.
Appreciate it, bro. Hey, hey, Sosa. If your old lady, if you don't know your old lady birthday, what you think will happen, dog?
But Thunder, that's different.
This is
Hey,
not the same
Sosa.
thing.
If you
Sosa.
ask me what year did slavery end, I don't know what year slavery ended. That don't mean I don't know all the mechanisms that go into slavery.
You
What
know
came out.
1865.
It's not
not
easy
know
to
the date.
remember every single
No, I might
These
just
detail
not
are
in
know the
life,
dates
date.
yo.
that should be
No, but there's things.
burned into your memory, bro.
No, there's things that I don't know the date
1776,
of.
1865,
Things that you talk about every day,
1492.
probably.
There's things that I don't know the date of, but I
2001.
know a lot about it. But I can't pinpoint the date, but I can tell you a lot
When was
about
9/11? What
See,
year 9/11?
it. Where was 9/11?
Thunder's trying to keep it going. I just said I did thorough videos on it. I even met the
Stop,
man.
bro. We done with
But
you, man.
he just asked me
No.
when was
Done with
9/11.
you.
He
Yeah.
asked me where was
What year was
9/11.
I said when was 9/11?
No,
When
I
was
said what
9/11?
year was 9/11?
What year was 9/11?
What year was it? Go ahead, tell me.
Peace, Sister Monica.
No,
Go
oh,
ahead
you
and
think-
get it
you
off,
think-
sis.
You think
All
I
right,
got
so-
you think you
These
answered the
dudes
question?
bully you. Push them out the way.
I know they so bullshit. Can I go Thunder?
Monica, you know
Go
I love you.
ahead. Go
I
ahead.
know you know I love you too, Thunder. Listen,
listen.
oh, so I wanted to
Monica,
share.
what year was 9/11?
Man, listen, I was drawing my weapon on the side of the road. I definitely know what to
2001 Thunder.
Don't make me please
No,
don't
don't
give
tell
me
them, dog.
PTSD. Don't give me PTSD.
Oh
I
yeah,
get
you're right. I'm sorry, my bad.
okay. So I wanted to share something someone asked earlier. How do you go? I think it was something to the comment of how to approach the Congress. I wanted to share. I thought I could share my screen, but I can't because I'm on my phone. But I was gonna share with.
Yeah, you can.
No, I'm
You
on
can
my
do it on your
phone.
phone.
I would have to get on
Yeah.
my. I can do it on my phone.
Yeah, you can do it on your
Yeah.
phone. I
Yeah,
didn't
you
know
do it
you
on
could
your phone.
either. When you
Yeah, I got it.
when
Let
you
me
see share and then you scroll to where it says screen, and then you'll be
Yeah.
able to move around to where you want to go.
Start the okay. I wanted to share with you all a benchmark my disabled veteran organization. Hold on, how to do? Okay, I think I got. Wait a minute. So you can see now. Can you see my screen?
Yep, we see
Yeah.
it.
Copy.
Okay. Cool. So I wanted to share how
Yes,
we do
ma'am.
it. This is probably one of the best organizations I've seen lobby on behalf of people, right? So I'm in a disabled American veteran, and so we go to Congress every year in February, and we go with these 6 critical points. But it's not always these points. We choose some based off the legislation that's on the floor for veterans, family members, they're alike, right? And so to my point was that when someone asks how you approach it, what in my opinion what has to happen is kind of similar to what we do. Every organization that falls under the DAV in each state, we all go we all send this critical point document to our representatives and our senators in Congress. So prior to going in February, right? And let me go back one. We've created, DV created this database. We have all of the legislation. So we don't expect Congress to do anything for us. We kind of send it out to our own people. And so we have everything that's dealing with veterans, we have it already listed on this site. And what we've done is we've taken a database and we've created a letter that automatically gets sent out to every veteran who signed up. Let me show you what it looks like. And it makes it easy because we're people who, we don't like to do stuff. We like people to give it to us. So they made it easy for us. And whatever reparations group can use this concept. Let me show it to you. So whoever our commander at the time, he signs it. So as you can see here, it's addressed to me, but every veteran gets this, or any person who signed up in our database. So the letter is already drafted based on the legislation that we're trying to send to the representatives. Only thing we do, we click a button and say take action. We do one live, so y'all can see what I'm talking about, right? It'll say how many people has already submitted this. Pretty much is like a little letter of petition going to our representatives, and then how many more we need for them to recognize the fact that, hey, constituents are here, care about this particular legislation. It automatically selects who it's going to go to, so it's pre-filled, right? And all we do is we hit submit, and it goes to our congressman. That easy. That's one of the ways we do to kind of help out the people on the ground to get to our legislators. And then every year we go an entire month. The DAV goes, American Legion goes a week, VFW goes a week, and the National Black.
Don't forget about the AMVETS.
Yeah, that's them. The National Black. I want to say it right. That's what it is. That they go. We all go in the month of February, but guess what? We've all went based off of legislation that's already on the ground for the veterans. So my point is that with what we're trying to do with reference to reparation, what the organizations have to understand, I don't have to go on the same points that, and Cobra don't have to do it. ADOS does. ADOS don't have to do what FBA does. FBA don't have to do with whomever out there, right? But what you all do have to do is make your presence known. But you have to have the other individuals in the world who has no idea of what goes on behind the scenes in your organization, make it easier for them to help you. And that's what we do. We make it easier so no veteran can have to understand the bill. I just need you to go in and send this to your senator, and we're gonna do the rest. So when we show up, I heard Roland Martin them complaining because the Department of Defense got all of this money. But hold on, who's lobbying? What we're not doing for our people is making it easy for our people. So we have all these intelligent folks out there who's computer programmers and can create this same type database to make it easier for everybody in this panel and everybody else in the world to get to these folks. Because what I've learned when we go down there, they will ignore you. If you don't come in numbers, if you don't beat their doors down, they'll ignore the bills like it doesn't exist. Like we'll go in there. The first year I lobbied, we went in there, and the congressmen and women, they didn't even show up. We probably seen 2 out of the 10 we were supposed to see. I was upset because I'm like, you can't give us 15 minutes of your time? Are y'all serious? But the next year we went, because many of us went in there, we started voicing our opinion, we started going to see them when we got back home, like, yo, you can't give us 15 minutes of your time, this is what we need, da 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 da. Then they actually showed up this year when we went in February, because if you don't make it known to them, you don't come in numbers, they're gonna do whatever they want to do.
Monique, what are y'all lobbying for?
So,
and are your lobbying efforts being heard?
Oh yeah, we don't now. I showed you 6 points, right? 6 critical points. We didn't get everything we wanted, but we got 3 out of the 6. And 50%. We just keep working. Every year we have over 100. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I just want to say, I just want to say, so Monica, if you compare what you just everything you said and showed with the reparations movement, the difference is because you mentioned that if you show up in small numbers, they're going to ignore you.
Yeah.
But now, not only that, but if you show up, no matter how many numbers, and you're contradicting each other, they're going to ignore you.
Yes.
With that as well, and they will also ignore you if you approach them with infighting and bickering among yourselves as well. And so we have to realize that's what's been going on. And so I'm gonna give a for instance, the Action News Network. I believe that's what Reverend Al Sharpton calls his organization. He held a I don't know what he called it, but it was a conference for the presidential candidates where he brought the presidential candidates, invited them so that they can introduce themselves to the African American community and then take questions, and he was asking them certain questions on behalf of the community. And the questions that he asked were not, well, some of them were good questions, but many of them fell short of hitting the mark of the important questions to ask these candidates. And so the different movements for reparations was like, well, upset about all of that stuff. And so you have that, and so you have the disorganized way in which we do things, where one group will take the bull by the horn and do something, but it won't be as effective if everybody put their minds to it and come up with a strategic plan and then get it done collectively. And so a lot of that's been going on. So what you showed is in contrast to what's been going on with this reparations outcry for at least the past 4 years, three or 4 years right now. And so, like, for example, I'm gonna give a specific example. Al Sharpton, when he had all these candidates, all the candidates was hitting his stage, right? The one question he did not nobody asked, was to ask the candidate, if they should become president, would they therefore execute an executive order to form a commission to study, the damages of institution of slavery, blah, blah. The same thing as H.R. 40. But no question was ever asked of these candidates, if they become president, would they just do it based on the strength of an executive order to put together the commission, the committee and commission, instead of going through Congress? And that question was never asked. Never asked.
Right.
And that's a very important question. Say it again.
Remember,
Good point.
at the same time that whole conversation was coming up, you had the one of the bills on the floor was the 400 years of African American contribution to America on the floor. And that actual commission actually got formed, and they were supposed to give out $20,000 grants out to organizations who were commemorating or celebrating African American contribution to America, and that got pushed to the national park. And then the national park, they formed the commission, they did the report, but you never heard anything out of it, which was supposed to help and support what was going through with HR 40, but it didn't have. It's kind of like just, we formed this commission of these people, and then, okay, where's the grant money? It never got funded. And so I think it ended up expiring, and told them they had to raise their own money. So
yeah, and see, so I'm just saying that on a small scale, like what you showed, that's effective. You said you got 3 out of 6. That's 50% of the issues that you were raising and interest that the group wanted, and that's good. Batting 50% is good in politics in terms of these type of things. But right now the reparations cry is batting 0. Right. And just as a quick thing, if people want to know where it stands, because people asked that earlier, if you go to the HR 40 Congress.gov page, you can look and see the status of it currently and what's been done. Like, it's been introduced in the House, the most recent time, which was last year, and then every step that it's been taken and where it's at to this very day. You can see all the signatories on it, sponsors that is. You can even see the whole full text of it and everything. You can read all up on it on both the Senate side and the HR 40 side.
Everybody, what y'all was leaving out is it was introduced in 1989. It has to be every 2 years. It has to be reintroduced, right? So
Every
this
sitting
time,
Congress. If you if
Cory
you
Booker.
didn't know, that's every sitting Congress. And I mentioned that earlier.
Right.
This time, Shirley
Jackson.
Shirley Franklin, and which is in the House, and Cory Booker in the Senate reintroduced this bill.
You said Shirley. You
They
said
did not
Shirley Franklin.
introduce it.
You said you mean Sheila Jackson, dude. This guy said.
Sheila
This
Jackson.
dude said
Man,
Shirley.
no, you know who I'm
No,
talking about.
no,
dog.
because you
Shirley Franklin
no.
out of Alabama.
Listen,
So
if you hey, if you don't know your girlfriend, if you don't know your girlfriend's birthday,
if you don't know her name,
if you don't know her name, why we gonna listen to you?
Now, what's called it?
Well, go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
no. But
Go ahead.
listen.
Sheila Jackson.
Who was Shirley Franklin? Not you. What's called it? Not you, Jawu. The other one. Sosa. Who was Shirley
Look,
Franklin?
I don't know who that is.
Franklin.
All right.
But
Okay.
we know who you mean. Right?
Aretha, ain't
Sheila Jackson. Sheila Jackson was the one introduced it.
Sheila Jackson Lee.
Yeah.
So we'll go with that. So I'm definitely aware of who she is. No, you don't worry about it. No problem. Now, when you if y'all don't know who Shirley Jackson, that's fine, no problem.
No, you
But
didn't.
If you knew who she
you
was,
said Shirley
you'll
Franklin.
understand why I got dope. If you knew who she was, you will understand how I got those mixed up. It's fine. It was a faux pas.
Okay, so
I knew it was
so you have an excuse, but I don't. All right, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
just
Go
go ahead.
ahead.
No,
Go
my
ahead.
brother, you
Sonny,
said
you
you
don't gotta
didn't
make
know.
excuses, bro. Just go ahead and make your point, bro.
Yeah, just make your point. Just make your point.
Listen,
Make your point.
Sosa, for a person to say they didn't know, and for me to
Thunder,
just
why you going back
No,
over there?
Give
I
him a
said
break.
a date.
Give
Why
him
we
a
I
going
break,
said
back
Wu
over
Jao.
there?
that
Give
was
him a
a
break.
whole
He got
Go
you
go ahead,
back,
Thunder.
Thunder.
that
He
was
got
Don't
a
beat
you
the
faux
back.
drum
pas.
too bad, Wu.
He got you back, Thunder. Just
That
come
was a
on, man.
faux pas.
Just take it back. He got
Okay,
you
I'm
back.
finna
He
come.
All
got
right,
you
go
back.
ahead.
Now,
No, your point
so
though.
those bills are reintroduced every 2 years, and that bill has been reintroduced at this point 16 times. So now, if we're going to, at this point, continue to put faith in this HR 40,
But
I would say,
Thunder.
more power to you, but I think finding another avenue may be more advantageous to us as a people than to continue to wait for another possibly 32 years for this bill to pass. That's my whole point, bro. I'm not
Thunder.
hating on the bill. I'm saying
Thunder,
how
let me
long
ask
we gonna wait.
Thunder, let me ask you a question. Do you think that the HR 40 bill is not passing because they don't want to pass it, or do you think that the HR bill is not passing because they want to attach other things to the bill that
Oh, 100.
everyone else
Both.
is agreeing with? Right.
Both.
Because right. So a lot of times, that's what I was gonna say earlier. A lot of times they,
That was
to
a good
get
observation too.
huh?
I said that was a good observation.
Oh, I know, because I'm in this stuff. I'm in this game.
sometimes you got to compromise to get what bill you need passed.
Peace,
So,
Corey.
Well,
peace,
because they are sometimes they attach stuff in like they'll add things. Case in point, the infrastructure bill that got passed. So because I know I'm always looking
Had
for funding,
COVID,
so they
had
be
COVID in it and everything.
no. Well, I'm not even talking about the COVID piece. I be looking to find out where the money is hitting at. They have funding in there for dislocated workers. Now, this is an infrastructure bill. It don't got nothing to do with employment or anything like that. But there's a huge pot of money for training in that bill. So sometimes, you get things passed within. It's a question of who's ever leading the bill, where they want to go with it. But I want to talk about the programmatic piece because I heard some people talk about that. If they give us something, they should give us some type of programs here and there. One of the areas we're gonna get troubleshooted on is that the programs we have right now, the programs they have right now on the ground that is at our exposure, we're not using. So statistically, so to do that, they're gonna say, well, why should we give you some
Why would I do
programs
that?
when you ain't using the ones you already got?
Well, not only that,
Well,
that's a
sometimes
good
too,
point.
it can
Well,
also be
I
attached.
would say this. You
It can
know,
also
the
be
answer.
attached to how you allocate that type of information. Now we can set someone to do a better job of allocating that type of information for everybody.
Wait,
You know what I mean?
And one of the answers I would say to that is the exclusivity as well. The exclusivity piece to people or people who are directly impacted by slavery, right? A lot of the things that are out there on the ground, right, are available to people outside of the specific community in question, right?
Oh, Brandon.
I'm just saying there are.
Oh, Brandon.
Well, but hold up. So
Go ahead.
so another thing that's ignored, and this is a tough thing that people fuel a lot of arguments that I've seen over 3 years, is a protected ethnic designation for the group in question, and that's received a lot of arguments, in-house arguing, because, like, for example, the recent executive order that Biden passed, forgot what it was called. It was what was it called? Man, it escapes me. The recent executive order. Hold up. I'm gonna find it in a hot second. Yeah, here it is, right here. The executive order. No, not that one. That's to do with COVID. No, I'm talking about the executive order on advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. That was done in January of 2021. So, if you read it, it doesn't designate African Americans as a specific protective ethnic group, even within the context of this executive order.
Exactly.
And so this is an example of one of the points that is uncompromising when it comes to reparative and restorative justice. So African Americans need to be designated as a protective ethnicity. And so people are arguing over that, who is inclusive, who should be excluded, what the name should be, ADOS, FBA, or this, that, and the third, and so all that infighting has been going on just on that question alone.
Which is very important.
Very.
Identity part is extremely important.
It's
and
critical.
I think when people hear us having any type of argument, they think they don't understand how critical that the identity part is. They think it's just about excluding people in division. Like, they just don't understand the importance of having an identity. It can't just be all size fits all. You know what I'm saying? And that shit kind of upsets people the most.
But it's very, and on the other side, if we being objective, it's a very difficult issue because people want to inject DNA into it. People want to deal with, all this other things in it.
Yeah, everybody was slaves. Yeah, I get it.
Hey, so how long you been in Atlanta?
About 20 years, 22 years.
All right, so Shirley Franklin was a former mayor of Atlanta, so that's why I got that name mixed up.
He's still
You see what I'm saying? Everybody, I don't know how you don't know this. So I be laying in the cut, dog. You trying to see if this nigga for real or not.
Shirley.
How you been here 20 years and you don't know
that was
Shirley
a
Franklin?
gospel singer.
When I came here,
Oh, he said a gospel singer. Shirley Caesar. He talking about Shirley Caesar.
No, that's Shirley Caesar.
Yeah,
Shirley.
Shirley Franklin
Greens,
was a
beans,
former
tomatoes,
mayor of
potatoes.
Atlanta.
Greens, beans, potatoes, tomatoes.
2002,
That's
bro.
auntie name, right?
Yeah, 2006, something like that. This is
Anybody
recent, bro.
named Shirley, that's an auntie.
That's your name, bro. Like, come on, I'm just getting to Atlanta. You think I'm knowing the people? I just got here.
You should know the mayor. Come on, man.
Thunder. When I just arrived, Thunder, I lived a very different life than I do right now. When I got here, I was concerned about police. That's it.
Yeah, he was.
So sure, that's
he was running from his other
that's why I said Shirley Franklin being here for
listen, I
as
get
long
it.
as
Listen,
I have.
I'm not like you. I'm not
faux
gonna hold you. I'm not gonna hold you to it. I'm
like
like that.
I'm very much aware of who Shirley Jackson Lee is. Right. So what my point is,
and I got your point earlier.
Okay, you got the point. Okay, no problem.
Yeah,
no problem.
nah, we already spoke to your point.
You got knocked out. I pointed you out, bro. You can't just get off the mat No, it's over. I already rang the bell. You got it's over.
Ujau, you know
Yes.
how Asheville, North Carolina passed reparations for some of
Mhm.
their citizens. So I see Reggie in the chat. Of course, you know he's all about cities. So you think what do you think a good approach in reference to them, a lot of those organizations starting within the cities or in the states and then working their way up to the federal?
Well, obviously, local, state, and then federal is the trajectory to go. But when it comes to reparations on a local level, that's not gonna cut it. That's the pathway. But
I
to
think
enact
even Derry was
reparations,
against it as well.
yeah. To talk about restorative and reparative justice for an institution that was legalized in the country on a federal level,
Right.
and then you want to deal with cities, that's not going to work. See, that's not see, and here's another thing. Reparations, no matter how it unfolds, if granted and if put together and however long it takes or whatever, this is a one shot, one kill thing. And so because after it's granted in whatever form it comes in,
over with.
You're not going to be able to go back and double down and say, oops, we missed this, oops, we missed that. That's not how it works.
Right.
Yeah,
And I think what the importance on the state and local level is just to establish a legal precedence, not to execute on the, I guess you would say, the reparations piece, the reparative piece, is just to establish the precedence to move forward on the federal and the higher level, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
like those gains, I mean, any passing of anything with the language of reparations in it on a city, local level or state level is always welcome. But people can't say that, okay, we have arrived. Like the one in California recently, none of that has to like the fight has to be just as enthusiastic as if that never happened.
Right.
You know what I'm
You use that sort of
Yeah,
as that
yeah.
launch pad, right? You use
And
that.
like how the
Like I say,
in
you have to
Atlanta,
establish that legal precedence if you're trying to do anything major like
and if
that.
we learn anything from the goddamn 14th Amendment, that language got to be goddamn airtight.
Yeah.
right.
You know what I'm saying? The
It's
language got to be
refined, right? It's
airtight.
refined
Yeah.
over time.
And
Ujau,
that ethnic designation has to come down from the federal down. And so until that happens, what CK was saying when she first came on will be true. So that's a valid, CK's point is a valid fear or potential if we don't be mindful of it and make sure that it gets protected and laws and protections are done.
So they
Programs.
always sucking about who gonna pay for it. Have one of the organization outline a budget, like like balance the budget of where the funding will come from, or are you just saying, okay, we don't care who paying for it, y'all just need to pay it? Or
No,
have
that's part of the committee that's what I'm saying. They have to quantify it. They have to do that. And I see people
You gotta put the
compare.
bath down, yeah.
And what people make a mistake, they compare, like, for example, the recent issue in Ukraine and Russia and United States sending aid that obviously costs money and allocating money to help to aid Ukraine. So
Didn't
on the
take them long
surface,
to make that decision, did it?
yeah, there you go. So
Didn't take
on
them
the,
16 years to make a decision to do that.
right, on the surface, people want to compare that, like, okay, well, if they could do that fast and just throw money at that, why can't they do it for reparations and stuff like that?
Yeah,
And
we
that's
didn't want that. We wouldn't want nothing like that. That shit, like you said, it takes time. Like it's a one shot kill. Like you can't.
it's just not the same. Like that's
Yeah.
not a good thing to compare. Like I see what people's point they try to make with that, but it's not a good comparison. You can't really parallel those two and compare them.
Yeah, it's not.
With
Yeah,
that with reparations.
you can't quantify it the same way.
Oh, and this is what I was gonna say. Okay, and this, I know I'm talking a lot, but y'all gotta understand this too. This is something we have to accept, that the institution of slavery set forth a bottom class group. No matter what name we want to call ourselves or name given to us, it represented the bottom class, which also simultaneously created a upper class, the top class, right? So in the conversations of restorative and reparative justice, they understand that once it's executed and everything, that they will lose that positioning. Like the dichotomy between the bottom class and the top class is going to be blurred and lost. And so they have to pivot themselves to still be in some kind of advantageous position when unfolding these reparations or whatever. So that's gonna have to buy time for all that to be figured out. And then on our end, we have to give them we got to put them in a position where they can't say no. It's almost like being a salesman, where you put a customer to a point where they can't refuse the deal or can't refuse the situation. And so all that stuff takes time. Go ahead.
And speaking of being a salesman, I asked Monique this, right? You put up a great example of how your organization lobbies for your piece of the congressional budget. How often do you guys have to go in front of Congress to actually lobby for that piece?
Once a year.
Once a year.
We go once a year.
Every
February.
And the reason why I asked that question is because even if you do get, you get granted reparations, right? It's a piece of a congressional budget that has to get funded year after year, right?
Yep.
Is that right?
Yes.
Right.
Because more and more people, depending on where the funding is being dispersed, more and more people hit those categories.
Right.
In reference to housing. The issue we fall into sometimes, they'll check the block, pass the vote, and then we'd be like, okay, where's the funds? And they just won't fund it. And things expire. You'd be like, wait, what happened to the money? You can never claim it and all that great stuff. It's a lot of little nuances.
Exactly. That's why I asked that, because everybody's got their hand out for their piece of the congressional budget, right? Even federal agencies themselves, right? Nobody, unless you got a non-discretionary budget, and very few places do, right? Have where they don't have to go and I guess you say beg at the trough of Congress. That's why it's so important when we talk about Congress and the congressional piece, right? Because you have every year, right? You're gonna have to go out and fight.
Well, that ain't necessarily. It don't have to be true. Trump was saying he was looking at. I think his first 2 years there, how the HBCUs kept coming to his office and was like, "Why the hell you kept coming here?" And like, "This is what we do every year." And then he made that funding permanent. That way they ain't got to
make it non-discretionary. Yeah, you can make
it
non-discretionary.
Or you can do that. Or you could do that, right?
You make it, if
right.
you
So
make
you
it
don't
non-discretionary.
I
have
did
to
have
do it.
a question from Monica.
I would love to make that budget non-discretionary, right?
Hey, Monica, when you were showing the stuff that you were showing earlier in regards to what the veterans are trying to do, is that just for African American veterans or for all veterans?
Oh, all
disabled.
Oh, okay.
My mom was a veteran. I don't play about that.
I see why y'all got half of what y'all wanted.
It's not just disabled vets. Those critical points that I just showed actually was most of those were benefiting to the spouses, because the what has happened for us lately is that a lot of the baby boomer veterans, what I call baby boomer veterans, who spouses were a lot of the Vietnam, World War II veterans, their spouses were caretakers who those veterans are dying off, and those spouses gave up, they're pretty much their life to support them. So when those spouses die, their funding go with them, and they get left out. So a lot of the critical points you seen just a second ago had to do with us lobbying to support those who supported us. So we're not just looking out for us, we're looking out for those people who are caretaking us as well. And it's veterans across our family members.
Hey, Mo,
This is nothing new. This stuff is nothing new.
Hold on, let me say this too. And I got a family and lots of veterans in the family. And it's like they're like an ethnic group to them damn selves. It's like it ain't just because they nigga looking out because white folks. Like they've been neglected just like their own ethnic group. And they had to fight to get the shit that they do. You know what I mean? So don't just like throw it to the side just because it ain't just for black folks.
Yeah, Mo. But hey, I appreciate y'all allowing me to come on and everything. I got to get ready to go. I just want to ask Mo one question. I'm sure you're a member of Navy Federal, right?
Yeah. Why? What's up?
Oh no. Yeah, I just got to talk to you, man. Navy Federal is the bomb. The bomb diggity. If ain't nobody else know.
I'm off the market.
They got a high. What's the rate on their high yield money market?
No, listen. Navy Federal is the bomb. Nobody know, boy. Now you know, man.
I'm just asking.
You ain't African American if you don't know about Navy.
You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. No,
You ain't black as
because I never hear Mo. I never hear you mention it. And I was wondering, and I know you are a veteran, you know, and everything like that. I'm like, why I never hear Mo?
I don't talk about the bank no more since I started investing.
Oh, okay.
Only time I talk about the banks is if I'm talking about grants.
That's right.
That's crazy. Yeah,
They're not paying us nothing anymore. Right?
Yeah, they ain't paying them interest rates. I ain't
right. Yeah.
I'm on the insurance. Listen, matter of fact, I need your sister again, Ujao. I'm on the insurance. You know, the index insurance or them.
Those whole life. I think Thunder. One of y'all mentioned that earlier.
I gotta have a conversation with you, Mo. How you dealing with the inflation now? How you
whole life? Listen, whole life insurance is where it's at.
I need to protect some cash. So
listen, whole life.
Y'all got the man on the panel, Thunder. Listen, we don't worry about it because we make our money every day in the market.
That's right.
Yeah. The market. I'm good with the market. I'm good with the market, but what you gonna do with your cash? What you gonna do with your cash? With your liquid.
Man, why did you have cash in the first place? Let's start with that.
You need some liquid funds. You need some liquid.
No, you don't, man.
Ujau, yeah.
Why? Come on.
Listen,
all right, I'm inbox you because
you gonna snatch my security blanket.
Don't say it right.
Brandon, listen, bro.
You gonna snatch my security blanket.
Do you understand how let's just say the ups and downs of the value of the dollar, bro?
You gonna browbeat me now? I already know it. You gonna do. You gonna do the same thing my advisor do. You gonna browbeat.
Hey, Sosa, how much you want to bet it's gonna turn into a cryptocurrency conversation?
Hell no. I would never.
And there'll be a crypto conversation until them hackers steal all your darn crypto coins.
Okay, you know what?
I'll just mess.
I'm gonna do this right here. Not stay right.
I'm squatting the cash. You know I ain't buying crypto.
I'm just messing. Hey, listen, I gotta go up. I appreciate everybody. Just want to say peace, everybody.
All right. Hey,
right here.
Here you go. One more thing, Wujawu.
Yeah. Yep.
Just to let you know, if you're still in the Pseudo Killer Discord server, I went ahead and snatched the book from MBK server and brought it over. If you wanted to grab it.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'm gonna grab it. Yep. I appreciate it. Peace to everybody.
This is gonna be my tip for the night. I'll be trying not to do financial any sort of thing dealing with financial advice, but y'all got to get rid of your debit cards too. Y'all got to kind of start.
No.
Oh no, I think we rephrase that, Thunder. Rephrase that. I think I know.
You know, some places don't take credit, right?
The debit card, if they're using the fintech account debit cards, they don't have to, because come on, Thunder, don't do that.
Yeah, you give people bad financial advice.
You got investment cards, the debit cards, the investment accounts, because you're getting money back within, and you could actually make it work for you. Listen, y'all got to start supporting me on Urban Economic Empowerment Show. Listen, Chris made over 100K last year talking about how to make those cards work for you and use those sneaker websites to purchase things to make all this stuff work. I know we talk a lot, but
I'm on you next. I'm gonna jump back. When your next show? Show?
Hold on, let me share my screen. Let me show you what I'm talking about right
now. Every Wednesday?
The debit card y'all get right here. Let me show you. I'm gonna show you two. Hold on.
You know,
if you're talking about one debit card or two, I'm saying as a whole.
No, Thunder, but wait.
Get rid of your debit cards, y'all, and stick strictly with credit.
Definitely credit.
Oh yeah.
And let's see how that works out for you.
But wait, you don't have to. Even if you want to have the debit and you want to funnel the payment through the credit, hold on, let me show you how we work it. Because I
get really good cash back on my Coinbase right now. Like they pop. Go ahead.
Yeah, you get. Hold on. But to Thunder's point with the credit card, this is what we do. We take Stash has this Stashback card, which is an investment account, right? We take this card here. Hold on, where is it? We add it to our credit cards, but we use the Stash to pay for the credit card. So we double dipping both ways, and you investing at the same time.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna jump on your show. I'm gonna jump on your show Wednesday, and
Listen,
matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up right now.
It is.
And
It is a
snatch.
debit card. Thunder. This stock back card. This debit card right here. Hold on. Let me bring. Shoot. Where's it?
I'm gonna pull it up on my shit. I'm gonna grab it, and then when you do your show Wednesday,
Right.
We
will connect. Look, I done showed all my nut. I done took all my dollars out, so y'all don't worry about it. I done bought the Genesis. Gotta pay for the Genesis now. But anyways, this particular card here, this debit card, what is it? Okay, look. Okay, so this is some of the transactions. So when I swipe the card, it's putting my cash back into these particular stocks. But to Thunder's point is, I would take this card, I will put the direct deposit on my stash, right? And I'll pay, when I swipe my credit card, I will pay my credit card with my stash. So now I'm getting the credit benefit and I'm getting the investment benefit. And my little cash back that I'm getting back, or stock back, the money you're getting back from the stash, because you're gonna double dip both ways, is gonna go into investment. But I take mine. I don't know what the other guys do. I take mine, I put it in my Roth IRA. I let it go there. So I already know what companies I'm swiping my card with all the time, because we pretty much shop at some of the same places, right? And so I'm letting it go through my Roth IRA, so that.
Now Roth IRA. Now she's talking some. Now she's talking some good stuff. Now see, listen.
Well, I do the
Brandon,
Roth. I do the
listen,
Roth.
bro.
I got my backdoor Roth contribution.
Okay.
No, I'm following.
Listen,
I got my
man,
backdoor Roth contribution.
I'm just trying to tell you,
But I'm maxed out on all of that. But you know, I follow you on the credit card piece, because I use credit cards for the consumer protections, right? Because if I buy something on a credit card, if it breaks or something, they usually will refund it. They do stuff that the debit card won't do. Right. So that's why I use my credit card for buying like stuff, just junk I want to buy. I'll buy TVs.
Oh man, put your mortgage, put your rent,
on your
put
credit.
all
On my
that.
credit card. You crazy?
Do that, bro.
On my credit card. You crazy?
Yes. No.
Yeah, the credit card.
To put on your credit card, because that has better value in reference to those credit points than you buy swiping your card on the trivia stuff. That's what he said.
So if I put
debit card serves you no purpose.
If I put
at all.
You're talking about me financing, like what?
No, just pay your
$300,000 of debt on a. Oh, you're talking about just pay it. Just pay it with your credit card.
No,
pay it with
right,
your
right,
credit
right.
card. Oh, I was trying to figure out. You can't finance a home on a credit card. Okay. Just pay it with that, and then what's the benefits? I'm sorry.
It's
I mean, you can
just volume. It's just a volume of credit
right.
usage.
There you go. Exactly.
Credit usage. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. That makes
And
sense.
Okay, this is my point. Instead of just buying money, you're spending money on Amazon, right? You're spending this, you're doing this on Amazon, and it does nothing for you other than you buying this product. Compared to you buying this product and you're also building your credit. You see what I'm saying? That's my point. So a debit card, nothing for you, but
credit.
Huh?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I don't think I need to. I don't need to build my credit though.
Well, okay, that's good, man. If you don't need to, that's good. No problem.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, you know. For the people who need to build their credit, start with getting rid of your. Okay, Brad, this conversation ain't for you. I'm sorry.
I was wondering what you was talking about.
Yeah, people who need to build their credit. No, I mean, it's always good to maintain your credit, even if you don't need to build it.
I do maintain. That's why I say I buy consumer stuff and all this. And like I say, if you got a mortgage, right? If you got a mortgage, you maintain your mortgage.
Keep your debit card. Don't listen to him.
No. Debit cards, because
some
debit cards
craziness happen, you end up losing that credit card. You got your debit card as a backup, yo.
Well, debit cards, that's less safe. It's less safe.
I still got a. Yeah. Like I said, I still got a bunch of damn cards. Like I said, that Coinbase do give a real good cash back.
Yeah, of course you want to keep your checking account, right? You want to keep your checking account, your savings account, and your reserve account, right?
Yeah, keep all that. Don't listen to that.
That's with your debit card. But what Brendan is talking about is when you go and make purchases, Like
Yeah.
Electronics
when
and
you
stuff.
when you make purchases to put equity like in your home and things like that. Let's say you call me and you want a new driveway done, right? You would do that. You would get or you would pay for at least the concrete with the credit card. You know what I'm saying? You would you won't pay me with the credit card, right? Because I don't take credit. You know what I mean? Just put that out there, right? But you will pay for the concrete bill. You can pay for that with your credit card. When they come and upgrade you, refinish your basement, you buy all the drywall and the paint and all that. You buy that with your credit card. You know what I'm saying? Those are the type of things that you pay for with your credit card. Because there's rewards. Hold on. Because there's rewards, you get buyback. So I got Goldman Sachs, right? Apple. I like the Apple card especially because they got 0%. There's no annual fees and all that kind of shit, right? And they give you cash back on a lot of the things that you purchase on a day-to-day basis. And they actually tell you, they give you a list, right? They give me my Apple card actually gives me a list of things like the gas stations I need to go to, grocery stores that I need to go to, all of those places that I need to shop so I can take advantage of my rewards. You know what I'm saying? You don't, what Brendan is saying is you don't get that. Yeah, you don't get that with a debit card. So, you know what I'm saying? That's
you
what
get
Brendan
that's right. And with the rewards, like you were talking about, you get like what free ATMs anywhere. You don't got to pay an ATM charge. You know, like with my bank, you get platinum rewards. You can use an ATM anywhere in the world. They'll never charge you an ATM fee. That kind of stuff. You know, it's good to have.
At your bank, they do that. My bank, shit, them motherfuckers like, nah. If it ain't my bank.
You gotta have platinum rewards. Go, Corey.
I got the best one. I done went in the bank. I done told them, look, I want the best one. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, sometimes you got. You know what I had to do? Corey, you know what I had to do one time? I went in. I went to the bank. I said, well, I was like, I don't know why. I wanted like a printout of all my checking account transactions printed in paper for the last year. Right. So I went into the bank manager. I was sitting down and he was like, well, why do you want that? And that's a very weird request.
Yeah, it is
right?
weird.
We don't normally do that. So we went to the bank and they came back and they would say, oh, yes, we'll go ahead and print you out there for your, it would say for the relationship. Right?
Yeah.
For the relationship. Because,
you've been there for more than 10 years.
You got a relationship manager.
For sure.
You've been there for more than 10 years.
Yeah. That's
definitely. Oh yeah, definitely. You and that's and too, Brendan, and y'all talked about credit, but that's what they look at too. Like, how long have you had these accounts? Like that's one of the main things that the creditors look at. Like, they want to know how long you done had the account. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to see you oh, I bought a car and then it was a 4-year payment and I paid it off. They gonna look at, that's fine, bro. You did that. Good job. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna give you no kudos. You ain't getting a attaboy for that. You know what I'm saying? What they want to see is those checking accounts. Like, they want to see them 10 years and 20 years. 25-year accounts. You know what I'm saying? When you don't change your account every 2 years, you got a different account. You know what I mean? That shit don't look good.
Because if you move those, it costs them. Because those are the type of the accounts. If you move them, then the bank managers have to answer questions.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah. Y'all was talking about the reparations thing, right? One thing about the reparations conversation, I don't even like the reparations conversation, right? Because the thing is, you have to be a lawyer to have that conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, what we need to be focused on is who are the top lawyers that we want to pay our money for? Because you gotta pay for this shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
all right, I got you, Corey.
No, hold on.
Good point.
Who we gonna pay? Who are the top qualified lawyers that are
I
going
got
to
you.
represent us to go
Here's the
and do
name.
that. Because if you ain't, if we're not, if that's not, because that's have to be the discussion. It can't be about what's in the bill, who fighting about what bill, and HR 40, and is it ADOS, and is it Tone, and I don't even know who the fuck these people is, really, to tell you the truth, right? I don't even give a fuck, because they ain't doing shit but talking, right? And I don't even know how much do they have, or have they passed the bar? Do they know, do they have a legal license? You know what I'm saying? Because when you go in front of, and Sosa touched on it too, one thing about these bills and what holds these bills up from getting passed is the language. The language in the bill.
That too.
You see what I'm saying? It's all about the legalese, right? And Sister Monica made a few points, and I think somebody asked, was it about Black veterans or whatever? See, that kind of bullshit right there. That's how the legislation don't get passed. That's how you don't realize when you won the game, right? Monica realized she won, right? With 50% of what they asked for, they got it. And it wasn't just for Mexicans or Black people or it's for veterans. So everybody that's a veteran won. You know what I'm saying? We have to cut the. We want a bill. We want a bill written with no fat on it, with nothing else in it. You know what I'm saying? But specifically, we want to see my name, Corey McKinney. This is his reparation. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to cut that bullshit out. You know what I'm saying? Because and when they pass these bills, there's things that the Republicans won't, there's things that independents won't, and there's things that Democrats won't, right? The Democrats might write the bill, right? But the Republicans might say, look, in order to get this motherfucker passed, y'all got to take this shit out, that shit out, and that shit. I'm not signing that bullshit with that shit in there. You know what I'm saying? And so it go back to the table. The Democrats say, well, you know what? We'll take that out, but if we take those two things out, then y'all got to put this shit in. And eventually they come to a compromise, right? There's things that's in the bill, Monica alluded to it. There's things in the infrastructure bill that have nothing to do with infrastructure. Yep. This is how you get shit passed by compromising. So we don't even know how to compromise yet, let alone understand legalese and all that. So like the reparations discussion, that shit don't even need to be had on panels and shit like this here, right? What we need to be worrying about is making sure that our young, because this shit ain't gonna happen this year, next year, 5 years. It's not gonna happen. And it's a long-term thing, right? So we have to be ready to play the long game and not be discouraged and not say, oh, they ain't gonna do shit for us. Oh, they passed the COVID bill and they put the executive order and man, they first of all, they frown on executive orders. They like to do shit in a bipartisan way. And when you're talking about a bill like reparations, I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not gonna happen if it's not bipartisan. I'm gonna say it one more time. Maybe Brendan understand and maybe Monica understand. But for those who didn't hear me, I'm gonna say it one more time. If the shit is not bipartisan, if the bill is not supported bipartisanly, you can take that shit and throw it in the fucking trash. And I'm done with the reparations. Go ahead, y'all. Y'all comment on that.
And you say an executive order can be overturned by the next president. So, it can immediately be defunded.
There you go.
That's
Brandon.
another
Great
piece,
point.
just a cherry on top. So,
and
this is great points.
We had a bill for the World War II vets, and oh my God, I could have cried when they say, hey, we finally passed you. They say all the World War II vets set up in a room, boo. So I think we have about 12 of them. And the guy said, this committee congressman said, you know what? Y'all haven't gotten started, right? And it was like, no, we still waiting. Claim still sitting there. It's been approved. Nobody's getting any money. He said, you know why? And they was like, why? He said, we waiting for y'all to die off. Listen, in reference, I think Corey was getting ready to say you got to educate the young people for what you're talking about so that in case in their time they would get it. If the babies don't get educated, if it don't happen in our lifetime, the babies don't get educated, it will wither away. The conversation, because you already see what they're trying to do with the education and educating on slavery. Just think what's going to happen in Congress.
Right. And I think you have to, and to your point, Corey, you have to establish, I guess you would say, a minimum groundswell of support, right? That's going to last for the long term for the effort, right? Not something that's just going to be, okay, well, we passed this, here, and then, okay, well, we got to fight for this every year. That's okay. Okay. You send lobbyists to their, to Congress. That's fine. You do that. But what you want to do, you want to say, okay, well, this is something that the nation stands behind, right? You want to, at a minimum level, to be able to say, okay, well, the amount of effort that we're using to maintain this, I guess you would say, this reparations claim or this support isn't something that's just not going to be sustainable. You want to make it to be something that's sustainable for the long term.
Yeah, and to your point.
Sorry. I was gonna say I wanted to answer one of the questions that Corey had brought up. He said that we need to use lawyers, and I agree with him.
Oh, for sure.
One of them that we can use that have been around for a long time is the National Conference of Black Lawyers. And the National Conference of Black Lawyers is a group of Black lawyers that have been fighting for the rights of people that have been oppressed in different groups. They did it for the Palestinians, certain Black figures here in America, even lobbying against apartheid in South Africa, etc.
So what every Black person, all 40 million of us need to do is dedicate 5% of our paycheck every week for every year until they get that legislation passed. See what I'm saying? Because you gotta do it with your money. If you ain't willing to do it with your money, don't even talk about it. If you're not willing to sacrifice your money, allocate a portion, a percentage of your money, of your paycheck there, if you're not willing to dedicate that to that cause every week, every month, every year, then you can forget about it. Because that's how these other folks, that's how they get these other things passed. They do it with their money.
Also, keep in mind too, as well, Corey.
They don't go out to the State House with a sign, you know what I'm saying, and walk up and down the street with a sign saying, "What do we want right now? When do we want it now?" That shit's bullshit. It don't happen. It don't work like that.
And Brendan,
that has some money, and if you ain't got no money, what you need to be doing is interrupting the flow of the money. If you ain't doing them two things,
that's what we were doing when we was burning the city down. We was disrupting the flow of money.
Don't be jumping on the bandwagon with CK. You a CK enabler, Corey.
No. And Brendan,
enable me. Just don't enable the pseudos.
It's one or the other. It's either you paying the money or you interrupting the money. That's the only way.
Either burn it down or build it up.
Acknowledge you.
And Brendan, you talk about making sure the money is secure. You're absolutely right, because we have all of our veterans.
We have
100% based on unemployable. They have legislation on the floor right now to take that away. So you're talking about people who've been getting funding for years now to say, oh, wait a minute, you're no longer entitled to that. Now you got to go back down to your percentage of whatever you've gotten. That's a lot. So imagine they do pass the reparations, and then 10, 15, 20 years from now, they say, oh, well, wait a minute. We don't think you should be getting $20,000 a month. We think you should be getting $2,000 a month. That puts
I got a question, Monica.
Before you ask your question, Corey, there was one other thing I wanted to address that you said earlier too.
It was quick. Mine was real quick.
Okay, my mistake. Go ahead, brother.
If I was asking, was what you was just talking about, was that passed through executive order? Is that why that got? Is it, you know? You said it was a change to it, Monica.
No, it ain't. It didn't change yet. They're wanting to
Okay,
change
okay.
something. Yeah, they've been the last 5 years. They've trying to change it. Just like
Sounds
they
like a
changed the fact
congressional.
that
That's a congressional thing,
So
right?
you have to maintenance.
right, just
So
like
that you have to have money
yeah,
for maintenance.
yeah,
You know
just
what
like
I'm saying?
just
Yeah.
like they change you know, military used to be is automatically retirement 20 years. Well, guess what? 2016, the new Congress folks came in and said, hey, well, ain't nowhere in the Constitution it said that we give an automatic retirement to military personnel for 20 years. Oh no, we taking that away. So boom, December 31st, 2016. If you didn't have more than 12 years, you would not automatically retire. Anything after that, you had to invest in the TSP plan or get you a retirement plan. Otherwise, if you don't do none of that, your butt come out, you can retire, but you ain't gonna get no check. So just there are different nuances that
Right. That's a,
go.
you know what? That's a good point,
Oh,
Monica. What you just mentioned in
oh
terms of
yeah,
like the maintenance, the maintenance of just keeping, I guess you would say that the funding stream in place, right?
yep.
Don't get discouraged when people say, well, just to do this is going to cost us $50 million a year. Yeah, because you're going to have to establish like you got to buy buildings, you got to have real estate, you got to employ people to manage all this stuff. Yeah, of course, it costs money to do all of this and they and they consider all of that in the equation, right?
And they got it. They just want to know if you
Yeah,
can put
yeah.
it together, convince them.
Can you articulate it and do you know?
Can you
Yeah,
convince
exactly.
them? Yep.
Sure.
That's all. That's all. You know. That's all that matters. We just got funding from this, like with the state, right? We went and we got with the individuals who are representatives in each pocket, representatives and senators in the area, and like, hey, listen, this is what we need. But guess what? We had to wait until some of them got in those authoritative positions like seniority to influence their other peers to say, hey, vote this money in. And even though we only got a couple $100,000 here and there or whatnot, it's starting to flow. Now, the sustainment is that when you get this money in your community, make sure you do right by your community, because you're going to mess it up for somebody who come behind you. That's what keeps them flowing and them wanting to make changes, is if you're not doing right by whatever they put in place in your
Right.
community. So if you say you're going to do this, that, whatever in your community with a certain portion of reparations, and they don't see it happening, then you kind of shoot yourself in the foot.
Oh yeah, the government
That's
There's
accountability
always
office.
criteria.
Yeah,
There's
the
always
the
criteria.
government accountability office is going to be on you. Yeah, for sure, for sure.
right. That's what I was talking about in reference to the programs that some of the programs. Like I went into a city and we're doing a housing program, and I was asked to go into the city to help. And when I got there, I was like, oh my God. Man, in my mind, I'm like, "Ooh, I'm gonna make a whole lot of money on y'all because all y'all need your house fixed." But it was in a rural area, so the funding is there to make some things happen. It's a matter of who's gonna take time to help the individuals in that community. That's a whole nother ball game too. When y'all start talking about, putting things in programs, a lot of this stuff they want
That's the most
you to do
important thing to me.
volunteer. Say it again,
Monica,
I hear a lot of people talk about the money. Oh, they got to give us a check. Man, like the most important thing is the programs to me, because that's kind of what fucked us in as far as the economic gap, right? The real thing is the redlining, right? Because everybody knows, right? Anybody that knows anything about money and passing on money and generational wealth and shit like that, right? You do it through home ownership. Home ownership is the number one way to build wealth in America. Home ownership, right? And the redlining fucked us out of that. So my thing is, it's about programs, about home ownership programs. It's about understanding, having a education.
Give me my
on
interest-free home loan. Give me my interest-free home loan.
Man, you crazy.
That too, absolutely. And Brendan, but what comes with that is a financial education. on that,
for sure,
right?
for sure.
So in order to reap that, see, this is the thing that why black people ain't gonna want to do the reparations, because see, they're gonna have things like, in order to reap that benefit of the interest-free home loan, like you're talking about, right, for reparations, right, you have to go to the economic classes. You see what I'm saying? There's gonna be financial classes that you have to attend for a certain amount of time, and you have to do qualify at a certain level within that class. Black people gonna say, well, that's not reparations to me. You gotta give it to me. I won't mind giving to me. That's what reparations is. See, that's where we're not gonna know when we won. That's my biggest fear. We're not gonna realize when we won the game, and then we're gonna end up losing. You know what I'm saying? That's what I fear.
Corey, I'm gonna give you an easy one. It ain't even the classes. You got to give up. Just say whether or not you paid your property tax, or or just give up an ID card. Like, we got that particular program right now. I can give people up to $10,000 in grants to repair some things in their home, and I can't even get them to give me their ID card and just proof of income, so that they can actually be eligible to participate. They want it free. Nope, I'm not.
They want a check mailed to their house.
Give me my
without them
check.
filling out the paper.
Yes. I'm like, what you mean? You 80-something, so your kids are gone, your grandkids are not coming back. You got holes in the roof, you got mold all over the place. You know, like, if you don't give me this ID card and this little property tax showing that you own this home, your little deed and your little tax paperwork, so we get this money and help you, that you went to go into a class, they won't even give up ID card.
And you know what, Monica, another thing with black people too, right? A lot of us is apprehensive about showing our business, our financial business, especially to another black person. You know what I'm saying? The shit's ridiculous here. You know what I'm saying? Like, the shit that we do be some ridiculous shit, and it's holding us back. You know what I'm saying? And it's simple shit, like Monica said.
Yes.
Okay, fine. You ain't got your ID. Go down and get you know what I'm saying? Take your social security card and your birth certificate down, and one piece of mail down to the license branch, and get your goddamn driver's license or your state ID, and it's free. They don't. Monica, do you know the Democrats passed legislation to make it? You can get at least one of them for free. You know what I'm saying?
The state
ID card, you can get that for free, because they was making you pay $20 for that, and which was holding black people back from voting, right? So now they done passed the legislation. Bro, you can go down and get the ID for free. And niggas still ain't even got an ID yet, man.
Still ain't
registered to vote. Half the niggas that's under the sound of my voice ain't even registered to vote, Brendan. Did you realize that? You know,
we can't talk about that without mentioning the lovely misinformation campaigns going on within the black community to convince us not to vote too. Like, for example,
don't go to the Russians. Don't go to the Russians.
It's nothing but no. I'm not blaming the Russians. I am not blaming them.
That happened long before the Russians.
I ain't even blaming them. I'm saying I'm looking at organizations like ADOS, which is definitely heavily influenced by white supremacy. And I got sources on deck to prove it too. If anyone want to challenge me on it, I got it from Rob Bourne. I knew it all these years. I knew it, that group was just sketchy. It was just super duper divisive.
Who was funding them? Who was funding them?
I had to pull up the article. But the chick,
you gonna have to source up on that. You gonna have to source.
Throw the article on the back.
We got to do that.
Let me stop what I'm doing. I'm over here playing.
Oh, that's a whole.
You talking about
stop the presses, but not.
We already know why we can't trust SBA. It's ran by a fucking scammer.
Let's not. Yeah.
Hold on.
Boy. I don't want to stop the flow of this conversation, but
hold on, man. Monica,
conversation because we being productive. We being productive now.
Absolutely, this is you already know I love these conversations. I wish Monica would come on the panel a little more often so she can kind of veer us away from the bullshit we normally. The Egypt bullshit and all that, because that shit don't mean shit to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all already know I don't give a fuck about Egypt or
Fuck
None of the
Egypt.
bullshit. You
Hey,
know what I'm
Monique
saying?
Lamb. Let me ask you this right here, Monique. Garfield brought up today with Lord Alba. He got real animated about it, about who was gonna lobby for this. Who are the lobbying firms? I'm not sure who you guys have lobbying for you, like who set up those that
database.
Well, I like what
Right.
CK said. I like what CK said. The thing is, it's a lot of people that's qualified, Thunder. The
What
thing
did she
is, how
say?
much of your paycheck is you willing to allocate to that?
What did she say?
Right, you have people
I said
standing
a
in
lot of
line.
stuff.
You have people standing in line to lobby for that. If you would say, okay, well, we have, here's
Yeah,
the support.
we got a $500 million. We got a $500 million over the course of 10 years. Y'all get this fucking legislation passed. That's what when you got that kind of money.
But
That's what you
I
can
disagree
say.
with what you said earlier, though, Corey, about how we need to compromise, because we need to look at.
That's the only way you're gonna
would you
get
like me to
anything
tell you
done,
why?
CK. You're
why?
never gonna get any. Okay, you can tell me why, but I'm gonna say this: you're never gonna get anything done if you're not willing to compromise. Now,
Just
go ahead.
hear
Go
me
ahead,
out.
Phil.
I ain't gonna be long-winded, my brother.
Go ahead.
We need to look at the reparations that the Native Americans got. What did they have to compromise on? Look at them Asian folks that were kept in them concentration camps. What did they have to compromise on to get their reparations? Well, what about the Jews and them and what they got, their reparations? What did they have to compromise on to get their reparations? We're gonna have to really look into it. I guarantee they ain't have to compromise as much as you think.
There was compromise there, I'm sure.
But here is why I disagree with you beyond that.
CK, let people answer your question. Now, do you believe that the
No,
Native
no,
Americans?
she good. You know.
Do you believe that the Native Americans got all the land they want?
Oh no, of course they got
There you
Jeff.
go, your damn compromise right there. That's one right there. That's one.
Yeah, they already caught. They already lost. They lost their whole continent. CK, right?
Yeah,
so
it's kind of too late.
They had to compromise on them.
Give me all this land back.
No, I mean they wanted it back. They would be within their right to ask for it.
In one hand.
But here's my problem, though, Corey.
Something in the other hand.
You want to compromise with some people that don't want to give you reparations any fucking way. They're making up every excuse why we can't get it, why we don't deserve it.
Listen, CK, you don't want to pay me $7,000 for your driveway, right? I charged you $7,000, right?
I'm pretty sure our ancestors didn't want to get snatched up and forced into labor.
$7,000, right? You don't even want to get close to $7,000.
So Corey got to compromise.
We will and deal.
Them mother flowers did not compromise. They just started taking people.
You get me down to $6,000. You get me down to $6,500, right? That's compromise. Now you didn't pay the $7,000, right? But you didn't get it done for $3,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was compromise. All you was trying to do was pay me $2,500. You see what I'm saying? I can't do it for that. So what I did was I gave you a player's deal and we got it done for $6,500. See, that's compromise there, CK. You know what I'm saying? That's how you get shit done.
All I have to say is you do not compromise with white supremacists.
You're gonna have to. If
white
supremacists,
you're
compromising right now.
You know what? I think the heart of the heart of
that's like compromising with terrorists right there.
CK,
no, you're compromising every day.
We actually did compromise with terrorists, though. But I'm gonna leave that alone.
I would say this. I think some of the heart of what CK is asking is like the leverage. What do you have as leverage? Say,
if they don't do what we want,
right? If you ask,
we don't have the numbers, and then we got all these divisive ass groups separating us into different categories.
Yeah.
We don't have that help. We don't have the weapons. We don't have the training.
If we don't have the numbers, then how did Georgia flip blue? We don't have the numbers.
Well, no, that's on a state. That's on a state level.
Oh, them niggas cheated. That's how that happened.
Oh, this guy is on the.
Do you think it's
the election was stolen trip?
Do you think it's political in voting? I guess you would say, on the national level and state level is enough.
I mean, to win the presidency, they needed to win Georgia, the state. Like you have controlling power. Like this is not like. You
Yeah,
just
that's
this
the
should go
win.
hand in hand.
That's the win. Yeah, that's
Well,
the
I
win.
have a question for Sosa
So
based
you
on
do
what
have
he
you
just
do have
said.
the numbers. Like you don't need to have 100 million niggas. Shit, otherwise, what number do the LGBTQ have? Look, shit, they don't have not more than goddamn African Americans.
Yeah,
That's because some of the African Americans are LGBTQ.
Yeah, but they don't got.
Forget that.
Do they
stump
count?
around
Do they
with 'em.
register 44 million?
You know, I don't know, but I
No, nah, come on.
They about 2 or 3%.
look when the app when
13%.
listen, when LGBT when they was making a little noise on the ground, right? I think it was a few years ago. We watched them when the reparations argument came out, and we was talking about I'll just talk about this part in particular, the set asides in reference to contract. We watched them create. They created their own little counselor and went out and they started doing their own little packages for their own little people. We look again. They went from having 7 businesses to darn over 40 to 50. You look again, they got a set aside because they took a group of people, got together and say, hey, we're gonna do our own packages for our people and then present. I think that sometimes we get lost in the sauce a little bit in approaching some things when it comes to Congress. And everybody else, the reason they're winning because they're catching their level, they're doing levels to it. Like we want it all inclusive and hit it all at once. And to me, Congress, that's too much information for them at one time. I think that we have the whole entire overall goal, but then we have to hit them with these stair level steps of different levels of things that we need to accomplish within that. And I don't think that we are approaching them with the stair steps. We're approaching them just the overall goal at one time, and so we're not getting anything done year after year.
That's a good
point. Yeah, we got to give them something. We got to give them something that they can pass. That's what best is what you're saying.
Along the way,
and minimize instead of ask for 50 things. Should narrow shit down to 10 and get 5. They go back with 10 more, get 5.
And 5 things that they can actually get past. You know what I'm saying? So figure out what they can actually get
but like
past.
I said earlier,
come right back to the table.
Have a response.
Come right back to the table, Corey. Like, hey,
and when they pass them, come right back to the table. Because you see, hey, Donald Trump, who was that brought that up? I think it was Thunder, right? Donald Trump didn't know how the politics work, how that shit worked, right?
Yeah.
So
exactly.
somebody came and asked him for some money, and he gave him the money, right? Then they came back the next year, and he like, well, damn, I gave it to y'all. How come y'all back here again? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? You know,
it's annual. You know what annual means, right?
Absolutely. and so the thing is, and Monica touched on Sister Monique. I'm mispronouncing. I gotta know what's the real. Is it Monica or Monica?
Monica.
Okay, because I don't like to be fucking up like
Sister
that.
Mo.
Sister Mo. She touched on it. She said it earlier. Damn man, I forgot. But you gotta maintain, maintenance the bill, basically, is what she was talking about, right? It takes maintenance. You know what I'm saying? So I like everybody. Brendan makes a good point. So man, we have to, and this is not the conversation that I'm hearing about reparations. See, this is when I hear the conversation of reparations, I don't hear the things that we're talking about. You know, actual real things. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole reparations thing that got so out of hand that we plan ourselves out of the game. Really, you know what I mean? With the bickering and the fact that, you know what I'm saying, it's crazy, and
that's intentional.
And you got to do it not with the talking. You got to do it with the money. That's where black people fall off the game. Because now I'm talking about allocating a percentage of your paycheck. See, now what? I gotta pay for reparations? What kind of shit is that, nigga?
You're supposed to be getting the money, not giving it away.
That's a good ass investment.
But you know what? At this point, it has become a legal claim at this point, right?
That's a good investment, though.
Everything we're talking about,
gotta
these
pay
are
for your
legal
lawyers,
claims.
though.
In a lot of the conversations we having, you shouldn't even be having outside of legal representation, right?
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
when it becomes to that point, and it's getting to that position, right? Everybody should be this should be a legal conversation that's happening.
You should be shutting
Yep.
up.
Yeah.
Yep. Everybody should be shutting
That's
up.
when you know it's real, right?
Or you make
Mhm.
a good point in reference to coming out of pocket. I think that when I hear them talk about reparation, they'll say, well, we'll talk about how much money we're spending, but they never approach them and say, well, look how much tax dollars that we're actually giving. So we got an invested interest already. We're already paying for it. Because if you take when we approach contracting, right? And we talk about how many contractors are not getting, how many African American contractors, because I think in ADOS one of their talking points was set aside specifically for African Americans. And I said, okay, that you do have a point there, but guess what? Your issue is not that we can't get that set aside. That's one right there that would really put us over the top if we got our fair share of contracting. But the issue is not going to be, they can give us a set aside tomorrow. The question is, how many of our companies is going to give up them tax returns? Because when you do set aside,
if you make it profitable.
No. Listen, I don't care how much you make profitable.
No, the government. Go ahead, man.
Our companies, our people have been taught so much on how to do things under the table that they don't even understand when they do things right, they still get a benefit. So when you do set aside, it comes with a checklist. On that checklist, one of the things on the checklist that keeps us from getting in the know, I'm telling you something I know because we have 7 government contracts. Look it up. Right? Because we learned the game. Those set-asides are there. We could get it. African Americans specifically can get it. But most of our companies will not give up their tax returns. Not because they don't file taxes, it's because they haven't been taught how to file it properly.
But Monique, the reason why I say it, but because they don't have a favorable position to do so. Right?
Why not?
If you make it favorable for them to do so, I mentioned, like I say, I keep mentioning this to Thunder. It's like if you make it so, okay, well, a person that owns it, that's affected by slavery, I can get a tax-free loan, right? Or something I can do tax-free debt against what I'm trying to finance, right? Then that sort of opens that up. It opens up if you give us opportunities to say, okay, well, I'm reducing the risk. I'm reducing the financial risk on whatever business that I own. I'm a black, I'm a person that's been influenced by financial, I guess slavery, right? I've been influenced, right? So
you're talking about
how can I do exactly? It becomes a subsidy. Exactly, it becomes a subsidy, right? And then it becomes an incentive for me to open that piece up. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Because they do it for farmers. They do it for farmers, and they in the same position. Like I think they was in the same position. Like they didn't really want to give up that tax return. Really, you know what I'm saying? But now there's a government subsidy.
Yeah, exactly. It's a subsidy that's an incentive for them. Right, because then you can they can get capital to invest in their business. You know what I'm saying? That's one way to address it.
So are we just gonna ignore the elephant?
I don't want to ignore anything.
I'm just saying, like one of the elephants that we're kind of ignoring is that we have a extreme propaganda and push, by not just white ringers but white supremacists as well, to like put laws in place to ban critical race theory and just not even teaching history in school.
You run off. Don't do that.
No, I'm connecting it. Stand by.
Stand by. To the critical race
Stand by. I'm not a pseudo. You should know me by now, Brendan. I'm connecting it. Just give me 60 seconds.
Around the barn.
No, I'm thinking big picture. Big picture. We have an extreme propaganda movement going on right now to stop just basic history being taught in school. So just imagine if these people are successful. It's already successful in like 17 states that they have laws passed already against it. And it's so vague to the point to where like shit, anything in regards to like racism or sexism or any type of oppression or discrimination can't necessarily be talked about like that in school. So if you already have that in place, fast forward a good 20 something years from now, like kids aren't going to even know what reparations really is, or like, why do we need it? Because history isn't even being taught in school.
The issue is, CK,
I'm saying we can't ignore that.
It's about history.
Yes, it is about history, because if you don't know your history, how are you going to be able to prevent what happened in the past from happening again?
It's more about financial. It's more about financial literacy, right?
Yeah.
So I think instead of the critical race theory, we need that, I guess. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really that familiar with it, right? But I think we got a lot invested in that, and I think it's done went overboard.
It's for graduate students.
The real thing we need to be fighting for, we need to be fighting for financial literacy in school, right? That's what we really need to be fighting for, is making sure that there's in these ghetto schools, in the hood schools, in the under paid for schools and shit like that, right? We need to fight for financial literacy in those schools, not
and political.
To learn about your history at home.
And that
your mama gonna tell you. Background. Your mama gonna tell you about your history. You know what I'm saying? Granddaddy gonna tell you about your history, right? That's where you want to learn.
If that was the case, like.
If
that was the case, we wouldn't have people like American Dream. If that was the case,
American Dream,
he ain't from here. You don't have a granddaddy that went through that. He's not even from here.
But I'm just saying, if we have some parents that are not teaching their kids that, we can't sit up here and say, "Oh, well, that's the parents' fault." I'm saying that's going to happen. Like you need to think about big picture. Give me a second. I ain't gonna be long-winded.
If there's anything that we should be able to do by ourselves, that's what we should be able to do by ourselves. We shouldn't have to hold anybody else responsible for teaching us our history. Like, we should be able to do that shit at home with our own kids. You know what I'm saying? Damn what anybody else do. We should be able to pass that shit on ourselves. Like, we can't do that then shit.
Well, how are you going to be able to teach someone something if you don't know it yourself?
Well, that's a big issue in itself.
I mean, I don't think y'all are thinking. Like,
I don't think it's hard for black people to know about slavery.
Like, that's like a graduate course.
I'm not saying critical race theory needs to be taught in school. Actually, you know what? That's the whole point.
You know what? That's why. You know what?
That's why I need y'all to let me finish making my point before you just started cutting me off. Like,
that's why history is an elective.
Listen to me. We all know that critical race theory is not being taught through K through 12, but the people that are passing the fucking laws to ban it, they're making the law so vague so that any history did y'all even look at the executive order that
really
Trump
trying
put
to
forth?
ban it. What
they're
trying
to
do.
So TK, what's your solution? Like, what do you want to do for history don't get lost? Like, just give us your solution for that. So, like, what do you want to do?
I mean, first of all, we need to push back against these people that are trying to put these laws in place.
What does that look like? What does it look like?
Activism, making our voice heard, getting on all these social media applications, making our voice known and heard, getting on these news outlets, making our voice known and heard at these school board meetings, because that's where all these fucking white supremacists are, causing up a whole darn storm, just so history isn't taught in school, because they know that critical race theory isn't taught in K through 12. But they are using that as a boogeyman. They're using that as a scapegoat to try to get people to.
I want history taught in school because I don't know that
critical race theory is a bunch of bullshit. Man, fuck that shit. And they're getting rid of all the gay shit out of school too. They're doing all that shit.
That's the problem. There is no gay shit in school. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't understand how white supremacists, they are getting their rhetoric influenced in Black communities, and they're getting us to vote for shit that they want so that we can maintain their privilege.
They are passing laws
in the city.
I just watched a documentary on it earlier this week.
Inner city kids
are
can't
getting rid of.
count and
You gonna
or
say fuck
read.
critical race theory,
They can't
Thunder? When I
count
guarantee
and
you don't know what
read.
the fuck it
Yeah,
is.
it's about
Man,
Hold
yeah,
on.
because it's a
Fuck
law
that.
How you
school
gonna say
thing.
fuck
Like
some
nobody
shit?
cares about critical race theory. Who
They
going to law
don't
school? You
Don't
teach
gonna
them to
nobody care
count
about
and
that
read.
bullshit.
How you gonna
Teach
say you don't
them to
care if you
count
don't
and
even know what it
read.
is? Corey, you already said, oh, I don't know that much about it.
But it's taught in
I
law
bet you
school
Thunder don't
though.
know
I mean,
shit.
like
Thunder, who
like
actually, you know what? Move on. All of you mother flowers, move the fuck out my way. Thunder, who started critical race theory?
I don't give a fuck who started. Why you asking me?
Oh, okay. You could just say you don't know. Just say you don't know.
No,
Keep that
I
in
don't
mind,
give a
listening
fuck who
audience. He
started.
don't know. He's saying fucks.
No,
He don't
I
know.
don't give a fuck who started. Why would I need to know that? Why? Tell me why do I need to know that?
And
Why
y'all
is
see
that information
why I brought up
pertinent
what
to
I
me?
brought up about how
No, don't
and the
do that
white
bullshit.
supremacists
Just answer
and
the
what they're
question.
doing
Why should that be
currently.
important
We're
to me?
not paying attention to what these people are doing. We're not taking this shit seriously. And before we know it, that's what's going to happen.
Take it
You're
what
going to have
serious?
people like Thunder, instead of it being critical race theory, who gives a fuck about slavery? Who gives a fuck about reparations? I don't give a fuck about that
Are you
bullshit.
gonna sit there and rant?
That's
Or
the
you gonna
direction
answer
that it's
the
going to
question?
go.
Why should I
It may
know?
take a few years.
Why should I
It may
know
take
who
10
started
years. Shit,
critical
it may
race
take
theory?
20.
Don't nobody else say nothing.
Who started it? Who
Don't
started it?
nobody else say
Who
nothing.
started it?
Hold on. Don't say nothing. No.
Y'all don't see
Hold
how
on,
the
Corey.
direction, how stuff
Fuck
goes,
all
man.
that rant. See, now she finna rant on. See,
Ain't nobody
this
finna
is
ran
real
on. Just
easy
admit you don't
work
know what the
for
fuck
me.
you talking about. Just like American
Now
Dream.
tell
You don't know
me.
what the fuck
I
you
just
talking
told
about.
you. I just told you. Now, okay, fine. Now,
But
tell
the
me why do I need to
conversation
know
then
who
got
started
veered
critical
off
race
into
theory?
critical
We
race
go
Hold
back
on,
to the
It's not veered off. It's on
Corey.
business
point.
part.
Hold on, Corey. Hold on.
Yeah,
Don't say
let's
fuck
get
me.
about
Hold
let's
on.
get to this money.
Don't
Back to
hold
this
on,
money.
Right.
Brandon. Hold on, man. Hold on.
Let's get
Everybody
to the
hold
money,
on.
man.
Now tell me, CK, why should I know?
Hey, give him a
Why
couple
should I
minutes,
know
Corey.
who
Let's get
started?
back to this money.
Hold
Yeah, we're gonna
on,
give him a couple minutes.
Brandon. Yeah,
Go ahead.
give me 5 minutes, y'all.
No,
Y'all give me
not
5
5.
minutes.
We're gonna
Yeah.
give you 2.
Now
Go ahead.
tell me why should I know who started critical race theory? Go ahead.
I don't know. Maybe you should look it up and see who the person was and what
Did you
they
see
did.
Did you hear that damn
No,
answer?
I ain't
I
answering
don't
it
know.
for you. No,
So
I ain't doing it. I'm
did
not
that
doing the
rant.
research for you.
You
See,
did that
this is the
rant.
problem.
You did that rant.
When we talking about
did that rant for
tangible stuff,
nothing.
when we talk about money and stuff, we always
Exactly.
get
We
pulled.
talking about
We
man.
get
Fuck that
pulled in
bullshit.
historical conversations.
We're talking money.
We get
They love
pulled
the
into
history.
these weird conversations.
I don't give all that bullshit.
Philosophy. Let's
It's
talk
all
let's keep
connected,
it.
Brendan. And the
I
problem
get
is,
it.
it is.
But the
When you
connectedness.
don't
I think
talk about that
the
kind of stuff,
the
you
problems,
don't
the
get to the money.
connections, the
we only focus
I
on one part of
understand.
it though.
I
You see what I'm
understand
saying?
the
Yeah.
connections, but the central point that we're talking about. Let's focus on the
Right.
central point, right?
We talking about
Absolutely.
This
80
money we're talking about. The central point.
We talking about reparations.
We
That's
can
what we
deal with
talking
all
about,
the
getting
other
money.
stuff afterwards. We can
Fuck
But
all
the
that.
whole,
we can
like,
write
do y'all
books
like,
and
like this is, I don't understand. Like, I don't know how to explain it to make y'all understand. Do
I
y'all
understand.
then don't.
I understand.
No,
it.
let me
I
rephrase.
understand
Let
it
me try
fully.
to rephrase it. Move the fuck out my way. Let me try to rephrase it, yo.
I
Do
understand it
y'all
fully.
understand that the
I do.
whole fucking point of HR 40 is critical race theory? The whole fucking point of it is,
you
it
just
is the
made that up.
study. It is the study of
You're
exactly that.
emotional and you just made that bullshit up.
I just made it up. Really?
You're emotional and you just made that bullshit up. You taking a conversation.
It does a study
Don't
on
Critical race
nobody
theory
give a
is the
fuck about
study of
it happened
identity politics.
historically.
It is the study of how
happened-
races are
what
treated
happened
and
historically.
disadvantaged. That's all HR 40 is. How our race was disadvantaged, how our race was treated. And you just had Thunder say, fuck critical race theory. You might as well
just
replace critical
made
race theory
that
with HR
bullshit
40.
up.
Just replace
You
critical
just
race
made
theory
that
with
up.
HR 40. Fuck HR 40. Fuck reparations.
You
It's the
just
same
connect. No,
thing.
you just connected.
It's connected.
You-
And because people don't know what the
You
fuck you're
just
talking
connect-
about,
You
and they don't know
just
their history.
connected. You just connected that.
I'm saying I did, but it's crazy that I had to do that. So just fast forward 10, 20 years of not teaching history in school. Fast 10, 20 years of these white supremacists passing these laws of us not being able to know shit. And the parents,
no,
they don't
but
We
fucking know.
can't
So how they
connect.
gonna
We
teach their
can't
kids
be
something they don't
connected to
know?
critical
the
race
HR.
theory
They
to
get the
HR 40.
banning books
See, that's
because
what I'm
that's what
saying.
they're banning books.
Here's what we can't be doing. We can't be connecting our reparations claim to everything on the planet.
Right.
All this stuff. It has to be specific. Let's not connect it. When we say it's all
How you
connected,
gonna
no,
not connect something that is
no,
connected?
it's not all connected. No,
I
it's
just
not
connected
all.
one thing right there.
No, we can't connect everything to a legal claim because a
What do you
legal
mean? This is a legal claim. You just said earlier that this is a legal claim. We need to have lawyers involved.
Critical
Critical
race
it's
theory
got
is not
nothing to
a.
do with
So you
legality.
taking back
I
that
don't
claim that you
know.
made earlier,
I don't know
Brendan?
what this verb.
I'm just
This woman
saying.
here
Yeah,
is ridiculous.
this is my
At this
Yeah, I
mind.
point,
am
In
ridiculous,
my mind,
Thunder. Just
this
admit you don't
woman
know
here
what
is
the fuck you
ridiculous.
talking about, my dude. It's okay.
I just told you, fuck
Yeah,
critical
you
race
just said
theory. I
fuck.
just
Yeah,
told you
might
that.
as well say
I
fuck
do know what I'm
reparations
talking about.
too.
I just said it.
Why not add
Okay,
that
go ahead.
on?
We
Why
do
say
that.
fuck
We
reparations
was
too?
actually having a fruitful conversation, and
I
and
agree.
I like to get back to that kind of.
I agree. Fuck
let's get
critical race
back.
theory.
Specific.
No,
Let's target a targeted conversation.
right,
Nothing.
right. It's
I
not
agree.
about it's not that critical race theory is not important, right? That's just not the piece that we was actually having a conversation about. It's all relevant though. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying it's not relevant. This is something that's taught in law school. So none of us are taking the bar right now or whatever. So I'm guessing we don't even none of us really fully understand the ins and outs of the critical race theory. So we can just put that on the back burner until we can, someone get studied up on that. And,
No, I will agree with her when she compares it to HR 40. She's correct. She's correct.
Okay,
You
then
can't
why
get
say
around
fuck
that.
critical race theory then?
Listen,
Make it
okay,
make sense, Thunder.
Okay, let me answer your question then. Just be quiet. Let me answer your question. You said why do I say fuck it, right? Now I think everybody on this panel have heard me say I got on Wujawu. When would this bill started? Oh, I don't know. Who started? I don't know. John Conyers introduced it in 1989. This is 33 years gone. We can't get this shit back. And Cobra, all of these other organizations that have been ADOS and whoever else been formed to present this argument to Congress have done it. To what? No avail. At this point, I've already told you. Everybody has heard my stance. I think we should move toward a class. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I think we should move. Yeah, because
basically he wants to give up, you guys. That's why.
I think you asked me a question, so let me answer it. I think everybody's heard me say that I believe that we should move toward a class action lawsuit model. Everybody's heard me say this tonight. I'm not saying anything that's foreign. I ain't making it up. This is what I believe.
The class action lawsuit against
I just
Thunder.
think we should get it a different way, man. Like I think we should get it in a more slicker. See, everybody.
Don't forget our ancestors was arguing over the exact same thing y'all doing now. There's actual books on it and everything. I put them all in the server too. If y'all want to read them.
Hold on.
How come it can't be like it? We focus on a lot of times we focus what the aim of it is and what it, we can get it. It don't have to be called reparations, right? All we got to do is get legislation passed that's beneficial to
So
us.
you think that it'll probably get passed if we just don't call it reparations, just call it something else?
So what's the difference between
more likely
different pieces, like Sister Mo said, we have to do it in the stair step thing, right?
It's more likely.
I want to ask Thunder.
I think that's what we're doing.
Question. What's
Go
the
ahead,
difference? What's the difference between what we're talking about and a class action lawsuit?
What you talking about?
No. You mentioned, you say instead of talking about reparations,
that's what HR 40
is. We should do, instead of HR 40, we should.
HR 40 is not a class.
we should
It's
do
the
a
beginning
class. We
steps.
should have approach.
Who
Hold
is the
on,
class
hold on.
action? No,
Hold
move
on.
out the way,
Hold
Brendan.
on.
Who's the
No,
class
no,
action
no, no, no,
lawsuit
no,
against?
no. You know,
The whole
push
point
me
of
out the
HR
way.
40 is we got to figure out who the fuck is the class action
question-
lawsuit is against. Who are we
What's the
suing?
difference? What's the difference? What's the difference between what we're talking about
Can't
and
go
a
to
class
court and be like,
action
oh, I don't know
lawsuit?
who I'm
You don't
suing.
want to sue
Right?
nobody.
What is the class? What's the difference
Between what?
between what we're discussing in terms of reparations and all? You said the HR 40, you wouldn't go that path, right? HR 40, S40, and all this stuff, right? As opposed to that, you propose we should go with a class action approach. What's the difference?
Okay, Brandon, what you said it previously. I want to say it was you. When you're talking about class action, you're talking about judicial. When you're talking about HR 40, you're not talking about judicial. You are talking about legislative. Listen, I can't be doing this with y'all, man. Y'all don't know the difference between a class action lawsuit, which is amongst private citizens, performed by private citizens
he
to
knows the
benefit
difference. That
private
wasn't his
citizens.
question, though, Thunder. That was not his
I
question.
just told you the difference.
He
Well, let me
the
say it
difference.
again, Corey. But
You know the difference.
let me say it again. Let me say it again. He
What-
said, "What's the
he's
difference
saying
between a class
what's the
action
difference
lawsuit
between
and HR
what
40?"
you're saying and
HR
it's
40
pretty
is
self-explanatory.
HR 40 is a legislative process. A class action lawsuit will be a judicial process. They are not the same thing. You're talking about a bill that's passed by Congress compared to a settlement that will be ruled in a courtroom.
But you never told me who would be in the class action
question.
lawsuit.
So I'll ask you this
Thunder.
question, but that's a great designation. That's a great distinction.
Okay, cool.
I think now we're
But I'm saying, am I going to get an answer to my question though? Like who's in the class
I
action
just asked a
lawsuit?
Brandon question. Let me answer your question. Go ahead.
I answered my question before Brandon even asked his question. You just
I'm just trying to drill down.
Apologize.
I'm sort of trying to drill down a bit.
Go ahead, PK.
I already asked my question. I said, who the class action lawsuit against?
Who would be subject to this
Who was it against?
class action?
Yeah, who's it against?
Lawsuit.
Because if you go up there, you don't have no people named in that class action lawsuit. The judge gonna throw that shit out.
Okay, I said this, Brandon. I want you to put it on your mama.
Yeah,
right?
we had
put it
this.
on your
We had
mama
this
if you heard me say this tonight, right? Hold on.
Maybe
listen.
I missed it.
No problem, Brandon. I want you to put it on your mama if I didn't say this. I said we need to do a class action lawsuit against an insurance company, Wells Fargo, and who else did I say, Brandon? On your mama, Brandon.
It's
did
private,
I say that?
Essentially,
Brandon,
it's private business.
Stop, Brandon.
Yeah, for sure.
On
yes,
your mama.
yes,
Brandon,
on my
your
mama.
Please did answer. I say that?
You did.
Okay.
You are reiterating what you mentioned earlier.
Okay, cool. All right, no
Right.
problem.
For sure. But one of my questions would be, right, in terms of okay, well, we should do a
HR
class
40 would
action.
be
It should be-
HR 40 would be a for CK's question. HR 40 would be a condemnation or a judgment against who? The U.S. either probably.
We should do
it
both.
would Probably
We should
the
do
US
both.
government.
That's a good.
I mean, we could do both. I don't see why not. But I
No,
don't
we can
think
do
the
both.
class action lawsuit is the best way to go though.
I would take. You know what? I think we should do
Well,
both.
okay,
And
well,
or
hey,
and
But
both.
I'm gonna tell you why,
hold on,
Thunder.
Brandon.
I'm
Hold
not
on,
saying we
Brandon.
shouldn't do it, but that shouldn't
Hold
be the
on.
only thing because
Let me make my
a
argument.
class action lawsuit.
That's a great
But a
idea.
bill. But I'm just saying, once a bill is passed, once that shit is in law, it's in law, son.
But
No, it's okay.
Let me
A
ask you.
lawsuit
was-
like that shit can go
Thunder.
wishy-washy.
Because you know what?
Wait.
You can appeal that shit.
Because
Thunder.
either way, one would give teeth
what's up,
to the
Monica?
other. One would give teeth
No, I
to
was
the
trying
other.
to figure out. Thunder, you saying class action lawsuit against the companies who were involved with slavery?
Who benefit off of slavery?
Wait. There's something
Directly.
already out there about that. I thought that and I'm trying to find the darn act. So the banks have, I know the banks have, they were directed, they put it's some funding. I'm gonna find the act because we went over this already. Where there's some funding that they have for that where they're supposed to issue out these grant funding, but they don't make it public. I'm gonna find it. Because what you're
Okay,
saying
no
Thunder
problem.
has already been done. I'm gonna find it.
Oh, good. That's
Hold
good.
on. Let me look for it. I just have to think about it.
Hopefully, I answer Brandon's question.
That's
I think
that's
I
a
answered
great,
Steve's question.
Uh-huh.
dude. That was a great question though, Thunder. That's a great because if it's out there, let's put it all on the table.
But do y'all understand why I brought up the things that I brought up though, instead of just being against it?
I don't want to leave nothing on the table.
I'm not. We're not against what you're saying. I'm saying fuck.
You
what
said
you're saying.
fuck it. You said fuck it. You're against it. But I'm saying, do you understand why? Do you understand why I'm saying it's important?
Listen, I have submitted that what you're saying was correct. I didn't say you was wrong. That's what you're doing. You're on the defense for no reason. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I believe what you're saying is correct. When you compare critical race theory and HR Ford, that is, you are correct. Nobody.
No, I'm talking. No. I'm saying what my overall point was. Did y'all understand what my overall point was? And bringing
Give me
that
your
up?
overall point.
No, go ahead.
My overall point in all of that is that we are not paying attention to what these white supremacists are doing around us. And before we know it, they're going to be putting all these different laws into place that impact us negatively. Something that you don't think is a big deal, you're saying, oh, fuck it. I don't give a fuck about that. And then fast forward 10, 20 years down the road, we start seeing the negative impact that it has on us as a people. We don't see it now because we don't see it as a problem now.
Yeah, we should.
And I'm just saying that, yes, we need to do whatever we're going to do to try to get our reparations. Everything that y'all suggesting, I agree with almost 90-ish% of what everyone's suggesting. But we cannot have something we can't have something in place to address what the opposition is doing.
Can you give me an example of any law that's been passed in whatever manner you're speaking about right now? Go ahead, go.
I already gave you one.
Which one?
You want me to give you another?
Give me one.
If you were listening to me, I already gave you one.
Go, give me two.
Okay. Voter suppression laws.
Voter suppression?
Yes, voter suppression laws. That's another. How the fuck we gonna be able to get things that we want in our community if they're putting laws in place to suppress the black vote and to remove black people off the voter registration, which actually happened in Georgia during 2020?
What law is put in place to suppress your vote? Suppress the black vote. Which one?
Well, it doesn't affect just black people though. That's the thing.
Man,
but it does disproportionately affect black people.
You know what?
I am not doing all of your research for you.
You know.
If you want to know who started critical race theory, use your smartphone and type it in and find out how great of a person that dude was. Same thing for the voter suppression laws. Just type in voter suppression laws passed in United States and see what comes up.
You know what made? You guys know what made?
I'm just trying to make you do some research for yourself. I ain't doing everything for you.
Corey hinted on this earlier. What may address this? Corey hinted on this earlier. What may address some of this is the lack of legal representation, right, amongst our community, right? The lack of legal representation.
Redistricting,
all of this,
gerrymandering.
All of this have to couple
gerrymandering.
That
affect black people.
We have to couple
it disproportionately affect black people. I'll give you another example. When President Trump was in office, I forgot what it is I forgot what it was called, but he had it. He was trying to get rid of mail-in voting. So in certain portions, certain states, specifically them swing states, they removed a gang of post office what do you call those? What do you call those things that those mobile the mailboxes, those mobile mailboxes? They removed like a shit ton of them. And when you start looking at where these shits were, the majority of them were in black communities, yo. Because they know that a lot of people were mailing in their vote that year. One, because of fucking COVID. Two, because don't nobody like to sit in no damn line for hours just to vote.
Yeah.
Voter suppression negatively impacts black people. But someone like you will be like, oh, fuck them ballots, man, fuck this, fuck that. You don't see the big picture. You don't see in the long run how that can negatively impact you.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Until we fast forward 5-10 years and some saint of an investigative journalist investigates the situation and puts together all the data and puts it in a report for us to see. And they see like, damn, like, remember when you said fuck this shit 10 years ago? This was the result of that.
Just ranting right now, y'all. Hey, did a record number of black people vote for Obama and Biden? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
You said what? You
Wait a
said yes
minute.
or
So
no?
do you think that just because that took place,
Hold on, let's do
that
that.
wait a minute,
Let's
just because
start
that
over.
took place, that just makes what I said
Let's start
invalid?
over. Let's start over. Did a record number of black
Hold
people
on. No, you're not
Obama?
gonna run over what the fuck I said, my dude.
I just
Did what I
said.
just said? Did what I just said? Did that happen?
No. Did you answer? Are you gonna answer my question? I asked you a question. I heard your rant. Now answer my question. Did a record number of black people vote
I
for
already know the
Obama
direction that you're
and
trying to
Joe
go,
Biden?
Thunder. You're basically trying
All
to
you had to
imply
do
that that
is
shit
now
didn't
CK on
you
your
got
head,
now.
Thunder. CK on your
Brandon,
That's the
head.
hold
direction
on,
that you're
Brandon.
trying to go. Oh, well, look,
Hold on,
Biden
Brandon.
won. Yo, the only fucking reason that Biden won
We
is
gonna
because
stay right here.
motherfuckers did not want
We gonna
a
say
white
all she's
supremacist
doing
in
is
fucking
ranting,
office.
cursing, and everything else.
It
Right?
just
That's
is
all
what
she's
it
doing.
is.
What I'm asking
It
you
just
to
is
do
what
is
it
just
is.
answer one question.
People
Did a
hated
record
Trump's
number?
guts. And
I'm
honestly, Trump
gonna stay
would
right
have
here.
won if he would have handled the COVID situation
I'm
better.
gonna stay
Let's just
right
keep it
here.
100. If
I'm
Trump
gonna
would have
stay
handled
right
that
here.
COVID situation
Now she's
better,
talking about
his
Trump.
racist, white
All
supremacist,
these
fascist ass
they
would have fucking won.
now she's talking about white supremacists and Trump, right? I asked her, did a record number of black people vote for President Obama
How about you just
and
fast forward
President
to the part where you say
and
that
President
everything that
Biden?
I just
No,
said doesn't
I
mean
need to
shit
hear
and
your
don't
I need to hear
matter?
your answer.
It didn't
I need to hear
affect
the answer.
anything because black people weren't held back. They was
We're gonna
able
stay
to
right
vote
here.
in record numbers.
All
That's
we
the
doing is
direction that you
ranting.
going, my dude, and I ain't falling for
Everybody
that
let
shit.
everybody let the ranting go, right? This is pseudo killer, right? This is a joke.
This is a joke.
Did a
Nigga,
record number of black
listen here, you
of
pseudo
black
ass mother
people
flower. I
vote
got
for
sources on deck. Fuck with
did
me
a
if you want
record
to, my
number
dude. I
we
throw
talking about
everything
sources.
in the fucking server. Anything
Now
that
we
you want
talking
to
about
I see
sources,
you ain't challenging me
servers,
nothing what I say though.
chat, and we talking about
Just
Trump
like you said,
and
oh
white
CK, you sound
supremacy.
like you crazy over that 80 shit. Let me
Now
pull that source up.
all
Everybody
I'm
mouth gonna
asking you to
drop.
do is tell me if a record number of black people voted for President Obama and President Biden. Yes or no?
Of course.
Pseudo killer.
That is true.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That's it. See, you could have answered that 10 minutes ago instead of your rant. I don't care about that. I'm real calm and cool. I ain't finna rant. I ain't finna rant at you.
Well,
But
guess what?
anyway,
My rant is backed by mother flipping facts, my dude.
Yes, that's what.
Hey, don't
so-
let the emotion and passion fool none of you mother flowers. People ask me to source up, I'll go get it.
I don't give a
you
damn
on
about all
flame. We
that.
know you
that
on
silly
flame.
stuff.
I can
That's
go
debate
get
stuff.
it.
I ain't no
gonna
debater.
just talk you to death. I can go
I ain't
get
with
it. I
all that
might be
debating.
over here
No.
playing Borderlands, but I can go get it.
No, you know you on
I
flame.
inform
now.
people. I ain't with all that silly stuff.
Mhm.
That's y'all stuff.
So
it's
you've
good,
never answered my
okay.
question. Did
What's
those
the- okay,
things
what's
take
the-
place though? The things that I
Yeah, what-
mentioned
Which one?
that was definitely negatively impacting black people.
Oh no, I can't attribute to a negative impact to black people. Why would you do that?
Okay.
Are you saying it was a racially biased? Are you saying gerrymandering is racially biased? Are you saying that
I think you know what? You know
Oh, it
what?
definitely is.
CK,
But it's
you
not
know what
just
this
against
goes-
black people. It's against
hey,
black people
hey,
and
CK.
Hispanic
No, if
people
you're saying-
too.
If you're saying it's
CK, but you
racially
know what?
biased,
You know what this goes back to? The
It
argument
goes
that
back to
American
history.
Dream. What
We don't know
American
our
Dream?
history.
What American Dream was saying? What is the damage that was happened to you guys in the first place? Some people don't think that
Yeah, you don't even
slavery
recognize it.
don't recognize the damage that happened in the first. Why does anybody owe you guys
But
any reparations?
I
Because
agree with you, Brendan.
I
But this is
don't
what
think any
happens when we
damage
don't know our
happened.
history, though.
Yeah, exactly. This goes back to
When
that.
you don't know your history, and then if your parents can't or don't teach it to you, and you don't know where, you don't even have the desire to even look this shit up yourself, because I mean, just look at what
That's
you're
the point.
surrounded by. You're surrounded by nothing but being taught about white American history.
What
So
you're doing is
I'm
you
not,
get
and I'm
older,
not saying
you start
I'm not
saying, "What
saying
is slavery? What's that?"
and Thunder,
What
I'm
you're
not
doing is
saying
That
that's your,
reparations. What
and
we
I'm
need
not,
reparations for?
and
That's
Thunder,
what's gonna
I'm not
happen, yo.
saying, and
Fast
Thunder,
forward
I'm
10,
not
20
saying
years.
that's your argument. That's the argument American Dream was saying earlier.
I
It's
agree
like
with you.
Yeah.
when you guys were talking about, he was like, I don't. Can you articulate what damage happened? I don't know. Were you
Man, there are
personally
books on
affected?
it.
You know, is
There are
this
books
whole?
on it.
Yeah, exactly. So,
And actually, like I said, me and Adrian, we're gonna do a presentation on critical race theory. Well, specifically on the 1619 project, which they coincide. I've been done with my presentation for like 2
you got a
weeks.
point. You got a point.
I got
Oh, go
sources
ahead.
on deck, my dude.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just
Whenever
waiting on
you-
Adrian.
Yeah, that's it's real cute and all, but whenever you finish, hopefully our people are in the same position. Whenever you finish all your presentation, I hope we could learn take that information and apply it. Like when I told y'all to get rid of your credit card, you could take that information, you can look that up and apply it, and it help you. It's gonna help you in the long run, and not in the long run, in the short run too.
You do realize that those are two separate.
When I told Brandon
those are two separate things, right?
If I tell y'all to get rid of cash, all you gotta do is just put that in Google too, and see how much that'll help you.
I'm gonna ask you again too.
All your
in
money.
terms of not only the I guess you would say the interest free loan. What about the tax deductible interest? Right? Give me a tax. At least if I can't have an interest free loan, give me a tax deductible interest loan. How about that? Is that okay?
A tax deductible interest free.
No, tax deductible interest on my debt.
What
tax deductible interest?
No,
the interest on my loan, the interest, like for instance, if I do a home loan,
credit, not tax.
Exactly. Yeah, a tax.
You don't
credit.
want your loan to be.
I don't want. Yeah, don't even put it in there. Exactly, because when I say deductible, don't even put it in there. The interest, interest on
I got him.
Exactly, you got me right. Because at that point, I don't want to deduct it. I don't even need to claim it.
Wait, but that's where. But wait. So that goes back to the business piece, Brandon. I put this in the little chat for you.
So you see how Monique jump in when we talking about them dollars and cents?
You know that's the only time I talk.
That's the only thing that matters to me.
All I got to talk about.
That's the only time I jump in. That's the only thing that makes sense to me is the numbers. That so most people they get upset. They say, well, Amazon doesn't pay any taxes. It's not fair. But if you look to see where Amazon housed their warehouses, it's always in low and moderate income areas.
100%.
And the reason they do that, I put two things in the chat for you, Brandon, because I made a comment. I said,
opportunity zone.
Yep. Most of our, one of the things ADOS had in their reparations deal was set asides. Now, say one of the things that can help, one of the issues that our people are not getting set aside is because they don't like to give us their taxes. And so I'm backing it up to say, we have to teach our companies on how it's beneficial for you to file. So if you have a company, right, and you partnered with Workforce Solutions or Workforce, whatever y'all call it in y'all area, the unemployment office, right? If you partnered with them under their WIOA program to hire individuals that are that go through their system, they will, for 6 months, they will give you 50% of that payroll back in their on-job training program. Now, in some states, in the Carolinas, you have to pay them at least $13, which means you would get $6.50 or $5, whatever it is, right? Half of that back for 6 months for you to hire that person. The other thing is that on top of that, you will qualify for the federal tax credit. So if you're telling me that I don't care how much money you're making, if you take your company and you line it up with some of the programs that are already out there for you to benefit, why are we afraid to file taxes? You're getting the money back.
Do you have a business consultancy?
I do, but I don't consult everybody. Everybody, because the reason is, let me tell you why. Because the reason is, people will be more trivial on being more concerned on how they're going to get weaned out versus what I'm telling them to do, right? So too easy. If like Thunder has his lawn care service, right? If Thunder went to the workforce and he became a vendor under the job, on the job training program deal, right? And he hired those individuals, 50% of that payroll he knows he's going to get back. Not to mention when he files his taxes, because he hired a certain group of people, you getting I think it's like $1,000 per employee, right, in tax credit up to a certain time period. So while you're doing business, right? And the other thing is, let's say, so someone say, well, what if I don't have employees and it's just me?
okay, we all know that if you take your money, if you have a home-based business or you have a business and you take advantage of tax credits, you got to, the problem is we don't want to document, we don't want to annotate, we don't want no accountability. You can take them easy apps that's out there, whether it's free or paid. I like QuickBooks Self-Employed, right? You account for majority of the stuff you do is business and you don't even account for it. All of that money you spending trivially on meals,
Driving,
driving
food,
is a killer. Your phone, advertising, just
phone,
those three.
your
Just
car
those
note.
three right there. You don't even have to go farther. Just those three right there. And you document it for business, you will get a refund. I have friends, all the thing they do is home-based business. They make their money. We pay, they will account for their expenses. They make money and we still getting refunds and we're doing it legitly. So it's
and probably got
yes, it's educational. We're not. What we have to do is, if you when reparation does hit, whether it's programmatic or money, if what we call it financial literacy, if we're educating within our circle, within our community, then you will be ready for whatever benefit comes along. The problem is our people won't come out to get educated.
But you know what? That makes sense because you know what? People these days may not even be taking advantage of some of the, I guess you would say, tax benefits what you would have today, because you remember it's like because of COVID, right? Everybody was forced into working from home and doing things like that. So if you got a closet that houses, like, I guess you would say, inventory for your business, your company, right? Like, because a lot of us, like for instance, people that are in sales and do things like that, if you got a space that houses that, you can deduct that entire space. They have to pay you for that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times the business won't do. They won't outright say, okay, well, yeah, I have to reimburse you for your space, because that's inventory space. That's warehousing for my equipment. You know what I mean? So these are small things, right? A lot of that stuff is really been taken out of the tax code as well, right? We don't even get it reimbursed as much as we used to in terms of having I guess you would say a small business.
Well, but wait. It's not that you don't get reimbursed. It's where they putting the emphasis at. So you heard that the first thing he threw out is mileage, because the number one emphasis went on mileage since when Thunder's man Trump got in office, 2018. They switched them tax code laws up. If you were doing, see, a lot of our individuals were taught, oh, don't claim that you got income, just do expenses so that you could take the loss and you get the credit. Well, guess what? As of 18, if you didn't put no business income down, you wouldn't get no credit.
You wouldn't go get the credit for it. Yeah, exactly.
Right. The other thing is mileage. You drive your vehicle or a company vehicle all over the place doing business all the time, and you don't even account for it. And you got apps that would do it for you. Like, it's not that hard to get tax deductions, tax credits. You just have to be accountable. It takes 2 seconds, 3, 5 at most, for you to take a picture of a receipt and put it in the app so it can keep up with your information for you. But as a business owner, you won't even do that much. Your accountancy is the most important piece for you, and you would get credit.
Like $20 a month. It'll track. All you gotta do is swipe that thing one way, and whatever mileage you get, that's what get on your tax.
And that you know what, that worked well for people who got multiple company vehicles as well. Like for instance, I got a partner. He does brick masonry, and he's got like, I think how many? He's got like 5 or 6 trucks. They do, I guess this is people that go out to different I guess work sites. And think about, like, if you got 5 or 6 trucks that goes out to these different work sites, he can claim all that mileage, right? In terms of tax deduction, right? In terms of his vehicle, those are company vehicles for him.
But you could do it for your personal.
My own little vehicle right there. That's not gonna help me for my.
What you mean? You listen. Oh my God! I wish I could show you. Listen. So I had a friend.
I don't drive that much, Moni. You think so?
Even if you don't say you did, drive that car back. Listen, when the pandemic hit, right? When the pandemic hit, right? The flea market is probably, I don't know, 5 minutes away from my house, right? When it I could wait when we opened back up in June, and it opened back up the flea market. I was like, man, we can't go many places, but I could go to the flea market. I need to get these miles. So every weekend, I just drive to the flea market, drive back, drive to the flea market, drive back till I accumulate the miles. Like you're doing things in your vehicle and you'll even know it in collecting miles. It only take you a certain amount of miles to get that deduction up. Legally, it's done. My brother freelances. Since my brother was gonna owe taxes, I was like, man, you're freelance. We're gonna take them receipts, them invoices that you have that went through your cash out, count that as business, account for your mileage, boom, you won't be owing no more taxes. He was like, get the hell out of here. Man, it's so simple. I'm amazed that most people just won't take the time to sit down and watch a simple YouTube video on how to account for some business expenses that's going to give you a tax deduction, that's going to keep you from crying about taxes at the end of the year or through the year.
I need to hire you as my tax attorney.
Man,
what's going on, right?
Nope. Nigga say you asking me to do too much.
CK ain't tripping now. I done gave you the right. I'm giving you the information so that you can go to somebody.
Give me a.
Just type in YouTube tax.
Monica,
business expense / tax deduct.
Yes.
No, I got a new tax person.
No, my job is just to make you familiar with what's going on so that you can go to your tax preparer and be prepared. Like somebody, my friend, he said, hey, why didn't H&R Block tell me this? They don't have to tell you nothing. It's your job.
My accountant, you know what my accountant said?
What?
Well, my account, when I went, he's just like, okay, well, he's like, okay, he's belly aching about his taxes, right? He's like, well, really, there's nothing you can do. That's what they tell you. They basically what they tell you. Either you can do TurboTax if you want to hire your accountant or whatever. They're gonna tell you the same thing.
You know why?
There's really nothing you can really do because what they told me. I'll tell you what they tell me. It's like what they tell me is like really all the deductions have been stripped away. You know
That's
what I'm
not
saying?
true.
You have nothing you can deduct, you know.
Let me tell you something.
That's what they tell me. Mm-hmm.
Tax preparer are not taught home-based business tax rules, point blank, period. So they don't know, and they don't know something that they haven't done. Only thing you have to do.
No, this is like a professional accountant. I hired an accountant.
Okay, guess what? CPAs are not taught home-based business on the CPA exam.
That makes sense. That's
my
probably
degree
why he
is
told me
accounting.
that. Yeah.
Trust me. Listen, you can't tell somebody what you don't know, but what you can do is you can take out that publication. I think it's 463, which is right there, right? It tells you all of those deductions that we just named just named, right? When you I'm telling you, the only thing I did, because I already knew tax rules were going to change. When Trump came in office, I was like, wait a minute, something ain't right. Let me figure this out. Something changed, right? They took away the allowances. Okay, so you can't claim allowances. People still thinking you could claim allowances. That stuff don't even exist no more, right? So the only thing they think, oh, when I do my W-4, I'm gonna claim 5 and 6 kids. That ain't even on the W-4 no more. You have to multiply the number of qualified dependents times 500. What are you talking about? Claiming 1, 2, and 3, and 4, 5. That stuff don't even exist, right? But when you go in, you look at your Schedule C, if you're sole proprietor or LLC filing as a disregarded entity, or if you S corp, C corp, or whatever. When you look at the tax rules, I'm gonna tell you the biggest issue is accountability. You got to get an accounting program that's going to account for this stuff for you throughout the year, because you're not going to remember. You take pictures of the receipt. The reason your tax preparers don't want to help you because you're not coming in there with no documents. They can't put in the system what you don't present.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. It's a great point.
But if
you got to come in with paperwork.
Yeah, but if you come in there with your app, right, and you got all your pictures on your app, right, with your receipts, and you say, hey, here's my login to my whatever you're using, whether it's a cash flow manager, QuickBooks, Self-Employer, whatever you're using out there, right? TaxSlayer, whatever, right? And they go in, they see all your documents there, and it's addressed to the right things. Guess what? They don't got no choice but to give you put the stuff in the system and give it to you. They don't know what they don't know, but you can
Yeah,
address
for
it.
sure. That's
Yeah,
a great point. That's a great point.
but it's education. I'm telling you, if we teach our businesses, listen, if you teach our businesses in your AO or whatnot, we're paying people in the contract world, we're paying a simple person to take someone to an appointment or back over $21 an hour. Whereas in the private sector, they're paying a minimum wage. Why wouldn't you advocate to be the contractor?
But you know where I fell into the bad situation for Mo. I figured I was like, yeah, I'm gonna hire this, high dollar CPA to do my taxes and do all this to figure out to see if I could get a better, a better outcome. No, it doesn't work like that. Eventually, that's what eventually happened. It doesn't matter how high dollar of a CPA, if you want to pay money to an accountant, if you don't have just like you said, if you don't have the paperwork there or anything, unless they're doing some weird stuff going on, which you don't want to be involved with anyways, right? You're not gonna get the outcome that you're looking for, right?
Right.
And that's what I ran into. I was like, whoa, why did I give you all this money and you gave me nothing? You gave me nothing.
Only thing they're gonna tax you on is with. Oh, go ahead, then. I'm sorry.
Yeah, quick commercial break. If y'all not signed up to Monica Lamb class, y'all hear the information she's giving you, right? Real good information that you could take and apply. If you're not signed up for her class, I think it's $34 a month. I've been signed up for about
2 years? It's been 2 years that long?
Yeah, well, check it out right. Can you check it out right now?
Out.
I don't even know that login. I'm just giving her. I ain't even utilize her services yet. I'm just giving her $34 a month. I don't even care.
It's a home bid.
Just giving it to her. Now, when I come back to collect, now I'm gonna collect. I just don't need it right now. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? But if I need some information from Monica, I'm sure I ain't got nothing to worry about. I know I done gave her $600 at least.
Thunder,
you fan favorite.
You were doing government contracting with IT and technology, right? You were trying to get. No, I was just yeah.
No,
I thought that's something you're trying to get into, right?
He'll get it if he becomes certified. If he, what one of the areas of well, that's a whole nother ballgame.
Yeah. I was just saying.
But one of the things. Yeah, what's happening right now? They've dispersed so much stuff. They trying to hide stuff from us, but it's no big deal. We can always find it. The easiest way to kind of get in the game is work your way. You got with a past performance. You gotta have a past performance. Work your way. The certifications is the easiest way to get into contracting because a lot of, believe it or not,
my bad. I got a phone call right there. Sorry about that.
Believe it.
What you were saying,
Brendan asked
I was asking earlier. You mentioned that you were getting into like government contracting with IT, and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. So what I'm doing now is I'm working with Bank of America. I think I told Monique. I may have. I don't know how to do it, but doing refreshes for Bank of America. I saw what's that website? Sam, whatever it is, right? You know what I'm talking about. So I was on the website and I saw where they got contracts for refreshes, like for elementary schools, middle schools, stuff like that. So that's why I'm doing it for Bank of America right now. And actually, that's why I'm in the hotel right now. I'm in Warner Robins doing work for the next 2 days.
You didn't tell me you got
it. Well, I was in Macon Thursday and Friday. So I'm in Warner Robins now and finishing this up. And I go back to Atlanta Wednesday and Thursday. Yeah, so I'm trying to get at least 1 year. And from what I saw on the website, I think it was 2 to 3 years, but I'm gonna try to get at least 1 year before I can make some, hopefully make some noise.
Thunder, did you update your SAMs?
No.
You need to do that because April 4th, 2024, there's no longer the government contracts. You no longer need a DUNS number. They're using a unique identifier, but you have to update your SAMs in order to get issued a number.
Ah,
don't get kicked out. You need to do that
I'm with you.
ASAP.
Well, we'll talk. Yeah, we'll talk. We'll get it done. Get her done.
Yeah, for sure.
But
That's
yeah,
my home,
so
my
that's what I'm doing now.
hometown down there in Georgia, man. It's down there in South Georgia, you know.
South Georgia.
But yeah, but I'm down there towards Moody as opposed to Warner Robins. So I'm way down
Moody.
south, right? You know,
Mhm.
you know what Moody Air Force. You should grab you a contract.
Yeah, Moody Air Force Base. Yeah.
I started my career contracting down there. You know, doing government contracting down in Moody, and that's how I started out. After actually, this was when I got my first technical degree. I was doing you know, I guess you would say military contracting there, right? And then I moved to state and local. I did state and local government, and that's how I really started understanding some of the stuff you were talking about, Mo, with the how you would lobby the I guess you would say the congressional government, because I work with a quasi governmental organization down there in South Georgia, where all of our funding came from both state and federal governments. So once a year we would actually go up to Congress and we would lobby for funding. They call us the South Georgia Regional Organization. We had subsidies from the federal government and the state to provide IT support for small state and local organizations down through the South there, right? So that's how I sort of cut my teeth in IT. You know, I always started with, I always been working for government organizations doing that stuff. But now I'm up here in Washington. I'm up here in Washington now. Right? I'm in DC.
What you doing now? IT or?
I'm doing IT now. I work for an IT vendor up here in DC.
So
I'm in Washington.
You and Brendan, y'all need to write a little program. Y'all need to write a little program so I can go and get this grant money from y'all.
That's what I was just saying. I said, I cut my teeth down there. I would like to get a couple little, you know, contracts down back home, you know, and do some things. I'm getting ready. I'm getting older. I'm gonna retire here shortly, Mo.
The program I'm talking about, write a program to teach the youth, because you can vend
for sure
with the work.
Actually, Monique, we're gonna talk. Let me see if I got your number, because that's exactly what I told you. That was my number one goal.
Yeah, I remember that.
But that's when I started.
You could vend. Okay, so a couple years ago, before the pandemic, Cheryl, who you guys probably don't know because she's been out of loop for a while, the school districts, if you get on the vendor list with the school districts and you get a school on your team as an after school program, they will fund. She used to get $500,000. Matter of fact, she had gotten Red Pill a contract, Professor Griff a contract. Like they had $500,000 contracts over 5 years, so it's $100,000 a year. But what happened? The flood came through Houston, and so when the flood came, that came through Houston, it flooded out most of the area where they were going to partner with the schools, and so their contract ended up being, kind of would expired because they couldn't get it.
8711, Monique.
Yes, that's me.
All right, cool.
Yeah, but if you write a program, you could get in with, you know, because you say you're getting ready to retire. One of the things we have to start doing is creating successors and learning how to transfer our knowledge down to the youth or to young adults. And the workforce, if you become a vendor, they will partner with you to teach those 4 week. You like do it in the form of like a 4-week class or.
Wow,
you know
I would love to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, and you could build on your class. So most people, when they try to approach this, they try to approach it too massive because we kind of give out too much knowledge. You have to approach it the way they approach us in public, you know, in school. You got your elementary stage, so which would be your introductory stage to whatever it is you're doing. Then you got your middle school, right? That will be your intermediate stage. Okay, you bring them up a level, and then you got your high school. Then you go to more advanced. So you got to kind of bait them in. So if you do it in the 4 weeks, 1 hour per, and break it down. And I'm gonna tell you how powerful this can be. So we took a re-entry program, an 8-week re-entry program that Representative Johnson, Dr. Johnson, which is one of my friends, before he became PhD and got in the House of Representatives, all that great stuff. he was doing a reentry program for returning citizens and veterans, right? So he taught his own program, 8-week program. We took a $10,000 county grant, and we taught it for twice. We did 8 weeks, so we did it twice a year. Did it for 2 years. Took that, brought it to the University of South Carolina in Midlands Tech, and said, okay, we want to get into the continuous education program with this program, and we want one of your Midlands Tech teachers to teach it. We will pay them. So we took the grant, we housed it at Midlands Tech. We had that instructor teach it for 2 years. They gave us the continuing education, right? So now the person that goes through the program gets continuous education. Now what we did, we took that and took it up a level and said, okay, we're going to take everybody who come through the program, we're going to get them a job. So we went to manufacturers, because remember, a lot of times they don't be wanting to hire people coming out of jail. So with the manufacturers and say, listen, we're going to take the burden of workman's comp off of you. We're gonna put them on our workman's comp insurance.
You say that's Midlands Tech in Georgia?
South Carolina.
South Carolina.
So
Okay.
he's like, we're going to train them. This is what we're going to teach them. And we're going to put them on the insurance, but we want you to hire them. Can you give us 1 or 2 slots? So boom, these manufacturers who hire reentry gave us the 1 or 2 slots, because why? We training people before they come to that job to be prepared for the job. They coming in with college credits or wait into the door, and we were getting $1 or $2 from per hour from them being working. So we was funding our own organization.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So you could,
for sure.
You get ready to retire, you could use the same concept, create a staffing company, create your program to train them, and then partner with these tech companies out there to hire. Because the number one issue right now we having with hiring is that people don't want to go to work because they don't want to show up on time. If you could teach somebody to show up on time, to dress properly, to communicate properly, to mind their social media pages, oh my God, listen, you're in there. And when you tell them, okay, I train these people, this is what I train them on. Well, it doesn't matter, whatever you got in your program, right? And then you get your program accredited through the continuous education program, because all you need is 2 years of it being taught consecutively. And you don't overwhelm it. You do it. That's why we did twice a year. Why? Because you got to have a planning stage. And you have to have a follow-up stage, right? So they tried to hit us when we went after the federal grant. They tried to hit us with, well, once you let them off and enter the workforce, how you follow up with them? You just left them out there. Well, what we did was we just partnered with, depending on what you're doing, we just partnered with workforce or somebody and say, hey, this is your support system. If you need some kind of help, here's the other agencies that can help you. So we added that in. That right there, man.
That's a great, man.
Staffing agency and train them. Yeah. Man, and partner with people that's going to hire them. And what you do, you don't try to go to one company and try to get you 10 slots. No, go to one company, get your 2 slots over here, get your 2 slots over there. Man, I think we had 3 people in the program. In the first year, we made $75,000 just by the staffing them. Wow. Man, that's not just power, that's economic power, that's black power.
There you go. It's a win-win. Like I say, exactly. You're putting people in a position to make them a career long, you know. Yeah, for sure.
And you could do that with any career profession. So that's why when people be like, Mo, why you don't come out and, tell everybody what you do? Because I can't be for everybody. I can only be for the individual who has a skill set and knows how to facilitate that and communicate that back down to someone else. So like you, the Thunder, you guys got skills.
For me, I always say is what I can only say for me. What's the solution for empowerment? What in terms of not having money and all this stuff? Education, right? If you get you education, you get you a skill. I can only speak for myself. That's what actually led me out and to do what I needed to do. Right? You get you an education, a sound, firm education there, and that's the solution to me. Yeah. Right. But you got to give people the opportunity to do it, man. And that sounds good. What you telling me, because you know what, I think some of the people when you kind of explain this, it sounds like some of the things that I kind of went through were in place during my path as well. You know, because I did a I guess what you would say, there was this workforce thing right after college. They said that well, you can actually get into it, and they gave me a this was like a 1 year internship right after college, and I could go do a 1 year internship at it was an organization. It was like a paper mill in my local area down there in South Georgia,
Right.
right? But it gave me an opportunity to get a lot of experience. And while I was doing that, I got recruited into doing stuff on the I guess you would say on the military side as well, right? So I was doing that on both sides, but my university actually gave me an opportunity to do both of them, right? And then plus, like I say, plus I did what was it in terms of when I got my initial vocational education when I started out, right? They was like, okay, they had a partnership with the local, I guess Moody Air Force Base. They said that
Right.
they had a recruiting program. So they had so I got the benefit of both worlds, a local recruiting mechanism for the I guess you would say for the military or for the government side and for the state and local side. So, those type of programs are really important,
Yeah. Every college should be every college should in should every student that goes to college should be enrolled in associations,
Oh yeah,
and
for sure.
especially not HBCUs, because they vehicle those kids into internships and fellowships and jobs and things of that nature. Instead of just letting them be on campus flapping their wings, it should be mandatory that they participate, because it's gonna give them the vehicle that they need to get out. And then the second thing is that if you're creating programs, if you're creating programs and you could staff, like the most lucrative one, I mean, I've talked about our little program, but the most
Right.
lucrative staffing agency that I've seen was the truck driving. There's this recidivism program in Garfield and I had went down to Louisville, Kentucky, and they did theirs, but they trained they had someone who trained the truck drivers. So they had their own trucking company, and the only thing they did is recycled it, right? Because you could get federal funding for that person to come through truck driving school. But the same thing with the college students, they're under the age of 26 coming out of college. They should automatically enroll in WIOA and pick up a trade within their degree. Why? Because their degree, the undergrad degrees is kind of just general. But if you could pick up that trade to
Gotta
go get that
specialize.
license, oh my God, you know how much we would listen. If we could get students just to sit down and listen for a minute, man, I could have them so
The 4-year degree is just a force multiplier in whatever specialization you want to go with, or even your master's degree, right? It's just a force multiplier. Whatever you want to do, right? But you have to have a core skill for sure.
Man.
And I can I say that's just the path that I went down. So I can only speak
Right.
to that.
And everything we're talking about is the underlying education that we would actually need, that if any
For
type of
reparations, yeah, for
hey,
sure.
you knew I was gonna wrap it back around, right? Any type.
We
Because
need all that.
education. Well, yeah, because when you go in better prepared, because I'm gonna tell you what they do. They come down and they'll say, well, they'll start sizing you guys, sizing us up on what we're doing with the opportunities we already have. And the statistics, if we don't have the statistics to show how we're benefiting or the pipeline it, most people don't even know about some of the stuff I've talked about. Not because it's not available, not because nobody never told them. They just not putting themselves in the areas where it's being said. There's educational, informational events happening all the time, but that's boring to our people. It's not entertaining enough. But you blame your schools for not giving you a job. You blame the government for not having the jobs available, or the type of dollars we want to make in the jobs. Not saying it's the catch all be all for everything, but there is some stuff that we can kind of, some of us can kind of tap into to help, help our areas. So, I mean, listen.
Monique, you need to put your link in the chat. Get these people to get off the sideline and
Right, for sure,
This
for
lady
sure.
giving us so much information. I'm gonna hit you up about the teaching the kids and stuff like that. I need some of that money right there. But
Yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure. Especially with that piece, because
that's easy money.
even when within my organization, I taught STEM programs and stuff like that.
Ooh.
That's very, yeah, it's very.
You got all the man. Let me get the program. I'll tell you how to work this.
Right. We did STEM programs in terms of in our organization. I would say within our department for it was like 2 or 3 years we did it, right? But eventually it was like, okay, the workload on all of our engineers was like, okay, well, we can't just let you guys take it off time to do
Right.
teaching like high school kids STEM and whatever. So they got rid of that. But we still do have, I guess you would say, STEM programs, but it's just not like our people that do it.
Well, Brendan, where's that particular program? Do you have, if you have the information for that?
Yeah, I can send it to you, because what we have, we've got it's a STEM program now. We have a girls STEM program. We have a that's the thing. Everything is now being tailored to girls programs, right? So not that's the thing now. So
That's where the
everything is
money at.
sort of
You know why? Because of Kamala Harris. That's where the money at.
right.
You got to follow the
This
trend.
happened. This happened a few years ago, right? So
Mhm.
now our programs is girls programs.
You and well, I always tell people follow the money and then make it work for you and shift it off on the other side as well. You can take those, because those programs haven't, everything is programmatic. I don't know about Georgia, but in Carolina we have discretionary money. So in Richland County, we have a discretionary grant. You can get like 10,000 for 3 years, right? Most people be like, oh, that's not a lot of money. Please, you leverage that 10 to go after private sector money. That's how you got to work that. And then the state has, each of our senators or representatives, they have discretionary money that they can delegate down to the different nonprofits, right, to do different things. And so it's all about leveraging some money to get more money, so that you can put on a good program so that people can start investing in it or donating to you. A lot of times people just don't want to start from somewhere. They want to get $1 million. You don't even know how to account for the $1 million. That stuff takes integrity. It takes integrity for somebody to give you a pot of money that you could spend based on a program you created and do it. I think I had a conversation with someone before and they said, our people don't like to get funding from the government because they come after you. And I said, well, how could the government come after you about something that you wrote the rules for? So if you misappropriated the funds, I think it was in a while somebody in New
Same
York.
thing we talked about earlier, Bo. It's like, hey, the government wants us to come after you. They're gonna come after you anyway. They don't. It doesn't take a government grant for the government to come after you.
Right. Right.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, you and Thunder, y'all got where the money at. That's them. Shoot. Ooh, you get some STEM and you get to putting that out. But like I said, you got to do it for some of our people. You got to make it timely because our folks don't have their attention span. We used to make it real fun, give a little graduation at the end, and have their family come out.
For sure. Our people that when the guys I brought through our program, and but because it was like it was like multiple different groups that came through our STEM program, and they was like, you can't be making it like a competition, Brendan, in terms of like the outcomes of your STEM program, because at the end of it we all did a presentation, and our guys would do a presentation, or our participants would do a presentation, and they would do whiteboards. They had like sessions where they configured different stuff. They did like telecommunications, like it was all different stuff. We gave them books and everything. It was like And then like some of the other programs, they would do like robotics and crazy shit like that.
Oh, I
It's got
love it.
nothing to do. It was like you can't be like making it. It's not about that. It's like if you're gonna give me some time to actually do it, then I'm gonna make sure that they get something out of it,
Yeah.
right?
And it's incentive because
Yeah,
it
for
makes the
sure.
person the
And
next
it's a good recruitment. It's a
oh
good
yeah.
recruitment
Yep.
incentive as well, right? For the company. They came into the company, they were gonna sit in for 2 or 3 weeks for a STEM program. I'm gonna say, hey, you guys are, they were smart people, you know what I'm saying? When you guys get out of college or whatever, hey, this is good recruitment. Hey, come
Right.
work for us, you know?
Right. And let me put this little plug in there. I am giving out a $500 scholarship. Announced it on Garfield Show earlier. I still ain't got an essay. You know how hard it is to give away money?
What you want to say to say?
High school students, put how public service can benefit my career. 500 words.
I
High
asked
school
this
students.
I asked
Public
this
service?
Public
You mean like
service.
police officer, firefighter?
Yep, all that.
I asked the same thing a couple weeks on another panel. It's like really, if people wanted to donate for really good causes, where could they put their money? Like for instance, if someone had 5,000, 10,000 bucks, they really wanted to donate to a worthy cause in our community, where could they put it?
Ooh, I got a couple of them. You can ask me.
Outside of you, I'm just saying, because I know you. Outside of you, Monique, where could they put it? Where could we put it?
I would.
Those are the questions that
Yeah.
it's like, okay, well, when you say that, well, the wealthy people or people well off aren't donating, well, where are the opportunities to do it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you got to put it out there.
Yeah. You have to, because some it's all about. I was telling someone today, I was like, qualitative is good. You make it colorful, you make it pretty, you make it smell good, but quantity is win the races. If you ain't got them numbers, you better be producing something. Like I always have to, tell the good with the bad. So when we started doing the call center, we decided that everybody who came through the call center, we would pay for their training, and then that would be our incentive to them. And then they would go through the call center, they would get the job, they create their own hours. We provided a space for them to work if they didn't have the equipment at home. And so I wrote up the program. We added a soft skills training prior to it, try to make it a little fun. I partnered with social services because they had the on the job training program as well. They had work experience program. So I figured these men or women who was in a work experience program, needed jobs. DSS was paying them a couple dollars, and I could get them to go through those 2 weeks, get paid from social services. And then by the time they finish their call center training, they'd be working, they'd be done with the work experiences program. Man, I had a 70%, I had myself down for 70% accuracy rate, right? So I was gonna do 170 people all together and over a course of a year. Man, I started off with, I was betting like 60%, right? I was like, okay. I got up to 30 people. You know how many people finished the program? You want to know?
Give me a percentage. Give me a percentage.
2.
Say it again. You hit it right on the head. 2. 2.
Oh my God.
I cried. Listen, I cried. I thought we had the perfect program. I thought it was so easy. I thought it was like the perfect idea that people could do.
You didn't hit the mark, right?
What? Listen, they got that money and they rolled out on me. When their money was up and they had no more money to get prior to working, they left. And I didn't, and I was so sad. So I was so sad. And they call me all the time, social services. Hey, you still doing the call center? I'd be like, nope, but I could tell you where they can get a job working from home. I'm not, nope, y'all not put me through that again, because I felt so bad. Like, how could people not want to set their own hours and work from home? Because somebody gave them a check for free.
Give them the wrong incentive. You gave them the wrong incentive.
Yep. And they was getting it from social services, but I thought that demographic would benefit the most, and they didn't. And I changed up who I was listening to, because as much as we think that people who are in lack would
Well, I wouldn't say the wrong incentive. You gave them the incentive that didn't lead to the outcome that you were looking for. Right?
yes,
Yeah. You're trying to drive an outcome, and yeah,
yes,
the incentive wasn't driving the outcome.
right,
So the question, the reason why you brought that up, it goes back to our conversation. It's like the federal government in terms of the incentives, right,
yes,
to lead to whatever outcome, right?
yes.
A positive outcome. What would it be? What would the incentive be to lead to the outcomes that we're looking for? Or
Mhm.
even ourselves. We don't I would even rephrase it. It's like you don't necessarily ask I guess the party to the I get what legally is the party to the claim, like what I need to do, the person who has been aggrieved, what is our outcome? What is the outcome that we're looking for?
Right.
You know?
I would say, and only thing I could say coming out of it is that you have tax-paying citizens, so you'll get this much money per citizen every whatever um to benefit. Because the only that we drove the point about
Mm-hmm.
creating a staffing agency with people who they thought would return back to prison, we said, okay, in prison, it costs you this much money, let's say 17,000, right, to
Mm-hmm.
house this person. Whereas them coming through the program and getting a job, they would actually be paying this much in taxes. So you would be earning this much money
Mm-hmm.
from that citizen. That's the only, that's the only incentive back to the government that they would really get is taxpaying.
Right, right.
But we
And
don't want to pay the
and
tax.
I mentioned this earlier, and you were probably you more than likely were on earlier. I said that what would be one of the major tax incentives or the debt financing incentives was for the federal government to offer like descendants of slaves or whatever as a part of reparations
Mhm.
to say, okay, well, we can give you guys high yield treasury
Mhm.
I guess investments. Say
Oh
like
yeah, that's
say
good
like
one.
for instance, say like for instance, 15 or 20% yields, right? Annual, right? Because like back in the days, remember you say, oh, well, how do we finance the debt in terms of the federal government for wars and different stuff? We always did it through treasury notes,
Mhm.
right? So like for instance, if you can
Good
say,
one.
okay, if you could say, okay, well, we'll give you guys a federally protected, something that's exclusively available to people who are descendants of slavery. We can give you, I guess you would say, a preferred treasury note,
Mhm.
like of 20, 25, 20% annual yield that you guys can invest in, and then you could actually use that to offset some of the debt
Debt.
pieces off of what was happening previously on on the other things that they were financing in terms of like okay the programs and all this stuff, right? Because that can be like an incentive on top of that. Because think about it, right? If I give you like a check, you would say okay, well yeah, we say well okay, we're going to give everybody a $500,000, right?
Mhm.
But then I can say, okay, well, out of this $500,000, I'm gonna also give you a preferred treasury, I guess you would say opportunity. I give you a preferred treasury opportunity. You can invest a portion of that or how much ever you want to at 20%, right? For a US Treasury note protected.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Think
Oh yeah,
about that.
I love
Dude,
that.
and then you can actually use that, and not only that, but you pray the government they're paying the reparations piece, right? And plus they're financing it at the same time, right?
It's the best. I think that's probably one of the best benefits I've ever heard.
I'm telling you, that's
I
the
I
best thing. A
I
treasury
never
note.
had
Back
anybody
in the days,
give me
you
that.
know what back in the day what they said. The best thing you could do to be patriotic was to buy treasury notes.
Yep, I used to buy. I used to have some.
Buy bonds,
I
buy
had
treasury
bonds
bonds.
coming in.
Yeah.
Military, they presented that was one of the first. That's the matter of fact. That's the only investment the military presented coming through the gate was them
Give
darn
me
bonds.
exactly. Think about it, right? Back in the days, I always go back to when when was U.S. Treasuries paid the highest yield? This was back in the 80s. They gave a 10% yield annually. This was back in the day. Think about it. A 10% yield back in the days would outpace the stock market today. You know what I'm saying? In terms of an investment, anybody would take that.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, think about it.
Think
Okay,
thunder.
okay,
Thunder.
yeah. Think and what I'm saying is that you offer a preferred, a preferred treasury, a preferred investment in U.S. Treasuries to say, hey, we'll give you, boom. If you want to give the money or cash payments, that's fine. But couple that with that investment opportunity to invest in the country, to invest and say, okay, well, now you can actually say, okay, well, you got 15-20% yield, 20 years, 10 years, however you want to do it, right, to build some real financial wealth.
You need to be on the reparations team. I think you got to win on this one.
That's what I'm
That's what
saying.
they want to hear. They want to know how they're going to benefit back. Yeah, I'm gonna give you all this money.
Yeah, I told him that was the most practical thing I've heard. Yeah.
Yes, I think so, Thunder. I don't know. I haven't heard nothing better. I've never heard nothing better. I've heard cut the check, give me all my money. I haven't heard how you gonna benefit them. And you know our government is greedy. They want to know what you're gonna give them back.
Give them back. For instance, give me. I don't care if it's $50,000. If you give me $100,000, right? The average person that have $100,000, okay, well, I might say, okay, I might take half of that. You give them the opportunity to take half of that, right? And then invest that in a 25% treasury note. You know what I'm saying? 25% treasury note for 5 years. You know what they're going to be able to do for that? They're going to be able to triple or quadruple that.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Look, that's a
then you flip, and it's a flip. You know what I'm saying? Thing that you can do.
That's a 1-pager, Brendan. That's a 1-pager. Here y'all go. Here's what we want to do. So instead of sitting there, talking about, and not saying that was wrong, your ancestry and why you no, let me tell you what we're gonna do for you. You cut this check just the way you said it, put it back. They're gonna say, oh yeah.
If you want, you can take the money today, or
and look,
it's guaranteed. The treasury notes are guaranteed.
And look, make them allotted out of each check before they get it. So just like you do with taxes, you cut you take not taxes, but you know how like people who get fixed income checks, and they automatically take it out. Because if you put it in their hands, you ain't getting it back. So you gotta take it out the check before they get it.
Exactly. Yeah. You finance it. You finance it. And then when you do it, you're financing your own debt. It's the same thing they did with it. Like I say, they always say, hey, buy U.S. Treasury, buy bonds, buy Treasury bills,
that's just
buy bonds. Same thing.
I thought that although the pandemic was, we lost a lot of people. I thought that the pandemic was perfect opportunity for all our HBCUs to use their campuses as research centers or testing centers or something of that nature to get in some of this funding that could have built towards the infrastructure and got them up to par.
Yeah, for sure. And when you think about it, not only if you do something like that, not only would you get the interest of the people that would be getting reparations checks, you would get the attention of more wealthy, the middle class. They would say, what? I can do what? Mm-hmm. You would see influx.
Yep.
An investment in the U.S. Treasury. Mm-hmm. Right? If you want to offset it, yeah, that's a way to do it. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I take my money out of the risk in the stock market when I can get a preferred yield, right? Backed by the U.S. Treasury.
Right. What's that amount is not that much nowadays.
I would say 10% is a lot. 10% was huge. This is back in the 80s. I think this is back in the where you could actually buy a treasury yield bond or a treasury note,
Right.
and because the stock market wasn't doing too much back in the days. The only
Right.
reason why I give it, that's the height of what the treasury was paying as a yield. I use that as a benchmark, right? The
Yeah.
reason why I use 10% as a benchmark because you owe us.
Hmm.
This isn't unprecedented. You know what I mean? You've done this before. You've done it at least 10%. So at least if you do
Oh
at
yeah.
least
Yeah.
10%, you should do more than 10%. So that's why I say 15, 20, or
Gotcha.
20. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because they would want to know like where you coming with that number, and boom.
10% is a minimum. That's not unprecedented. You know what I
Right.
mean? You've done it before. Everybody was accessible, had an accessible rate to 10% treasury yield back in the 80s,
Right.
at the height, Yeah, I've been looking at this thing
I
because
I like that one.
the reason why I like it because it's like it's guaranteed funds. These are guaranteed investment funds, and you can say, okay, well, yeah, and then plus, like I say, it's a win-win. It's a win-win. I don't know. That's why I asked. I say, how do we lobby these people for these? I guess you would say these solutions, because I don't know. I haven't heard anybody say anything like this. This would be like something that they would be like, yeah, this would make sense. I don't care where you land in terms of the interest rates or the returns or the yield, but that would be a very very good, I think, starting point. What you would say as an option for it.
Yeah, the only thing I've heard was, just them wanting funding to come outpour, but nothing import. So nothing's coming back. So the only thing you would consider actually think about that would it come back have to be through the tax vehicle, but having that particular piece where they actually invest in, we know what they do with investments. So
Yeah,
that compound interest, is no
the
joke. So,
compounded piece is where you're getting
ain't no
paid.
joke.
Yeah,
Yeah, oh yeah, that's where that
right,
money come in
right,
at. And
right,
Hey, Monique, I'm gonna call you Wednesday.
okay.
right,
I gotta go.
right.
Yeah.
But
All right,
that
Brandon.
for sure. Peace, brother. Peace.
All right, peace, peace, peace.
All right,
Uh-oh.
for sure.
Brandon, did I make you keep your show longer than what it was?
No, no, no. We talking about as long as I'm talking about dollars and cents, I've got all my time. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I was thinking about. In terms of like what are the options? Because everybody always talks about, well, how do we pay for the debt?
Yep.
You're gonna incur more debt. You're gonna do this and this. How we pay for it? Well, okay, just the same way we pay for the debt in any other situations, right?
Yep.
This is a way we paid for debt in the past,
I
right?
like it. I like that.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, if you boom, it's like, okay, well, here's a $250,000 check. Boom. Here's an opportunity to refinance that into a treasury yield 20%. Who wouldn't do it? Most people would do it if
Because
you
I
if
think,
you explain it. If you explain it
yeah.
5 years,
Oh yeah.
you can double
No,
it, they
you
would
don't.
do it.
You don't give them. You don't give them. What you want? Love another what? Go look downstairs. The one I left downstairs. You don't give them the opportunity to choose. You do it.
Just do it. Yeah, exactly. You could just do it.
You don't give people
That's
opportunity
that's it's a
to.
multiplier.
Yeah. But
You
so
know what? That's even better.
yeah, that's what you gotta do. And even if some people get, because I know people are concerned about what demographic gets and what don't, but with that particular logic, it wouldn't matter to me as long as it's getting funded back and it's shifting back in. Like, I mean, certain demographic, I know I'm gonna get
Do
beat
it.
up for this, boy. They probably gonna beat me up. But if somebody gets slipped through the crack, but we have the solution, to refinance that pretty much what it is, you refinancing your own dollar, I mean, it kind of don't matter as long as you get yours. But then, all those other factors we talked about earlier come into play as well. How do you keep it going? Or, is it a mandatory deal? Can it be overturned?
Man, if you do it just like you just meant, you make it mandatory. At that
Mhm.
point, you can put all types of different Yeah, I get you. You would say, okay, stipulations or in terms of how it
Mm-hmm.
comes in, how it goes out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that is, but but you can actually use that. The wealth is there. The
Mm-hmm.
wealth is there. You know, what I'm saying? That's my thing. It's like, okay, well, to me, I think that's a good idea. You know,
Mm-hmm.
but you use that as one lever, not the only lever, but I think that's in terms of cash and monetary payments, then that's something that you can say, okay, well, okay, how do we offset the debt and all these questions? Because this when everybody starts to muddy the waters, right? So
That and identity, right? It will
right.
be how do you get, how do you who gonna pay for it and who do you pay?
Yeah, yeah. The identity piece, I don't know how you're gonna deal with that.
Me
I
either.
just I just deal with the money piece. I don't know.
I
Just,
think they said
just give us
something
the
like,
bread, give us the money, and then we can figure out all this. We'll figure out who owes what.
I think they said something like, look at the census for the past 10 years or something and see who was claiming what. Boy, that would be that would be a
Yeah, I don't
disservice
know
because
the
people claim
census.
what people told them to claim.
What census is they talking about? I saw something. No,
Saying whether you saying whether you said African American versus black versus something else.
yeah, everybody got their own thing. Yeah, nah, I ain't trying to do all that. If I come in there, you guys know if I come in with my you know, all most black people have like a little genealogy thing, the Bible that shows who was who, and you can kind of trace it back. Everybody they know who is who. Come on,
Mm-hmm.
now all of a
You say they
sudden,
know who is who.
now all of a sudden
Yeah,
nobody know who's
when
black.
they give you that, when they give you that social security number at the
Exactly.
hospital.
Now we don't know who black and who ain't. Come on, everybody knows who is who, right? For
That's
sure.
funny. That's
Yeah,
funny.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know everything else.
Exactly. You know who black, who ain't black, who came over, who didn't come over. Come on, come on. Let's stop. Those are just there's a play arguments. Come on, just
Exactly.
stop. Take that off the table.
But
You know.
listen, they will play with you if you don't know how to play. Like they play on
Oh
words.
yeah, for
When you
sure,
listen,
for sure.
you ever sit there and listen to those hearing, and as soon as somebody say something, they'll play on those words quick. Like they don't forgot what they were talking about. And you say something the wrong way, oh my goodness, you to mess your whole self up. Like you gotta really be, you gotta be prepared to have
Yeah.
those conversations with them. And that's why, like, when we go in there with our talking points,
Mhm.
um, if
Well
I
versed, right? You well
well
versed.
we go in there with the talking points, he'll have one person for each of the points. So one person will try to answer, like our head guy, he don't try to have to have an answer for all 6 points. So he'll pass it, he'll say something and he'll pass it over to the expert. Like that,
That's great.
listen, this is all you talk about. You don't talk about nothing else.
Yeah,
Okay?
right.
You need to
Here's what you
educate
say. Here's
yourself.
your statement,
Yeah,
prepared statement. Right,
yeah.
for sure.
And
That
educate
makes that
yourself.
makes sense. That makes sense.
Because they'll ask, educate yourself and make sure you know what's going on or whatnot in each person. But I think a lot of times, the sharing of information to make sure everybody who goes to the table understand what to say and how to
Right.
say it is
Right.
important. Don't be emotional. Don't get so just caught up on the lineage. I think that's what they do. A lot of times when I hear the reparation hearings, there's is so much on the lineage and
Have you actually seen those?
yeah. I listened to the
Oh
last one.
man.
I listened to the last one they had. It was
Mm.
more of the people who was opposing of it, pull yourself up by the bootstrap conversation, and the other ones were
Just
focused on
all
the
over the place, huh?
yep, they was on the lineage and with their grandparents and how they work hard and all this extra stuff, right? Nothing to the effect of what we kind of outline here. And they love that. Congress love that kind of
Mm.
conversation because they're not holding them accountable to saying
Yeah,
anything.
yeah. You got to,
You know,
I don't have to fund any of this. Yeah. We can
yeah,
just talk to them.
Right. Even when they bring up the other reparations groups who received reparations,
Mhm.
even in kind of breaking that down and how like I mean I just love the whole bond thing and how you broke that out. That would have made them raise their eyebrows like, we're not because they when you go into there, you should go into there more solution driven because they already know why you're there.
Right.
You don't need to sit there for a whole 10 hours and talk about why you there. You need to talk about the solution and how they're going to fund it. Like you got to do their job because they don't really care. They ain't going to do no homework on why you should get reservations and how it's
No.
supposed to be
Yeah. Yeah.
funded.
Yeah.
They like you better come in here and tell us how it's going to
Ne-
happen.
next, right? Because everybody else is coming right behind you asking why it's
Yep.
very important that they need the funds that you just asked for, right? For
Yep.
sure.
And what they're gonna do, how you gonna benefit. The
Hmm.
biggest component is
Mm.
how will the government benefit? If
Right.
you can't tell them that, they ain't hearing that. They can know you right. It's kind of like I was listening to the Supreme Court Justice hearing, nomination, right? Committee. And she kept saying a judge's responsibility is to judge the case within the contents of the case, right? It's the same
Right.
thing.
Mm.
They're only gonna if it ain't within if you're not talking within what's going on and making it and driving that line to how okay, here's what I need you to give me, and here's what I'm gonna give you back, and here's how we're gonna make this happen over and over and over. They ain't listening to that. They ain't got time. They
Mm.
ain't got time. Most of them are tuned out. They ain't even concerned because they don't even. If you listen to if you go back and listen to that reparations hearing, and what they talked about, you're like, okay, these people are not gonna be convinced on this. They done heard those same stories year after year after year. How many times they say it was approached earlier? 32 years, 32
Mm.
years, or something like that.
Mm.
So for 32 years, they've been having that same conversation. Tell me something. You got to tell them something they have not heard. And when you come back, when you start talking about them dollars, that's the only time the antennas go up.
Mm.
You
For sure.
know,
For sure.
how
It's
you
it's
going?
it's it's all gotta have to be at the end of the day, it has to be a dollars and cents conversation and a legal conversation, right?
Mhm.
All of this emotional stuff that just like what you just mentioned, it has to be completely taken out of the conversation,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
But here's the problem, Monica. When we start talking about this kind of stuff, it bores people. They don't want to get involved with it. When you say just like Wuja would mention, he said we're talking about S40 and we're talking about HR40. You know, they don't want to talk about these things because they're very dry conversations.
Mhm.
Right?
Mhm.
But these are the conversations that lead to progress.
Yep.
You know, so.
Yeah. The I think someone and so when you put money, so we already know. Like I think when we elected we got like the highest number of Black Caucus members, right, in the House.
Mhm.
And I had asked one of the guys. I said, you know, I ain't hear you say nothing about reparations. I think I told him. He said, why? Because when y'all get the money, you ain't gonna do nothing with it. And and so what you're saying in reference to if we already know people gonna spend the money, I don't got a problem with people spending the money the way they do. But
Right.
if we've already designated where
Mhm.
10% of that money is going,
Right.
then we good. And I think that's why I said you probably had one of the
That's
most
what I'm saying.
solutions.
It's
Yeah.
already it's you
Yep.
can all I don't care if you do 10%, if you do 50%, because what you can do, you can kind of adjust the yield.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You can adjust the yield percentage, whatever to however you wanted to do it. If it can
Mhm.
be a sooner or a latter or whatever. But
Mhm.
like I say, the whole thing to me is like, okay, well, deal do it against the U.S. Treasury, not against the dollar, against the Treasury note.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. And
Forget
most
the dollar. Everybody's talking about you. We want cash. Screw cash. It's about the U.S. Treasury note
right.
because the Treasury note is what is that's the long term position.
Because I think what's gonna happen is, let's say people do right by the money, right? And they go and they buy houses, land, this, that, or whatever. If they're not educated on how to sustain or duplicate or multiply that money, they're gonna lose all of that. We have a whole bunch of homeless folks.
Right. Even if they do a percentage of it, if they lose a percentage, that's fine.
Yeah.
But they have a percentage invested as well.
Yep. And they can always have something to go back at.
Exactly.
And then make
at a
them
high yield.
at a high yield. And you only can take out so much a month. That makes sure we can sustain your little butt through your lifetime, so you don't be homeless for real.
Because exactly. When and if you do a higher yield, like 20%, something like that, then it gives you a longer term protection, right? Because you're gonna like 5 years is like triple, right? Boom. You're not gonna have idiots over multiple generations. If you got multiple generations of people that just go blowing money, then that's different. That's a different conversation, right? More than likely, that's not happening. That's not happening in our community, right? Our community, we're trying to catch up from damages that's happening. So yeah, for sure. Like 20%, 25%, that should be more than enough. Yeah, for sure.
Right. And make sure you got this. Like, man, we go on and on and on. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. But that's just one of the things I thought about, because I'm taking a corporate finance class, did it now. And when I look at it, I was like, man, it's like, okay, we talk about bonds and what I guess you would say the benefits of buying bonds. When would you do it? And I guess you would say the protection of U.S. Treasury notes and all this stuff. And I looked and we would say, well, it's like, yeah, all this stuff that we were talking about. It's like back in 1985, you could buy a Treasury note at 10%. You could wipe all these conversations that we're having today, right? All of the I guess you would say the investment risk, all this stuff, right? But when I looked at it, I was like, well, if you owe a certain people a debt, why not would you do a preferred, I guess you would say opportunities to do that. You know what I'm saying? It's a preferred note. Give us, people say the Harriet Tubman, whatever they want to put the Harriet Tubman face. Put the Harriet Tubman on a 20% Treasury note.
On a note.
Exactly. Put Harriet Tubman on a 20% Treasury note for five years, or a 1 year annual Treasury note for 20%. Do that. That's reparations.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's reparations. Give me the opportunity to buy preferred status. Nobody else can buy it. Nobody else can get it.
Yeah.
Because if it was available, everybody would get it.
Say it again.
Everybody would I would take all my money out of the stock market. 20%, 15%. Yeah. No, just us. Because we built it. This is a reparations opportunity. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Why not?
You on that one. You got to get on. You better jump on one of them people teams.
Yeah, that's what I need to do. Because that's what I want to. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. That's a win-win. That's a win-win across the board. That's a win-win.
I'm gonna go back and look. At look to see what's their solution to paying back, if on their sites, if they have one. I would like to see it. I never hear nobody talking about it.
yeah, I think at this point, I think it's almost gotten to the point where it's like, okay, well, yeah, it might be real, or now that everybody's trying to figure out not only if reparation would happen, what it would look like if it does happen. So,
But we gotta, but see, that's the thing. We gotta tell them. I think that too many of them are relying on them to tell us what it will look like.
right.
And they're not gonna do that because they're like, we don't care if you get reparations or not. You better come over here with all you have to have. Okay, so one of the things I did not show
Mhm.
with our veterans deal, I showed the critical points, but
Mhm.
we have a whole booklet. We have the whole budget broken down, projected, actual, what is going to be spent on, how it's going to be spent. So the whole thing is a whole financial piece to what I showed that we normally have as well. So I don't know. Well, I remember them talking something about numbers, but I think they were only talking about it statistically of the wealth gap, not showing how, like what you're speaking about now with the preferred bond. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think they only talk about it to the point of, well, this is what we're not, comparing it to other ethnic groups of where we are now. But I don't see them saying, okay, if we got this is how it will
How
work.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's just the receiver end. It's
Yeah.
it's no giving back. No giving back.
Right.
And we know we got to give back because if taxes is the only way, that's not
Yeah.
convincing to them.
No,
They want more money from
exactly.
it.
It has to be a financial.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I think a part of the problem ends up being like the people who are driving it, or like political activists, as opposed to like
Mhm.
Corey mentioned this earlier. It's like we need to have like people,
He said
lawyers.
lawyers.
We
Mhm.
need lawyers. We need
Financial
finance.
lawyers.
We need people that are well versed in finance and all of this stuff, sort of driving these conversations.
Mhm.
Because when you're talking about financing it, that's
Mhm.
the first thing they would say.
That's the first thing.
It's the
Every
first, because
time.
this is not what I'm saying in terms of how you will finance debt. This is the first thing they would say.
Oh yeah, they want
You
to
know
know
what I'm
who's gonna
saying?
pay for it. I ain't paying
That's
for
not
it.
how do you pay for? Well, you could do it this way. You could do it there, and I'm quite sure they have many more creative ways to do it
Oh
than what
yeah.
I just articulated. Because
Oh
I'm
yeah.
I'm not I'm not a finance expert.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But if you get some of the best people that understand finance, they yeah, here's how you would do it. Here's how you would finance the debt. Here's how you would, because you know what? They elicit those people when it comes to other situations.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
because
we have to do the same thing.
right, because remember, I think someone said it. I'm not sure who said it. Is you got to put out. It may have been you, Brenda, who said they got to put an agency together. Somebody got to
Yeah.
make
You got to have a
money.
building. Yeah, exactly. All these.
All of that.
Oh my God.
That's so you costing them. So they got to figure out. So it's not just how when they say how we gonna pay for it. It's not just them how they gonna send the check out. It's how
Administrative
say it
overhead, the
again. Yeah.
administrative overhead, and all this stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. The first, because you know what? A lot of times, you know what's funny?
Mhm.
When they say I'm over here in Washington, when you have these big, I guess, contracts,
Mhm.
and the government at the end of the 10 years, and they do it. You know what they say they end up building,
What?
or getting out of it? They bought a building, and they got a bunch of like overhead people, right? They didn't get any
Mhm.
outcomes. They bought a
Exactly.
building. They bought a
Exactly.
building and a bunch of contracting employees. You know what I'm saying? But what outcome did they get? You know what I'm saying? Out of that,
Right.
because the cost is enormous. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about, right? It's like, how do you do it? How do you do it in a way to say, okay, well, boom, immediate impact.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have to be able to articulate that. So, you know, it's difficult. You know, it's you know it better than I do.
No, you. Hey, this is collective conversation. I think we can come up with something.
That's what I'm saying. And if we can all have these conversations, I think you don't get involved with all these reparation conversations with all these other groups, do you? I
No.
don't know. I don't know if
This-
there is a group.
Well, be the power. The only person that I see that talks about a lot is Lord Abba's group, the Be the Power platform. Some other people kind of hit and miss it. It's not an ongoing conversation, but his platform, he talked about it a lot.
Okay.
But I don't. The only time I kind of chime in is from the solution side of the house of when they start talking programmatic and just kind of giving insight on
Yeah, for sure.
programs that I'm involved in
Yeah, for
now.
sure.
Like, look, okay, so while you were talking, I had Googled how to finance reparations, and Oxford University has this book out. It says finance and reparation programs. None of it. So I'm looking at this, and none of it has in here anything that has to do with funding back. Like it's all just wording. Like, how do you? And that's why we ain't getting no reparations yet.
You're not gonna fund it. Yeah, it's funded. Really it's not. It's non-funded debt.
Yes. Listen, it
It's
says
overhead. It's overhead.
right. It says one of the least studied aspects of programs of reparations, both in theory and in practice, is financing. This is odd given the fact that mobilizing resources, both domestic and foreign, is politically one of the most difficult tasks any society can undertake. This paper centers on the subject of finance and reparations programs and attempts to answer the following questions. Which factors play a role in the process of mobilizing domestic and foreign resources to finance reparations? Number two, is financing solely a technical economic problem, or does it involve political, social, and cultural factors? Number three, why do governments prefer financing social programs instead of programs of reparations? Number four, how do the proposal made by truth commissions regarding financing affect the viability of programs of reparations? Number five, which factors explain the efficacy of financing models of reparations programs? And the last one, in order to address these questions, the paper has been divided into three sections. In the first, programs of reparations are analyzed from the perspective of a political economy, which means that both economic and non-economic factors that influence the mobilization of domestic and foreign resources by a transitional society are taken into consideration. And then number two, the second section focuses on international experiences in the area of financing programs of reparations with the purpose of extracting some lessons. And the third section presents the main conclusion of study. I want to look at this little
This
thing.
is very interesting. That's very interesting.
Go ahead.
No. What you were reading, all of this, what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of questions in that in what you just read, right?
Yes.
But if you flip it, you know what's the craziest thing when you go when you go into academia, what they say? They say,
What?
okay, well, if you got a very hard question, you flip it. So if all these weird questions and all this, you flip it on its head, how do they finance foreign wars?
And that's what they got in here.
How do they finance those?
Mm-hmm. Just pull the money out.
Give me the answers to that.
They just print it. They print it. That's how they finance it.
That's the answer.
They go to the printing
When you
press,
flip it, see, everybody has a very, very minute financial questions and all these things. How do we do this? We don't know. It's very complicated situation.
And look, they have
flip it on his head. You flip the question on his head.
How do you finance everything else?
How do you finance everything else?
Print it,
and
figure it out later. And it's funny because all the wars on here.
But it's not that simply you print it and figure it out. They know. They know how they're financing the war, or they know how they're financing everything else. It's not that. It's like there are considerations that go into play. Right? The same way.
What book is this? Right. It's called Repairing the Past: Compensation for Victims of Human Rights Violations. So they studied the reparations for grave human rights violations. They studied it for policies of human rights violations in child, reparations program in Brazil, reparations proposed of the True Commissions in El Salvador and Haiti, reparations program in South Africa, reparations program in Malawi, I think I said it right. Compensation for the victims of 9/11, the UN Compensation Commission, Germany reparations to Jews after World War II.
All those sound like good. All those sound like good starting points.
Yeah, so they studied all
Use any of those.
I would like, but I still don't see anything on how. Well, I want to look. Let me benchmark this because I want to see how they fund. Because everything is in. So
everything has to go with the funding. The funding, you have to find the dollars.
It's called a Handbook on Reparations, 2006 publication.
See, that's what we don't like to do. We don't like to do the detailed work, the nitty gritty. Really getting into it's because it's dry. The dry work, the legalese. I think Chef mentioned that earlier. We don't want to talk about the legal information and all this stuff and the breakdown. But that's how it's gonna come down to,
Yep.
But at least, like I say, people like us can you say, hey, how do we mobilize, and say, okay, well, boom. How do we get people involved? How do we get people involved with this?
You got to build up a tolerance for learning this stuff, Shoot. I listen, I sat around, truth moment.
I hear you clicking and you going in. You going in.
Listen, I'm trying to find it. I sat around African Emporium from 2016 until 2019 before I even started investing.
You know it's hard. Mo. You know how it had to. My professor had to beat me into understanding what a bond yield was. Hey, I was like, why should I understand this?
No, right?
I don't care. I don't care.
Make it make sense. Make it make sense
to me. But it's like, hey, you're not gonna pass this course. Because I don't care. I don't care if you. Hey, it's like, okay, well, I know you're a young dude. You're not you may never buy a bond, but you should understand how they work, right? Yep. You may never buy do this or a treasury, but you should understand how they work. But now I understand.
Right. Look, when I put my first $20 in the stock market, right? And I think I made $5 or $10. I didn't even care. I was so excited. He made me out of a winner. I said, "Oh, this is how this works." Well, what got on?
But Momo, You know what? You know what's the craziest thing for me?
Mm-hmm.
It was always like, okay, well, I go on to you go into your Charles Schwab thing. It says, you try to buy you go in and buy a bond, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says that, okay, well, this bond has a negative yield. You
Mm-hmm.
need to know what the hell you're doing if you buy a bond with a negative yield. We do
Yes.
not, we do not, we didn't. I would say we do not suggest you to buy this, right? But it's available for purchase, and in some instances, it's the right thing to purchase.
Right.
Why should somebody buy a bond with a negative yield? You know, why should I buy a bond that's gonna pay me back less money than the money that I paid for?
Right.
There's a reason why. But it's a financial reason why. You have to make you have to be educated on the calculated risk, the reason why that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Everything makes sense when you have an education on it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say why it makes sense, because you should pay for an education to tell you why.
Oh, stop.
Because I
Tell
had
me
to.
why,
Because I
Brandon.
had to. Because I had to.
I'm acting like that.
I'm just saying. You should pay for the education or do your own research.
Give him the
No, why would you buy why would I buy a bond with a 5-year bond that's gonna pay me yield less than the money that I paid for?
Brendan playing hardball with y'all tonight. He said,
Why,
"Go get your own education."
what's the benefit of it? There's a benefit, because they wouldn't sell it if it wasn't a benefit. A negative yield, they call it a negative yield bond, right? Right. But what I'm advocating is a highly positive yield. You know what I mean? Other than that,
Oh boy, you get you this pretty. I mean, you've already taken this corporate class, or you done with it?
I'm done with it. I'm done. I'm done with all of my stuff I gotta do. I got two or three more weeks. I got 2 or 3 more weeks. And I'm done. I'm done with my masters. And
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm getting beat up. Really, all this week I got this entire week off. I was telling Unc and Sean, it's like I got this entire week off doing my last minute research and all this, and I'm writing my professor. She's throwing stuff back over the fence. You need to rewrite this. You need to undo that. I was like, come on.
I know. I just want to graduate. Ain't nobody
Yeah,
got
I'm done. I'm done. You know, it's like
I'll
if you
do it.
wanna do this, you gotta redo this. You got to undo your analysis model. I was like, come on, if you want to make a 98, come on. Yeah, but you know what? My corporate finance class is the one that's giving me the most hell.
Right. What you doing your master's in?
Enterprise architecture. I'm an IT guy.
Look at you. You just man, you got all the brains.
No.
We got y'all high caliber individuals on this darn platform. Y'all don't start putting some programs together so we can make that money go around the
That's
community.
why that's why I was trying to ask not but Thunder. I heard him earlier. He was saying that he was doing some some work.
Contracting.
He was doing some work on
Mhm.
the contracting side with IT. I
Mhm.
said, yeah. I said, I got a little bit of experience there. Maybe.
They always looking for. Matter of fact, Brendan, when the opportunities on dollars came out, they were looking for programs like that. IT programs, that was like number coding, things of that nature. They was throwing money at anybody who can come out and teach that.
Yeah, because it's a huge, for at least for us. I keep telling people, man, it's a talent shortage. It's a talent shortage for IT right now.
Mm-hmm.
One of my partners, down in Georgia. He mentioned he's got a nephew that just grad or getting ready to graduate from University of Kentucky, and he was saying, hey, he's like, hey man, can you help him out with a referral? I was like, not only can I help him out with a referral, you need to give him my information right now before anybody else does, because it's a huge shortage. It's not that he's gonna have a hard chance of getting a job. It's everybody's gonna be snatching up people with IT degrees from these state universities. You know, I would love. They say, hell, give me my stuff, give me my contact information now. I can start the recruiting process. You know.
You gonna be ready.
Mhm.
You got the good skill set.
He just graduated from University in Kentucky in IT. Yeah, I'll tell you, yeah, for sure. I would love to have him on my, you know, with our group.
Look at Brenda with the hiring skills. Y'all better get some.
Why not? Why not? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah,
If we don't, who will?
yeah, yeah.
Yep.
The
And if
the
they
the
if they,
major the real recruiting, I guess you would think, I would say, is like, people who with military experience, and if they getting ready to retire or whatever. It's like, yeah, if you want to come out and do, something like that, yeah, for sure. Especially in my area, right? Um,
yeah,
mhm.
yeah. Okay, Brendan. I think I done ruined my welcome tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Me too. Me too.
Too fuck.
We talking. We talking. Ain't nobody else. Cedric Ortega. He's not around. Everybody don't left us on the doggone panel.
Cedric done went to
This is
sleep. I ain't hear Cedric talking
everybody
home.
leave. See, this is what they do. They leave people on these panels. So we be
It's
talking
all
about we talk about critical information. As long as we on here talking about foolishness, this is gonna be a full panel.
all the way till 3 in the morning.
Yeah, yeah.
This is shoot another hour and 15 minutes. The market open.
Time is, yeah, it's almost 3 o'clock. But I got this whole week off. I got the whole week off. I'm done.
So you won't
Yeah,
play.
no, that's what I was saying. It's like this last week is my last week to finish up all of my projects, everything. I was writing like my conclusion to my research paper before I jumped on. I
Hmm.
got the conclusion to my research paper. That's almost finished, but I got to do some more stuff with my project for my corporate finance class. That's the one that's beat me up. Mo, that one. That's the one that's beat me up.
Mm-mm-mm.
Everything else, I got a straight flat A. Everything, you know, 4.0 GPA. My corporate finance class
Look
is
at
just
you.
it's looking at me like, and this is graduate studies. My corporate finance class is looking at me like, yeah, you think you gonna get up out of here?
I don't even think I took a couple.
No.
I I don't even think I took corporate finance in my master's. I don't even
It's a,
remember.
it's it, I don't know why they threw it in as an MBA course. They threw it in as an MBA
Oh, maybe
course.
I did. It's an MBA course. Maybe I did take
Yeah,
corporate finance. I don't even remember.
yeah, yeah. My thing is at Penn State. I got mine. It's rigorous. It's really rigorous. But my thing is this. I talked to some people that was I guess some of the people that do like what they call them, the adjunct professors and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, yeah, it's like the corporate finance class, everybody's complaining about it because really it's misaligned.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, when you get a misaligned course thrown in, because why is this course so hard? You know what I mean? Because
Mm-hmm.
it's misaligned with your curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I gotta understand stuff
No prerequisites.
exactly, and no prerequisites. It's an
Mm-hmm.
MBA corporate finance course. So I
Mm-hmm.
gotta, so it assumes information. I know information about accounting. It assumes information about all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I get like quizzes that are like man, it's like I got to do equations and Excel and all this crazy stuff. And how do I do the net present value on this opportunity and all that? I'm like, man,
You know what they're doing? That's their way of saying they get
gating.
the
It's
financial
gating.
literacy.
It gates it. Yeah, yeah. It's a
Yeah, that's
gating. It's a gating.
uh-huh. Say, we got some financial literacy in all our programs. Give them a card.
Yeah, it's a gating. It's a gating piece,
Mhm.
which I got no problem with it. I'm sitting about a good B. I got a good strong. I got a strong B where I'm at
Mine
right
is
now,
gonna
and I
see.
got two. I got two. But think about it. It's like I got. I still have my final exam, right? I still got my final, and I got a couple quizzes, which quizzes are getting harder, right?
Oh Lord.
As I go, and plus I got like a group project, right?
But
In my
you're gonna be good and dangerous because you mentioned adjunct, but 18 hours of anything on a graduate level, you can go back and teach them adjunct classes.
oh really? Hmm.
Yeah, 18 hours. If you probably what's your master's in again?
Enterprise architecture.
Yeah, so 18 hours in that particular field, yeah, you can go and teach undergrad or master's level as an adjunct professor. That's what I was gonna do before I injured my knee. I was going to when I came out my master's, well, I had already taught classes for Central Tech. And then when I came out my master's, I was gonna go do adjunct. I went into that PhD program.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got injured when it was time for me to do my dissertation. So I didn't finish
Mm-hmm.
the PhD, the dissertation. But the adjunct, yeah, that's the best kept secret. If when you retire, let's say when you retire, you just looking for something to do, just go to one of the tech schools and be an adjunct professor.
Wow, that's why the guy actually
Yeah.
one of the guys that's on my program class, he's an adjunct
Yeah.
professor.
Make a
So
couple of
and then you
dollars.
get yeah, okay.
Yeah, they
That
make
makes
good.
sense.
That's good side money, especially if you get in one of these non-traditional schools where they're
Right.
doing like 6-week classes, 8-week classes. Come on, you do those students just like your professor do you.
Right?
You
I
know,
don't know.
but
Why
you
not?
probably have when you're a practitioner, you have
Right.
more to offer them though because
Right.
you've
Right.
already been in the
Right.
work. You already in the workforce. It's unlike coming out of school to become a professor and you don't really have any work experience. When you have work experience to go along with that
Right.
instructor position, then it makes it more powerful to me.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. That's what I was telling my guy from the corporate finance class. That's the only thing that for me is like with the corporate finance, like I
Mhm.
don't really necessarily have any experience in there. I'm not a subject matter expert in that. It's like, hey, how do I get extra credit or how do I do this or whatever? He's like, yeah.
Mm,
he- good luck, right?
mm, mm.
So I'll see. I'll see. I'll see more. Hey, at least I can say at least I got a strong B. I have to at least pass with a C. All because all graduate level courses they don't give you the D privilege, right?
Of course not.
So
You
so
better
you got
not get
that.
no D.
Yeah, you can't have a D. You know what I'm saying? But I got all A's and then one. Think about it, one
Well,
one
yours was
course
yours was corporate finance.
corporate finance.
My hang up was marketing. I don't care what level of education, I could never do well in marketing. Undergrad, master's, or PhD. And I was like, what's wrong with me in marketing that I can't
Say
get
it's
marketing?
it's that hard one,
Yeah,
It's like, oh my God,
I could,
everybody gets it, right? So there's no way around it.
yeah,
But
it's
I'm big.
always
I'm begging for like extra credit and hey,
you're
can you
right.
give me an extension on a quiz?
But you know what? You have in finance, unlike in any other um course, whereas words versus numbers.
No, it's just all numbers.
It's all about in the other ones. It's all about plagiarism, passive versus active writing, and making sure you got your word count, your alignment, everything is dressed right. But in corporate finance, you don't have no algorithms to
If you
help
don't
you
have
out.
the numbers, you're done because you can ask for an extension, right?
Yeah.
But those equations ain't moving.
At
They're
all.
not moving.
You better have them numbers right.
How
And
how do
one
you?
error throw off everything. One error throws off everything.
Oh
You're in trouble.
man,
You're in
yeah,
trouble.
exactly, right. And it's just like, okay, when you put it in there, it's like boom, 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 and
Oh,
it's like, okay,
it,
nope, that's wrong. You're
God
done.
forbid you mess up your formula in Excel, and
Yeah,
you can.
it's
I
done.
remember. I remember calculating something. I'm like, man, take the calculator out. Where the number come out to this? What's the problem? I got the right number.
Exactly. It's perfect.
And the first thing you always need to do is check your cells, check your formula, make sure it's capturing everything. Because if you miss one cell, that's a wrap.
Mo, I be double checking, triple checking. My stuff just be wrong. He was like, it's just not right. I'm like, what's going on here? I'm not fit for this.
Please take me out of this. This is not my thing.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a good conversation to have, man. It's like,
all right, Brandon.
I enjoy.
I gotta do payroll.
I'm done. I got to get up in another couple hours anyway to to start over. I got to start over with my stuff.
I got to pay 95 people tomorrow. If them checks be wrong, I'm blaming it on Brenda.
No, don't blame me because like I say, I got another whole corporate finance situation, and plus I'm almost done with my my capstone. My capstone project is almost completely. You know how everybody talks about it's like, well, you have to have research methodology and you have to do all this. I don't think people have no idea in terms of what research methodology really entails because there's so many different levels to it, right? So you have to do comprehensive literature review in terms of your research methodology. Plus, and then you have to figure out, okay, well, how do I want to do my analysis?
Yep.
Is it a qualitative or a quantitative analysis?
Yep. Our boat.
So you pick that. And then after that, you say, okay, well, how do I really want to drill down into my research data, right?
Yep.
How do I want to do my theory? Is it grounded theory or is it something else? So I had to pick grounded theory, right? So it's exactly. So I'm using grounded theory to synthesize all this information, right? Put all this stuff in, and then only then can you ask a unique research question. You know what I'm saying? This is like months and months of work.
When I was going through the PhD, the professors used to tell us, stop trying to change the world while you're in school. You can change the world after you get out of school. Just pass the course.
Yeah. Limitations. Right. And then, like I say, and then you have to identify your limitations because you don't have so many months to do it. It's limitations, right?
Oh
God. For sure. Yeah.
Months, so many weeks.
Yeah. And then you know what? When I read I guess you would say academic article, how it's structured. I know because it has to be structured that way because it's all standardized.
Yep.
You know what I'm
very
saying?
appreciative.
Exactly, because the conclusion is standardized, the abstract is standardized. It all shows you, how all this stuff works. So yeah, for sure.
Okay, Brendan.
All right, I'm out of here.
Thank you for your conversation.
All right, peace. Reparations now.
Now.